understand that.
Okay, Ufoma, quickly in 30 seconds.
It's like I said, it's the irony for me. On one hand, subsidy is gone. Nigerians are going through hard times. You're asking Nigerians to, endure the hardship, because it will get better very soon. On the other hand, the politicians will continue to take 70 billion allowance. There's more ministries, there's more appointments, and the cost of governance is still expanding. I honestly don't get it and will never get it. But like Ose said, there is also a political angle to it. Almost everybody, if you are in his shoes, will do exactly the same.
Well, I want to say thank you. Seneni is the People's Democratic Party chieftain, and Ufoma Igbamono is the head of news at Wazobia Info here in Lagos. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking about calls and concerns in the reduction of pump price. Many are saying it should not be increased. Others are saying reduce it. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back to Silk Plus Politics. Now, the Senior Special Assistant to the President, Bola Tinubu, on Public Affairs, Ajurin Galale, has said more refineries in Nigeria will not reduce petrol pump prices. The presidential spokesperson asked Nigerians to disregard the myth that the more refineries in Nigeria would translate to cheaper fuel price. Now, Ajuri also recall that the federal government had said that Port Harcourt refinery will be revitalized in December this year. Joining us to discuss this is Fineface Dunamnene, and joining us later will be Nick Agule. Both of them are experts in the oil and gas sector. Fineface is the national facilitator project with artisanal crude oil refiners and modular refineries in the Niger Delta. So good to have you join us, Fineface.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Good evening, everyone. Nice to be here once again.
Fineface, every time I have you here on the show is obviously to talk about the situation that we're facing in our oil and gas sector. And it seems to be an unending crisis. In fact, it's deepening as the days go by, I beg your pardon. Now, we all saw that press briefing by Ajurin Galale, where he emphatically said, he's not saying that we should not, revive the refineries, but he's saying it's not going to change anything. And so the average person is saying, so why are we clamoring for the refineries to be revived?
I think my brother, Ajurin Galale, the presidential spokesman, is not correct. He is not an expert in the field. But even if you are not an expert in a field, you should be able to know that if you have allowed the fuel pump price to be dictated by the forces of demand and supply, that the moment supply exceeds demand, the price is going to drop. And the moment demand exceeds, supply, the price is going to drop. And when supply exceeds demand, the price is going to be moving in that direction. So if he says that the more refineries will not lead to reduction in the fuel pump price, then it's not correct at all. I believe that some persons within the presidential fold would have corrected him by now. Because what are we talking about here? Why is the fuel pump price high? It is high because the demand product has exceeded what is being supplied. It is high because the product is being imported and USD is being used at higher rates to import this. It is high because we do not have sufficient. If we are producing in this country, the 4 refineries are on board, Kaduna, Warri, and the 2 Port Harcourt. Then the Dangote refinery comes on stream. The various private modular refineries already ongoing, being constructed, some completed across the Niger Delta, they come on stream. And you have modular refineries provided for youths who are involved in artisanal crude oil refining. And again, we are also proposing the one we call the Presidential Artisanal Crude Oil Refining Development Initiative, PACODI, that legalizes artisanal refineries. If all these, industries are producing, you will have as much PMS, as much AGO, as much DPK in the country, as much as you have bottled water. It's going to be as common as that. So the moment you have this product flushing everywhere, you will see that competition will be introduced. And that competition is going to lead to the process of the price of the product crashing. It will crash to the extent that we may go back to even having this product sold beyond below 350 naira per liter. So it is very clear. Even the blind can even see and the deaf can even hear that when you say that we are producing from every corner of the country, that this is going to drop. Remember, even the Dangote refinery promised to produce the quantity that the country will use and even have about 250, barrels or thereabouts. Yeah, for export. So if we have all these things on board, it's going to crash the price of the product. Remember that now, as we speak, there is the glamour and new information across the country that the price may increase again from what we currently have. What is the reason why this is being given? The reason is because the Naira-dollar relationship are not very cordial. They are buying, dollar at a higher rate. For that reason, it's also going to reflect on the cost of the product. So you can imagine that this production was being done in the country. People are buying crude oil in Naira. People are selling the refined products in Naira. Nobody has to go for dollar. You will see that the value of the currency will also appreciate. And we are going to have a product for everybody to use at a cheaper rate.
It's interesting. Again, I'm going back to Ajuri's press conference or media parley. I'm thinking to myself, why exactly would a presidential spokesperson come up with that particular line without doing his homework? Again, if you say that he's wrong, could this also be a tactic to dissuade our minds, just in case the refineries are not up and working when they should be, or as at the time that the government has promised us? Now, Dangote Refinery had told us July, at least the end of July. We're in the middle of August. Nothing's yet to come of it. Is this a game of ping pong for the government and, of course, us?
To a very large extent, I think he misrepresented the government of his principal. He misrepresented the governments of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu by saying that the coming on stream of the refineries will not reduce price. Because already he has also used his own mouth to say that there is not going to be any increase in the fuel pump price again from what we currently have. And that is not also correct, that there is not going to be increase, because the moment we exhaust what we have currently imported into the country, there is the tendency that we are going to import more product. And if you are going back to the market to buy the product and bring it into the country, and by the time you get to the market, because of the dollar exchange rate you have used to, what you have used to buy the dollar, and you have bought at a higher price back to the country, you have to recover how much you have added. That means that government cannot even be able to control how much the price is going to be the moment the marketers go back to import this product into the market. But if he is telling us that Mr. President is not also going to ensure that allow fuel pump price to increase again, then in a way, I would say that the government is in-house discussing and planning to introduce subsidy from the back door. They are trying to introduce fuel subsidy from the back door. Because now, if currently we have the dollar exchanging about 710 naira, for instance, to a dollar, and marketers have told you that if they go back to the market with the current price, and it's going to increase to about 750 naira or 720 naira per liter of fuel, maybe government is trying to look at that difference that is on it You know, our current pump price now is 617 naira. And when they go back to the market and maybe like 20 naira comes on board again, then government may secretly through the back door pay that 20 naira for every Nigerian so that the impact is not already felt. Because since Mr. President came into office and he made that statement on his inaugural day that fuel subsidy is gone, a lot of things have happened that if not that Nigerians are docile, a lot of Nigerians are kind of averse to actions of protest. The country would have been shut down today, and it would have been difficult for him to even be able to rule the country. Because already we know what happened in 2012 during the fuel subsidy removal or even increments in fuel pump price, whereby we have the Occupy Nigeria. So I think that the presidential spokesman didn't do his homework very, very well, because even someone that is not knowledgeable in the oil and gas sector will let him know that if we have more production locally being produced, that the price is going to drop. Even as we have the official price today pegged at 617 naira per liter, you still go to some filling stations, you could buy 685 naira, 500, you can buy 585 naira, you can buy 591 naira, you can buy 590 naira. So the price is not still stable. The reason why you have this instability in price, despite the official price at 617 naira, is because there is competition and people want to sell. I am currently carrying out a research on the impact of fuel subsidy on people's consumption style, their lifestyle, and what is happening in Rivers State and parts of the Niger Delta. So I understand how filling station fuel attendants and managers have told me that we normally sell between 4,000 and 5,000 liters of fuel per day. But since subsidy was removed and the price skyrocketed, that we are now struggling to sell between 800 liters and 1,200 liters per day. Consumption has dropped. If you check on the streets of Abuja today, the streets of Lagos, a lot of people have parked their vehicles. They can no longer run it. You can see traffic is reducing on the road. People are selling. Others are converting their vehicle into boats, you know, and other transport means so that they now begin to pay transport. If you even look around you every morning, you will see people trekking in what I can call a trekathon. Maybe they are trying to get some certification from Guinness Book of Records as a result of a reduction in the fuel, reduction in the consumption rate because of the high price. So if we have production going on from these various areas, 4 refineries are on, modular refineries are running, artisanal refineries are being legalized and they are refining, and you have modular refineries for artisanal refiners in parts of the Niger Delta and parts of Nigeria, you are going to see a drastic drop in the fuel pump price of the PMFs to the extent that we are going to buy it below 350 naira. And DPK, which is not available today, is also going to be available. The only source of DPK to the average household in Nigeria today is the artisanal refinery sources that is currently being bombarded by men of the Operation Delta Safe, you know, with the Nigerian Air Force and fighter jet they are using to bomb that. So it's clear that if we produce more, the price is going to drop.
Sideways, we always hear presidents, from President Jonathan to former President Buhari and now President Tinubu, talking about a tiny group of elites who are, you know, somewhat in charge of this subsidy. You know, they made it look like the moment we take out subsidy, all our problems will be gone. But then, of course, it is the beginning of all our problems. So again, it makes me really wonder. Looking again at the fact that there's a Heineken Lokobri and then, of course, the other guy running the oil and gas sector, do we really ever see, or will we ever see an end to the corruption in the oil and gas sector? Accountability on one hand, and of course, fighting down this group or this cabal.
The corruption in the oil sector, unfortunately, is not going to end. We can only be able to reduce it. And the percentage of reduction, at the best we can go, we only go about 20% reduction. Because Nigeria is a country that its major foreign exchange earner is the crude oil, it's oil. And as a result of that, every focus is on the products, crude oil. You can also see how instead of the Central Bank of Nigeria trying to bring up policy that will bring about the stronger Naira, and the NMPCL is coming forward to say we are exchanging crude for $3 billion to stabilize our Naira. That is a foreign CBN policy. not a private, private companies and policy. But then the point here remains that the corruption in the oil and gas sector is going to be there. We can only reduce it at best, just like we have been able to collectively reduce acts of crude oil thefts in parts of the Niger Delta today through the Tantita, private security contracts, Operation Delta Safe, NSCDC, Nigerian Army, and all efforts being on ground. We have been able to reduce artisanal refinery to an extent, but it's still going to continue. So the tiny few that are making so much money from this subsidy have only so far been able to, cut down on the amount they make because subsidy had been removed. If you also watch, you will see that they are now announcing that we are consuming less than 45 million, liters of PMS per day. Unlike before, when there was subsidy that they tell us that we consume over 60 million per day. So you can see. But
how is also certain that that figure that we're being given is authentic? Because over the years, we've not been able to tell how much we consume a day in this country.
The reason why we were unable to tell how many, the quantity we consume per day in the country before was because subsidy was involved. And they have to lie to collect the money from government. But now everything is natural. The forces of demand and supply is now there. The market forces is operating. The independent marketers, major marketers, and all of them are importing and they are selling according to how much they bought it and how much they have added as their gain. So you can now see a kind of quote-unquote kind of level playing ground in terms of what people are really buying and what people are actually selling. That is why you are seeing a relative good, figure that can be worked with today. If subsidy is reintroduced today, you will see that they will tell us again that people are now consuming higher. I know quite well that the increments and the hike in the fuel pump price has also reduced the consumption rates of the petroleum PMS, which also contributes to the drop in the number of liters we consume per day. But then the point remains that in as much as the forces of demand is in operation, we are likely going to see how much and what we get. If we really also want to know how many liters we consume per day in this country, there could be a policy that will make the various filling stations to have a computerized system where each time they bring product into their filling station, they key in the quantity of product they have brought in, and at the end of the day, what they have sold out also reflects. And there could be a system with the NNPC or the Ministry of Petroleum Resources where you have a list of all the marketers, all the filling stations, the quantity they have, what they have sold, what is remaining, will be reflecting on a system. It's a possible thing to do, to have that network so that you can actually see what we had yesterday, what has been sold, what is remaining, and what we need going forward. That is not something that is a rocket science that they cannot do, but it's because we have not really introduced technology into our oil and gas sector. It gives us the problem of trying to really be able to know what we are consuming because we are not producing. So I think if we can be able to put some of these measures together, it will help us to know where we are and where we are going to as a country.
Well, I want to thank you for coming on the show, but it would be really interesting if we can have this conversation again, because we really need to look at the corruption in the oil and gas sector. I mean, with the cases of Professor Ponde and several other issues, the NNPC has been christened and rechristened over and over again. We still aren't seeing them doing their job as a private company, but they still are operating as if they're the ones who are setting the market prices, etc., etc. So many questions that need to be answered. But Fineface, I want to say thank you for coming. Fineface Dunamene is the national facilitator project with artisanal crude oil refiners for modular refiners in the Niger Delta. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's an opportunity. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for watching the show tonight. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Don't forget, you can also follow our conversations, previous episodes on YouTube, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. My name is Mary Anako. Enjoy the rest of our programs.
Here's the show you've been waiting for, the Gang Reality TV show. The season 3 is about to begin, and guess what? It's the Ballers Vibes edition, a show you do not want to miss. On this edition, we guarantee you 100% vibes with 21 housemates for 30 days on your TV screen. The winner goes on with an SUV, an all-expense paid trip, a feature in a movie, and of course, a cash prize. It's the Gang Variety TV show, people, where the best baller wins it all.
Necessity is the mother of all invention, and there is nowhere more filled with invention than the tech space. From the dawn of human existence, our innovative spirit has always directly correlated with our needs, which often have a social component. As they say, your ideas belong to you, but your inventions belong to everyone. Certainly, there is a question of whether innovators owe the world a duty to make it a better place. In today's world, the most ubiquitous piece of technology is the mobile phone. The history of mobile phones dates back to 1908, when a US patent was issued in Kentucky for a wireless telephone. Yet, it took till 1940 for engineers working at AT&T to develop cells for mobile phone base stations. This led to an early form of mobile phones, which were really just two-way radios. On the 3rd of April 1973, Motorola was the first company to mass-produce the first handheld mobile phone, and more manufacturers subsequently got in on the act. By August 2001, mobile phones were introduced in Nigeria, and since then have become available to both the old and the young. It has influenced the way we socialize, listen to music, and has turned every amateur into a pro photographer. Today, most mobile phones rely on 3G or 4G technology, with 5G on the immediate horizon. The evolution of the technology to smartphones has raised the bar of personal computing. To help us understand what mobile phones represent to our society today, we spoke to a telecoms expert and an entrepreneur who gave us their impressions and opinions on the tech.
I'm a telecoms expert. I've had trainings in information technologies for my bachelor's and postgraduate studies. Presently, I work with one of the biggest operators in the continent, Africa.
I'm a dentist. I'm also a fabric and fashion entrepreneur.
Mobile phone has bridged the gap for communications and connectivity between people, regardless of their distance, can communicate and interact. As it were before, you would have to send letters that would take days and possibly weeks or months, or you would have to travel long distances to connect with loved ones and friends.
My husband, most times, is not home, he's not around. Imagine if we didn't have mobile phones, communication would have been an issue. With my mobile phone, I can reach out to him, video call, normal calls, we communicate, even my kids.
Conducting business with international and even local partners has never been easier, with mobile banking now commonplace and video conferencing available on the go.
E-commerce or banking. If you need to pay for a service, you don't have to go to your bank, withdraw the money from the teller and go and pay. We have cashless systems where you could use your phone from your app, pay for your services.
So I can imagine what I would have done with my business without mobile phones. I get most of my customers online using my phone. They make payments. Almost all my transactions are via my mobile phone. Nobody wants to go to the bank to carry out any transactions, so most of it happens on the phone. Local transactions, international transactions. With phones, I post pictures. I reach out to my suppliers anywhere and everywhere in the world with my phone. And I get my products using my phone. Especially because I don't have a physical store. I don't have a shop. So my business is online. So it makes it mobile. So I can run my business from anywhere. Sometimes I'm out of the country and I'm still running my business just because I have my phone.
Smartphones offer us greater computing power than the computers NASA used in 1969 to launch the Apollo 11 space shuttle to the moon. These operated with floppy disks, offering kilobytes or megabytes of storage at the most. Today, the storage capacity of smartphones can reach as high as 128 gigabytes.
If I don't have to go to the bank and then carry out transactions with my mobile app, it's a plus. If I don't have to go to the grocery store and request for grocery from the comfort of my home with my mobile phone, it's a plus. But if we begin to use the mobile phone in a wrong way, then it becomes harmful.
The greater social awareness afforded by mobile phones has made us more self-conscious, with a constant need to own the latest version as a symbol of social status. Our obsession with documenting our lives through pictures and videos has turned us into an attention-seeking people, and even voyeurs consuming other people's lives for entertainment.
Because we have put our information, put our lives, because you have social media services where you can post your pictures, you can post your location at any time. You can post about your family, your children, your events, wedding ceremonies, graduation ceremonies, and all of that. So you become vulnerable even to strangers. People you don't know have access to your information. Some people even put their location. You enable your GPS location and it states, okay, I'm taking this picture from Lagos. So they know this person is in Lagos this day, this week. So there are informations, hitherto we think it's just fun. I'm just letting the world know where I am, but your privacy is being eroded and you are giving out too much information to people, strangers you don't know. And it's very, very alarming that people don't even understand the harm they cause themselves. You put your home address, you put details of your work or details of your family online, and you just expose them to attacks from strangers, to unnecessary scrutiny.
Yet, with such potential dangers of mobile phone usage, not everyone is concerned.
Funny enough, no. I don't know why, for some reasons. Maybe because I'm careful with the things I put on my phone. Of course, you won't put too personal stuffs on the phone, very personal things, you won't put them on your phone.
In today's world, mobile phones can be a valuable educational tool, and parents are faced with personal considerations over when to allow their children own one.
I'll probably say secondary school. For example, if you had to pick up the child or drop off the child somewhere, the child might need a mobile phone for you to reach the child. I remember we started having phones when we were in secondary school, when phones came out.
The efficiency that comes with being able to access information. Prior to now, for students, if you are doing a research, you might need to go to the library and book for a particular textbook, and it takes you a while before it gets your turn for you to have access to that textbook. But from the comfort of your home or from your classroom or wherever, you could turn up your phone and search for an ebook, and that ebook becomes instrumental for you to carry out your assignments or carry out your research, as the case may be.
However, there is also a cost to young people and their education. The distraction it offers makes concentration on schoolwork and other things harder for them.
The negative effect mobile phones will have on young people is their over-dependency on the information they get from mobile phones. Some people get distracted by some content that they see or lured into vices that becomes harmful to them.
The greater dependence on mobile phones has created less need for a personal computer. And this trend portends a future where personal computers become a relic of the past.
Your personal computer? I can't remember the last time I opened my laptop.
The way we're going, yes, because your mobile phone is more or less like a computer. You can draft your letters, you can check your emails, you can attend meetings, you can edit your documents with your phone. So in the long run, your mobile phone should be able to do all the functions you are able to do with your computers.
For as much good as mobile phones offer us, there's just as much bad. There's a question of whether we are socially evolved enough to keep up with the evolution of our technology. The irony of a device created to make us feel more connected is that more people are feeling more isolated than ever. And the worry for our society is if we can find that elusive balance. We must always ask ourselves if our dependence on technology, as symbolized by how we use our mobile phones, is a good thing for our social health.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Are you saying #waves, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Nwaja Gomero, and I'm joined by my amazing co-anchors. Hi, Chinelo. Hi, Dami. It's been a while, Dami. I haven't seen you in the studio in a while.
Well, yeah. Well, now I'm here.
I know. Happy to have you back.
What's with all of us wearing black, buddy? Who has
She has inflected us
with the whole black thing.
Me, by the way, my best color happens to be black.
Black as well. Black is reality, so it's okay.
Black is good.
It's a very beautiful color.
Apparently, all the ladies on we show love black. That's a good thing. Yeah. How you doing, AJ?
I'm good. How are you? How's your day?
It was good.
Tell me, how's yours?
My day was good. I mean, I worked from home today, so I think what brought me outside is this studio, so yeah.
People that work from home, God when.
God, like, seriously. Unfortunate. But it's okay. That's how life is.
How are we supposed to cope in Nigeria if we don't work from home some days? Let's not lie to each other.
My dear, then for the rest of us who have been working on site, let me put it like this, working on site for years.
Well.
This is me, not even with that much experience in terms of...
I count myself lucky then.
Yeah. Anyway, here's what we found as today's quotes. It's got me thinking, what extraordinary opportunities are our friends from Lebanon and China seeing in Nigeria that perhaps some of us haven't noticed? This is a quote by Uchenna Uzo. Well, as it pertains to our topics, ladies, what do you think? So, extraordinary opportunities in Nigeria that Lebanon, the Lebanese and the Chinese have been in Nigeria for God knows how many years. So what are we seeing? What are we not seeing? What are they seeing that we're not seeing?
Is it that we're not seeing anything or that we're not encouraged to see anything? I think this is our conversation.
When we get to, we have a lot to say about it.
My main question for tonight that we're going to be discussing will be, how is it that international businesses and companies seem to thrive in Nigeria and we haven't gotten there? How do they do it? Anyway, we recently came across the thoughts of Professor Uchenna Uzo, who shared some interesting statistics on the number of Nigerians leaving the country for Canada this year alone. While Lebanese and Chinese communities celebrate a milestone in the country with over 75,000 and 40,000 individuals who have decided to call Nigeria home. It's Our Ladies' Night, and Chinelo Dami and myself are here to discuss the topic, are there real opportunities for Nigerians to thrive in Nigeria? And when we open our phone lines, we would love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break and see what we found in the news. Welcome back. You're still watching Waves. National Waffle Day is celebrated August 24th in the United States. It commemorates the anniversary of the patenting of the first waffle iron in the United States by Cornelius Swartout of Troy, New York. On the 24th, 1869, the first waffle was made in Belgium in the 13th century. They were made by pouring batter into mold with a gilded pattern on the bottom. The waffles were cooked over a fire. Over time, the waffles spread out into other parts of Europe and eventually to the United States. Waffle Day. Happy Waffle Day. Happy National Waffle Day.
Happy National Waffle Day. I think the person that created waffle is actually a genius. Why?
They should stop all those akara waffles and all those.
That one is Nigerians that are just trying to be extra.
Vanilla waffle. I don't understand it when I start to see pink waffle, green waffle.
I don't.
The latest one I saw is akara waffle. I'm like, this is creativity, if you ask me.
Well, maybe for children, because you need to make their food.
Yeah, very for children. For some of them, it has to look good to taste good. If it doesn't look good, they're not eating it.
But I love waffles in ice cream. Eating it like that with whipped cream. I don't know.
And to believe that waffles started, I think, some of these things for us in Nigeria, waffles started with like toast.
Yeah,
that's what we used to think was waffles. Toast bread. They now put honey on it, or you put butter on it, and you put something, and then you cut it up. But now is Waffles Day, and I wish all of you happy National Waffles Day. Have a waffle today.
At this time of the night.
Oh my goodness.
What did you find in the news?
Okay. My guy, Nyesom Wiki, is about to give them hot in FCT. I love it actually. When I saw he was made the Minister of FCT, I'm like, this guy is about to bring in some serious discipline into the FCT. Because the truth is, the FCT is slowly becoming like Lagos.
Yeah.
Again, you know, all that nonsense, mannerism, people driving anyhow. You know, they have these very wide roads, and then you just see people doing all sorts, you know. And Use is there now to bring the sanity back. Unfortunately, I don't live in Abuja. Maybe this is it. This is the time to move to the
So this is him what?
So
he arrested.
there was a collapsed building, I think yesterday, and he said now he has ordered the arrest of the landlord of the building. Let me just take the story very quickly, and this was by Daily Post, and it was said that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory has ordered the arrest of landlord of the collapsed two-story building. He reports Daily Post also reported that the FCT police announced on Thursday in a statement that there were 2 people that died, while 20 others have been evacuated to the hospitals as the rescue operation continues. I mean, it's not today we started hearing about collapsed buildings.
Yeah.
And you know why I love this? Usually in Lagos, I'm sorry to say, but what we would usually hear is, oh, we commiserate with the families of the lost lives and blah, 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 blah. But this is a man of action, in as much as we're all saying some is this, is that. He has now said that this man, the owner of this building, will be brought to law because there are certain approvals that this person probably did not get. Meaning that.
So some investigation will be done at least to find out.
Yes.
Because a lot of people over time, and they avoid all these supposed guidelines that help them to make sure like the building and the construction is done properly.
Yeah. So that's it.
Wow. Dami.
Okay, so what I found in the news was, so Ketensha said, stop putting young lives at risk. She called for the scrap of NYSC. I don't know, I think that I low-key agree. I don't know, maybe in this recent time and age, I'm not particularly sure the purpose of NYSC anymore. I feel like it has lost its initial purpose.
Value.
Yeah, because I know that one of the reasons why NYSC was encouraged is because we have people come from different parts of Nigeria. You know, some people that have even gone to study abroad, you know, they come back to the country, mix up with different people, and like, we're having this conversation backstage, and my dear sister here said, she said, do you know how NYSC has impacted people's life?
My life changed because of NYSC, honestly. I met the person that helped to literally change the trajectory of my life during my NYSC.
Well, congratulations.
But you're one
out of how many people? Look, the major reason why she was even calling for this grade.
I'm not disputing the fact that NYSC hasn't helped a lot of people. It has. You know, for a lot of people who you either didn't go to boarding house, so you didn't know how to take care of yourself and your environment, how to mingle, so there are different things you can pick up. A lot of people, they had like pageants and all that in camp. Then for some other people, it was when maybe they first had their first exercise, because you used to have like
some people made their parades.
Some people met their spouses.
You know, we have to put
and
that.
all that.
But then again, the main reason why she, urged the government to actually scrap this NYSC is because of the insecurity in the country right now. I don't think any parents would love their children to go and willingly serve in the north when they are not going by air. Going by road is not so safe right now. That's the major reason why she asked for the scrap of NYSC.
On that note, I agree.
Because there is if they're not kidnapping you,
they're always in the forefront.
Right? I mean, there's one thing or the other. So until Nigeria is safe enough, actually, and can be accountable.
Will we ever be safe enough?
My dear sister, how do I want to answer that question now?
So that's another side of it. Will it ever be safe enough for us to say, okay, let's put back NYSC?
So there was a way forward.
Off the table is off the table.
Because I don't even see the use at this point.
Well, that's you. Some people still see. Some people think that's some people that stipend that is given to them. There are different reasons why people stick to it.
AJ, I saw one tweet and girl was like, you see this old NYSC thing? It can be 2 or 3 mail max. I don't know why we're doing NYSC. It can come in as an email because
I think it's more about the experience, to be honest.
The experience has been dented because the truth is, if you go to some NYSC camp, you will not want to be there. So imagine when you're
maybe
supposed
that's
to
what we
have
should
an
start saying.
experience and then you go there and you are
have an
suffering.
experience all the same.
Well,
Danny.
true, Sha. The experience can be either good or
nobody
bad.
ever said you were going to get 5-star luxury.
Treatment.
We're not even asking for
Gen Z, they don't want to suffer.
We're not even asking for five-star luxury or anything, but at least the basics. They can't
What
see.
are the basics? There's no water.
There's no water.
Oh, trust me.
There's no water.
There was water.
The beds.
Sorry, I said in Lagos we had the water.
See,
you can't compare someone.
I'm not even going to say where I served, but we also had issues with water. But yeah, these things happen.
Okay.
You know.
I comment my reason.
I agree, Sha, that they should scrap NYSC. That 1 year of our lives, you can.
Indecisive. So on that note, I'm indecisive because I still see some of the good that it brings for certain people. So if you have a generation of, if you have 1,000 people and is able to help 500 people to become better in their lives, whatever area of life, whether social skills, personal hygiene, what have you, if it helps them, then that's good. Now, the other side about the insecurity. Now, that insecurity affects every area of our lives. It's not just NYSC. So even if they're not on the NYSC, you know.
But now that they say NYSC people now, they are going to be putting them at war fronts. So what should we do about that?
The soldiers and go and fight Boko Haram.
What should we do about that?
Okay.
I'm going to serve my country and they say they want to put me in the war front. What should I do?
Well, we'll have, I'm sure we'll have that as a topic one day. Because I'd love to hear about that, because I'm wondering how man o' war and walking up the hill equates to
real war front. No.
But it's okay. Thank God I have served years ago.
You get,
and I would not be nominated.
Glory
for
to Jesus.
So my news is quite, I'm going to just run to it. So students of the River State University had to stage a protest over rampant robbery attacks in their hostels. They staged the protest because a few of them were attacked the night before. Their valuables were carted away, and as well there were alleged rape of some female students. So if that video can be put up, you would see how much chaos this has caused, and a lot of uncertainty for some of the female students, because it goes back to what we were just talking about, the insecurity. And I said it, that the insecurity is happening everywhere. It's not just at the NYSC camps. This is a university. I am almost so certain that part of the culprits of this, part of the people who will, if they are eventually caught, you'll find out that they're students. They are your classmates, they are your colleagues, they are there, they know, they hear. Because that's the thing about social media. When you're on the phone and you're having conversations, oh, Baba is giving me 500,000. A lot of people are listening to that conversation. True. That's why you have to always be careful, because that's the thing. Because why would someone, there was even a part of this, this is just the video of the protest, but there was even a part of it, when you look, because there were several pictures, when you look at some of the pictures, they dug a hole through the wall and everything. These are all informations that is within the school. True. It's not anywhere else. The culprits are within the school system. And it always goes back to tell you or to show you the kind of mindset we have coming up, the younger generation. It's we thought our generation was a make money fast,
this one is
make money quick.
Swiftly.
This one is make money.
Make money now.
No.
As in now.com. That's what it is. Because when you hear some of the things that they voice and they say, you are just looking at them like, you are foul.
Very, very.
Like you're I don't know if you can be redeemed with this line of thinking. And well, anyway,
this is
thoughts for another day. So we'll go on a short break. See you after the break. You're welcome back.
Nigeria is a land of many opportunities with bustling population of over 200 million people. Now, whether Nigeria is a profitable place to live depends on your definition of profitability and your willingness to take risks. The country has a large and growing population, a young workforce, and a wealth of natural resources. However, it also has a high level of corruption, insecurity, and poor infrastructure. There are many successful Nigerians who have built businesses, created jobs, and made a difference in their communities. However, there are also many Nigerians who are leaving the country and who are struggling to make ends meet. The country faces a number of challenges, including corruption, insecurity, and poverty. Nonetheless, our Lebanese and Chinese friends have seen opportunities to flourish in Nigeria, and now they call it home. So tonight, we are asking the question, are there real opportunities in Nigeria to thrive, for Nigerians to thrive in Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. I'll take that again, 081-803-84663. So, guys, what do we say about this? Are there real, first of all, yes or no? Are there real opportunities
in
Nigeria?
I think there are.
Chinelo, yes or no? This is yes or no. First. Yes or no? First. Yes or no?
I wish there was a word in between.
No.
Yes, I know, right? But yeah, there are real opportunities. Not a lot, but there are real opportunities actually.
When you say real opportunities, there are a lot. Not a lot.
Not a lot. Not a lot of opportunities.
So, what do you mean by not a lot?
Okay, so first, let me say this. I remember them was asking a question backstage, and I said, when we come on air, I'll answer that question. First, see, Nigeria is one of the most populous countries, if not the most populous country in Africa.
It is.
Right?
Yes, it is.
Based on statistics. Number two, Nigeria has over 70%, maybe about 72% of people under 35. Right?
And
we know what that means.
Youngest population in Africa.
We know what that means. You have people under 70%. That is,
you have a workforce.
That's true. Get? So that already tells you that, look, there is a massive business opportunity right there, because there are people that are going to buy, there are people that are going to sell, there are people that are going to work. Right? So this is what I mean by there are real opportunities.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when I say that there are not a lot of real opportunities, what I'm then talking about is, okay, when you were talking about the Lebanese and the Chinese guys, right? And then I remember I was saying something about how are we favoring the people in the white skin other than people in the black skin and things like that. If you look around the commercial areas, you find out that most of the restaurants, most of the supermarkets are run by these guys. You barely ever find. Do you know? In fact, I found out something very recently. Do you know that even the Nigerian-owned supermarkets and restaurants are literally paying the Lebanese guys
to manage
and run for them.
Definitely.
So what exactly is the reason behind this?
Okay. Sorry to cut you off, Dami, but do you know that if you walk into a restaurant today, I think it's a mindset which has now also affected the government. If you walk into a restaurant today and you see a Lebanese guy as the manager or as the whatever, the front, the how do I put it now, the face of the restaurant representative, people tend to, calm down and listen, and they are more receptive and open to the person other than when it is a Nigerian. So let us start from there. We are our own problem. First things first. Now, this also has now translated to the governments. So let me not say all, but most of you see CCECC. What I remember as a child, I used to ask my mom, "What is this CCE? She said it's China Civil Engineering Company," and I'm like, "Why?" So are you telling every day there are people graduating as engineers, civil engineers? So why is it that most of the major constructions that are done in our country is by the Chinese? So clearly there is something that we probably don't know yet. I don't know if it's that there's some trade by barter.
But then how many construction companies owned by Nigerians do we actually have in Nigeria? Because you cannot possibly want people to employ a certain, you can't expect, for instance, I think Dangote Refinery, there was something about it one time when people were like, they employed
Indians.
Yeah, they did. But then again, how many people in Nigeria have actually worked in a refinery before that they can be employed?
And that's a good point.
Do you see the problem?
Yeah.
Are we even employable first?
So it's more about experience. And the thing about it, dragging it back, one of the reasons would be, I'll answer your question, would be because they are better managers.
No, NJ, I'm not disputing that.
Their business sense.
I think it brings us back to the educational system of Nigeria again. I don't think that it equips its citizens enough to actually have certain types of experience to function in certain types of capacity.
But when people say this experience, I have a problem with this experience thing people are talking about. How do you gather experience?
Fine, you gather experience by actually working.
You start from
But then again, are there even people to do the work enough to gain the experience?
There are people, what are you saying? Go and bring in all those Igbo boys from Onitsha.
But do we really need the Igbo boys, or we actually need the people that know what they are supposed to do?
How do that? I mean, you're still not. So now we're saying we don't have people, and I'm telling you that we have people. Okay, you've then brought up another point that these people, how do they know what to do? They will learn. That is how. You cannot just keep sitting down and saying that you don't have the experience. You don't have the experience. How do you start? Is it not from one day? You start before you gather 0, 1, 2, 3 years experience, 5 years, 10 years experience.
With time.
That's how it works. But we are not even willing. Now, that's even talking about manpower now, right? Okay, now let's talk about infrastructure.
No, infrastructure is bad.
That's another problem.
That's one of the things that is even killing businesses in Nigeria.
That's another
problem.
Imagine you want to start a water manufacturing company, for example. I'm not even talking about regulatory bodies. I've not gone to policies. I'm still just talking about now infrastructure. Yeah. Maybe I decide to start manufacturing bread, a bakery, or chicken pie, or something like that. Do you know what the cost of power will do to me? Now, okay, I start somehow I'm able to get grants. That's by local. Because the truth is that these grants exist, but we are not very aware of them, and they're not particularly. They're not even open to the public. They're not open to the public. It's usually by chance that you get to even hear about them. Yeah. Okay, somehow, somewhere you even get this money, then you start to pay for power. Then NAFDAC will come knocking on your door. You have to get NAFDAC number, NAFDAC license and approval. You do that. Tax, you pay that one. Then you now have to employ people to pay. So there are like a whole lot of things. These other white guys, on the other hand, have access to foreign exchange. And we know what it is. The rate of foreign exchange to Naira.
To Naira, yes. So
it's sort of easier for them to pump in a certain amount of money to do these businesses. So
that is one angle.
Okay.
That is one angle. Because trust me, Chinelo, there are a lot of angles to this. If we start here on all the angles, we won't end this conversation. But like I said earlier when we started, there's a conversation that I need us to have. And that is a conversation about how international companies are thriving in Nigeria. And then we'll look at a few of the opportunities we think are currently that people can actually look into, because we can't, as much as we say that there are no opportunities, there are, because there are companies thriving. So we have to be able to direct our audience to where those opportunities are and how they can key into it. Well, we'll take a short break at this point, and then we'll see you shortly.
You're welcome back. If you're just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we are discussing the topic, are there real opportunities for Nigerians to thrive in Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. Our phone lines are now open. Please call us on 070-2500-7749. I'll take that again, 070-2500-7749. So, back to our conversation.
Yeah.
How do international businesses thrive in Nigeria? What are they doing that we are not looking into? What are the opportunities, if any? What are the opportunities that they're giving? Maybe there's some kickback or something. I'm trying to understand. Are they giving, is there something that they're paying that other businesses need to pay so that we are treated the same way, or do we have to bleach our skin? Is it all about the skin? And I don't think it's all about the skin.
I don't think so. I think, you know, when a foreign business, I say foreign now because it could be a Nigerian trying to establish a business overseas. Okay. When a foreign business is trying to establish in a country, I feel, you know, the government of that country sees it as pumping into the economy of that country, because whether you like it or not, you're going to pay tax.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many Nigerian businesses pay tax in Nigeria. So a foreign company coming into Nigeria will definitely pay tax, and that's going to do something to the economy of Nigeria. Yeah. So I think we can look at it from that angle. And like you also said, they are very, they have access to FX, you know. So because if you bring, for instance, dollars into Nigeria, by the time you change it, it's going to be a lot more than when it just remains in dollars. So it enables them have excess access to funds to actually do business. That's what I think. If there are some other benefits that are being gotten from this, I would also like to learn at this point. But I'm going to come from the angle of opportunities, if there are really opportunities in Nigeria. I like to believe that Nigeria is a fertile ground and is very marketable. It's just quite unfortunate that it feels like our government and economy is working against us. Yeah. But then it doesn't take away the fact that there are real opportunities in Nigeria. One opportunity I like to say is agriculture. I have always said agriculture. I have always been a fan of agriculture because even Nigeria as a country is depending on agriculture. So, I don't see why anybody does not see that that's actually a business idea. Yeah. Do you get? There are, you can say renewable power. I get that there are certain types of business that are very capital intensive, and not anybody can just go into this business. But it doesn't take away the fact that it is actually a business opportunity that can thrive in Nigeria, because we don't even have constant power supply in Nigeria. Yeah. So imagine if you go into renewable energy. I mean, you have a target market clearly, and then you're going to make your money from there. So there are Nigerian government as a whole can even buy into tourism rather, because I believe that there are places in Nigeria and even culture in Nigeria that foreigners can come into the country to learn about, and it's going to fetch a lot of money into Nigeria economy. Yeah, but then again, since Nigerian government is not willing to, I don't know, maybe go that route.
Can we hold that thought? We have a caller on the line. We have Pastor Oladipo from Igomu. Pastor Oladipo, are you on the line?
Yes.
Oh, good evening.
Can I go ahead now?
Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello? Can I go ahead now?
Yes, Pastor Oladipo, please go ahead.
Good evening, ladies.
Good evening. Hello, good evening.
I greet all of you. Now, my take is this. Okay. There are great opportunities in Nigeria, but there is only one bottleneck. And that bottleneck is what Delos talked about. It's just that she didn't go deep into it. Our mentality and our mindset. Do you know that in our football team or sport as a whole, nobody will give you chance if you are not carrying a different skin? Are you getting me? Even when we have local coaches that can do well, once anything that involves any other color, we tend to jump at it. So my take this evening is that let's change our orientation, let's change our mindset. There are great opportunities in this nation, and we'll go far with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. So yes,
I feel like we're not addressing the issue, Sha. I mean, I don't think it's about skin color. Are there opportunities in Nigeria? Yes.
Yes,
we
there
have
are
a problem with
Nigeria.
actually grabbing this opportunity and thriving in it. Yes.
Yes. Because there's the we part of it. Yeah?
But I don't think it's about color, Sha.
No, well,
So are
it's
there
an
opportunities
opinion.
for Nigerians. Yeah, for Nigerians. Yes, there are opportunities for Nigerians. So, but then we were just sort of identifying what the stumbling blocks
are to those
for the
opportunities,
Nigerians.
or
And
to
you see,
you
this thing
thriving.
about mentality and mindset is a very real thing.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example, right? Now, where I work, I've realized that a lot of people, because I mean, we have different races, let me put it like that. And do you know that in most cases, even the black people, we just have that thing at the back of our heads that the other people that have other things are superior. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Meanwhile,
get that.
for example, my team lead is a Nigerian. I have someone else who is superior to me, of course, but she has a different skin color. But you know that most of the guys on the team respect and regard her more than my team lead.
Well, absolutely. I get
Do you
that.
understand?
Yeah.
Today, we literally had to address that, saying that, no, look, this person is actually the team lead. She actually answers to this other person as her line manager. So you might as well want to fix that in your head. But why did that happen? Because of skin. So already.
So I'm gonna give an example of that, a live example. One of my previous places of work, I had a marketing manager who was working out of the UK, and I was leading the team, sales and marketing team in Nigeria. So she's the regional marketing manager because we had an office in Kenya. So it's a case of she manages the marketing, but in my opinion, because it's sales and marketing, she has to, the normal thing is for her to report to me so that we can work together, since I headed the team in Nigeria, and Nigeria is our head office. But because of, like you said, skin color and a few other things. Okay, I'll come back to that.
Okay.
So we have Dexter from Lekki on the line. Hi, Dexter.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Please, let's hear your comment. Let's hear your comments. Please go ahead.
Okay. So what I'd like to comment on is the influx of Lebanese people into Nigeria. And I would concentrate more on Lebanese because I have an experience. I work with some of them.
Sorry, Dexter, please could you speak up a bit so that we can hear you clearly?
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, way better. Thank you.
Yeah. So I said I'll focus on the Lebanese people influxing into the country. And this is just my personal opinion. Okay. Right? I mean, it's just like you guys said, it's surprising that we have more Lebanese investment in Nigeria, even while the Western and Caucasian people are leaving the country and taking their investment out of Nigeria. And what I think is actually because Lebanon is not very different from Nigeria in terms of the economic life. In fact, I think it's worse in different aspects. First of all, we have the same production index, 24. And then their currency even worse than Nigeria's currency. And at January 22 this year, the currency went from 500 Lebanese to 15,000 Lebanese, so 15,000 Lebanese pounds to $1. So by extension, the country is not even viable for you, right? And I believe they are just a problem. And then we have the advantage of countries for the this country. So they can navigate what I'm climbing. So when they bring their investment, they're not saying as, oh, just another person, just another corrupt person. They're saying this country that have come to invest in. So now, while they are corrupting their country, they're taking out whatever interest they have because they can invest it there. They have to come and invest it here. The U.S. economy is still okay. We have a policy that if you really try to do what you have to do to make headway. The fact that we can make headway because we have some people or some powers that be that just frustrate your head. But they don't have the same experience with those people can be independent that they are white. So they get to do things white. In fact, the outrageous in Nigeria is laced with corruption. I don't say too much. In the terms of how the people to work in Nigeria and to even like, for example, what they have on their payroll, what you pay, particular strategy. I know that I'm not saying much. So I believe the reason they call it is because it's easier for them to know where they're coming from. I don't know much about the Chinese.
Okay.
Any smart investor wants to come and invest in anything because the economic climate is like that. But for someone that already has a harsh economic climate, or even harsher than what Nigeria is very attractive. Yeah, keep doing it.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that I'll probably do stuff. I believe it big.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dexter.
I mean, I didn't catch everything
I
he
didn't
said,
catch
but I think
everything, but yeah.
I could pick out some things.
Some
He
of
was
the
talking
things
about the economy from where these people are coming
from.
I think they have either I said they have a better economy, something along that line.
Lebanon
and
does
then,
not have
no,
Nigeria.
what he's trying to say
is
in
that,
currency.
Like, it's not very
as
different
bad.
from what we have here.
Okay, well, yeah, possibly.
Not very different. Okay,
From
I thought you
what we
said
have
it's
here.
better.
Not very different from what we have
until
here.
recently, the naira was literally at par with the Lebanese
currency.
What's this thing called? So I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I understand that, right? But you see, this is part of what we're saying. We don't like to give ourselves a chance in this country.
The thing is that these people, I think we fail to understand that these people have more access to fund than we Nigerians actually have access to fund. Yes, because even if you're about to start a business now, you're going to go and take a business loan, the interest rate will choke you.
See, there are a lot, like I said at the beginning, I feel like there are a lot of things. There are a list of things. If we actually sit down here, we'll be listing out too many things that.
So we should prefer solutions. That's
I believe that that's one of the major reasons why the foreigners are thriving in business more than if Nigerians are actually doing business in Nigeria, because first they have more access to funds, and then again, I don't know. I feel at some point I heard that the devaluation of naira was actually very intentional. I'm not particularly sure why now, but then. Thinking about it again from a very layman perspective, if the naira is devalued, right, and then I have dollars dollar is a global currency, right? Yeah. I have dollars, and I'm looking for maybe a country to actually invest in. And like I was saying earlier to you, the things that actually sell, or rather that you get quick returns on, are very everyday. Since that's why you see that most of all these businesses that are owned by all these Lebanese and Indians, they are supermarkets. Because do you understand what I'm saying? Because those things you can get quick returns. They are not trying to go for specific products and what's it called now, a customized product, because those ones might take a while, because you need to really appeal to your target audience. Those ones might actually take a while to get returns, and at the end of the day, you don't want to be in a country doing business and you're not adding to the economy of that country. You will be sent out.
You know what? Let me cite an example. Let's look at clothes. For example,
fashion.
Yeah. Do you know that it's very expensive, and I say that without mincing any words, to patronize a locally, a Nigerian RTW brand?
No, let's not even go there, please.
A Nigerian what?
RTW, that they call RTW.
It's not even RTW, that takes 5 to 7 working days.
That we call RTW.
Let's not even go there.
You are hearing things like 35,000 naira.
70K. Why?
Yellow top. 16,000.
Why?
I'm sorry, guys, but I'm not going to go into that conversation. No, because like I say,
it's not even right now.
There are things that would affect for any business to get to that point where they are charging that much.
Exactly.
They are paying, like earlier we spoke about it. Dami, you mentioned it. Yeah. You mentioned about the issues with light, issues that affect businesses. So you have issues with light. Now where a lot of businesses are dealing with petrol and fuel, diesel, everything is increasing.
And even those
now,
that are manufacturing
for a business
outside.
that wants to thrive in Nigeria, how are they going to thrive? If they make like, they might as well go to Aba to go and print it now in mass production.
So,
but guess what? You are getting this RTW kind of businesses are made to measure, made to fit.
Will you wear
tailor-made?
NJ? If I tell you tomorrow now, that NJ, I now do a business, so I now make clothes from Umahia. And now I'm doing mass production, and my tops now are 4K or 335. But you will see it on 200 people low. Will you buy it?
No.
Okay. That answers the
We're
question.
not. I'm sorry, but
See, we can't do anything to help that situation.
We can't do anything to help that situation. Sorry, guys. We have Abimbola on the call from Lekki. Hi, Abimbola. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Please share your comments.
Okay, so I want to start with the Chinese. Okay, so first of all, a lot of the Chinese businesses are government-sponsored in most cases. Okay. And it's not just about Nigeria. If you go to most of the developing African countries, the Chinese are strongly represented there. As a matter of fact, a lot of African countries are indebted to the Chinese government. In fact, if you look at it critically well, we should be afraid of a second colonization if the African governments, if they are not careful. Now, the Chinese, the Lebanese guys are very skilled when it comes to managing businesses. Now, not just Nigeria, if you go to a lot of African countries, you see the Lebanese guys and the major business they run in most of these places are actually supermarkets. So they are very skilled when it comes to running supermarket, when it comes to running hotels, anything that has to do with hospitality business. The Lebanese guys, let's give it to them. They are very experienced and they know what to do. However, in Nigeria, there are too many opportunities. But you see, because a lot of these guys come into Nigeria with a lot of equity, which most Nigerians do not have access to, except for the big players. You know, so that's some of the issues we have here. But in a case where the Nigerian government is able to make good policies that will favor indigenous businesses, you would see a lot of businesses beginning to come up in Nigeria. Nigerians are too smart not to have businesses run in this country. So if we have policies, if the government creates an enabling environment for businesses in Nigeria, you will be surprised at how Nigerians will begin to fly. So there are too many opportunities here. But a lot of Nigerians are handicapped because the policies favor a few and not just everyone. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abimbola.
Thank you.
And I love what Abimbola said about strong, you know, bringing up that top phrase there, and he just dropped it in there, strong government backing.
Yeah.
So which means that most of the time when, you know, there's a contract out or they need to put out a contract for something, maybe like road construction or something like that, sometimes there's someone at the other end, like there's someone within the system, and they now go and, you know, this whole back end thing, go and co-opt someone, say, okay, I want you to come and bid for this business, but I'll take some profit.
But then do we have Nigerians in that industry or in that particular space?
Are you saying that there are no Nigerian civil engineering companies
that actually have the same capacity
If you empower them, why not?
Well, so that brings us back to the government.
See, understand? That's what I'm. That's the end conversation. That is the end conversation.
But then again, are they really? See, I mean, I can say for some other industry, but for the construction industry,
Damilola,
I don't know.
There are actually, I don't think there's particularly any industry that you cannot find Nigerians that are good.
True.
I honestly don't think
because I feel like
talk about healthcare.
Knowing even Nigerians and the way they are, we're very resilient people.
We're
everywhere,
you.
even the North Pole. I'm so sure that you'll find someone living comfortably, Nigerian, living comfortably.
Have you thought about it? Why is it that we have our same Nigerians, right? That's
thriving when they leave the country.
Thank you.
I know you were heading to that.
That's where, no, of course, I have to go there.
Just like you said, I'm going to continue from where Chinelo stopped. Chinelo was mentioning a few of the opportunities that are currently, or areas that, I said it that we're going to look at areas. Let's look at tech. Tech just started. See how many Nigerians, if I tell you how many Nigerians are out of this country on if I can say tech visas, if you understand what I mean, on tech visas, like every day, right now, if you see someone who is good with, even if you see a solutions architect in Nigeria, see, they have to be paid. Where he is, it's just that he has either not woken up to the power that he has and what he can, or he's that kind of person who is closed-minded and just wants to live in Nigeria.
Or he's doing remote work.
Maybe earning in dollars and living and enjoying here in Nigeria.
Earning in another currency.
So I think everything actually boils down to the government. So the government is not even helping its people. So I think that the reason why the government is seemingly, that it looks like they're seemingly helping the foreigners thrive in Nigeria in terms of business, is just because they want them to pour into the economy of the country.
And also they're going to they always get something on the side.
Of course, they're going to pay tax.
If I'm being,
they are going to pay tax.
I was not talking about that.
No, they will pay tax. It's Nigerian companies that can be doing like that.
No,
international companies, they will pay tax.
It's not even just about
they will pay tax.
There's more. There is definitely more than
I would like to know the more.
I feel like there are a lot of industries that Nigerians can thrive in.
True.
We mentioned fashion, we mentioned tech, there's beauty, even beauty, natural beauty. A lot of beauty products are out there now. A lot of people are doing natural beauty products, and it's
not
really
organic. No, let's just
I'm not there. I'm not part of this. Yeah. Like NJ and Dami left the room. So, and even Nigerians have carpentry work. These have also been opened in Canada.
Welders and carpenters.
We do a lot of home and office furniture and equipment and stuff.
And Nigerians would rather import from Turkey than to actually
I'm telling you,
Nigeria.
Then there's even computing, just computer work. Like, because we're very good and we're very skilled in a whole lot of things. See, Nigerians thrive when they leave this country. I don't know why. So for the longest time, I just thought that it's almost like, when they say, let's go traditional, when they say somebody swore for your grandfathers. So there's a hedge of
one of our
I don't know what word to use it.
Enabling environment. I think that's
the way. So that's why I would say, that's why I went from the traditional. We're very traditional in Nigeria. So I would say, if for the longest time, you almost think that there's this covering on Nigeria that there's nothing profitable that can happen. The moment you step out of that circle,
good can come
a lot of people go out of the country and, oh, wow, you see some of them and you're like, what happened? In 1 year, their life is transformed. One second. We have another caller on the phone. We have Kennedy from Port Harcourt. Hi, Kennedy. Good evening. Kennedy, are you there?
Good evening, my sisters on ways.
Hello, Kennedy.
Hello, Kennedy. Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can join you. Kindly make your
comment.
Now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Good evening. I'm calling you. Yes. So I was listening to you with this topic of if there are opportunities in Nigeria. Of course, there are opportunities for Nigerians in Nigeria. Yeah. There are more opportunities than even you ladies can think of. We are a country where you mentioned a lot of them. There are no power. There are no good infrastructures. Yeah. There are security issues and all that. Those are opportunities, actually. You know, when you're from a country where most of those things does not, like most infrastructures are not readily.
I think we lost
Oh wow! And I was actually enjoying that. He was, and I was just jotting that down because he made a very valid point that Nigerians. I think what I'll continue from where he was. So one point that I got from Kennedy is that Nigerians should see opportunities from even the current problems that we have. So our like Nigerians will thrive if we see our problems and create solutions. Because when you create solutions, you first of all you counter that problem, and two, you make money off it.
I think another point I want to come from is this. Okay, we keep saying that Nigerian businesses are not thriving. One of the reasons why I think that businesses in Nigeria might not be thriving is because of the consumers. Because I mean, there's a business, and I'm sure that we're trying to meet certain needs and demands, right? But are Nigerians really trusted people? Because we talk about mindsets. The truth is that an average Nigerian will trust a white person, not necessarily because of their skin color, but because they have proven to be trusted over time than a Nigerian business. But that's the truth, because you are buying something on Instagram, for instance, and you will find out that what you see is not what you get. So how am I then supposed to?
Everywhere now. It happens abroad too now. You order from Alibaba and you order one thing and get another thing.
From where
when
exactly
we're talking about artisans, but let's even leave the online business.
Where
about
exactly
regular...
are you placing that order from? Because if you order from Alibaba in the UK, you will ship it back. And then they'll bring it, and then they'll send you the right size. That's what we're saying. So we're in Nigeria where we can't ship
that we are
ship it back.
particularly trusted people in Nigeria. Let's even look at the artisans. You will pay a carpenter to come and do something for you. He's something else. He will do. Now, do you want me to give the furniture of my house to that person to do for me? I don't think so.
So we have a lot of this is what I ordered as against this is what I got.
So I would rather go and buy it in Turkey because I am sure that I am going to get value for my money.
So you see. Now
so
let's look at
we need to come back to our own selves as the problem as well.
No, see, I agree with you 100. I agree with you. But guess what? If we start, these people have associations. Right now, it's not strong. We can't hold them accountable because there are no, how do I put it now? There's nobody or there's no.
There are no agencies or authorities that
they are accountable to. Thank you. So now imagine that you have a National Welders Association or National Carpenters Association.
Is it effective?
Or a regulatory body?
That's what I'm saying now. That this now brings us back. See, if people see that this thing is serious, do you think that the banking system was like this?
Now you see that we have our problems at the end of the day.
No, we've always
known.
And that's the reason why we have conversations about it, because we're trying to. For me, I feel like the reason why we have conversations like this is not just because we're trying to reiterate our problems.
Yeah.
We're trying to get some people who haven't heard of these problems or who don't even know that these problems exist, because there are people like that, to learn certain ways of moving forward in different directions. Because I feel like as a country, we can't continue to do the same thing
over and
over again, expecting a different result.
Yeah.
So why we keep talking about this thing and we share our opinions, our different opinions, because we all have different opinions, is so that people can catch on something that will change their life. That's the whole idea. Is to catch on something so that the change can start from somewhere. Because if we don't discuss it, how do we even know that we have a problem?
But you know, it's very difficult to actually birth change when you're standing alone.
Then do you believe?
I believe in change.
Do you believe? First of all,
you need to change.
Do you believe that it's possible to even change? Because it just feels like you are part of the problem. Because it feels like you have a mindset of this thing cannot change.
Funny enough, no. But then again, we just need
maybe
to stay realistic.
But some people.
Come on.
She's representing the people.
So we have to be
maybe I'm playing the devil's advocate. advocate in this point. I don't know.
I feel like we have to be a bit more optimistic if we're going to see any sign of change. And the thing about it, we're Christians, yeah? If I can speak freely. So even as a Christian, you have they said there's a lot of power in the tongue.
True.
So if we as Christians, and you know, the funny thing is always that we have a lot of churches everywhere, but most of the times, our major problem in Nigeria is that we don't even believe in the things we pray for and we ask for. We ask the government to give us all this good road, good this. Do you drive well?
I don't even
so if it, no, not you, but if you don't drive well, how is the road going to remain good?
Yeah,
do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a part that we need to play as people. So even from and that's the mindset, it goes back to the mindset that Chinelo was talking about. If we do not set our mindset right, we will always be in this place of, we're going to be good, it may not be good. We're going to be good, it may not be good. And guess what? Even that is confusing for God.
Because stay one place.
No, let's just think about it. If you want this, say you want this. And so half of the time, I feel like half of the time, sorry, I'm going spiritual, but it's sometimes it's a good way to explain it.
Yeah.
Half of the time, I feel like, it's like your problem is, your solution to your problem is on its way to you. And then you open your mouth and you say, you prophesy, and you say, I don't even think this thing is going to work. Why am I even wasting my time?
Yeah.
I don't believe in this thing. You see that thing you said can start, so your solution starts coming back.
Yeah.
And then you pray again and it starts coming. So that's why even the Christian race is a journey. Because half of the time we're the cause of our own problems.
True.
Guy is just sitting down there waiting to bless you. You are the one holding it back. Because each time you say something, and they've told you that you have power, but you do not even believe that you have that power.
Yeah.
Even as Nigerians, we say we have power, but we do not believe in our power. It was until this last election, before Nigerians started to believe in the power of the youth or in the power of the population, irrespective of what the results were. Do you understand? So I understand, and I'm coming from the point, I think however we're going to go about it will be from the point of, we have to have the right mindset in order for us to even move forward. Yeah? For us, for any change to happen, we have to want the change to happen and believe that the change can even happen.
And the government needs to do better. So.
Oh no, definitely we know that the government needs to do better. Government owes everybody. It's our right as citizens, and that's what births loyalty for country. You go to the US, the reason why a basic US citizen would say God bless America and always would stand by God bless America is because America at least gives them food, clothing, shelter. They don't have to think about it.
They don't have to pray about it.
And they don't even have to pray about it. It's not a prayer topic because it's not a spiritual attack. It's something that the government is supposed to give to you. So if the government is not doing that, then how do you do yours?
People in the government, they are the one backing all these foreign people up to come and be collecting contract from you Nigerians. Looking.
Let me take your last word. So, Chinelo, what do you have to say? What are your last words?
We've said it all already. I don't think there's anything more to say. Right? The government needs to do better, provide enabling environment, provide the right tools, give us good regulatory bodies and policies, and
stop changing policies every now and then. And the exchange rate should stay in one place. It should stop going up and down. That won't save the effect.
So it's a bit tricky, but well, we've had a great conversation today, and I'm sure if we were given another hour, we'll keep at it, because the thing about this conversation is that it has different angles to it. Do we have a comment?
Yeah, I have a
Please
comment.
take the comment.
All right, good evening, ladies. Most of them in their country travel hundreds of kilometers, and all they see are stretch of farmlands. They come here, all they see are stretch of bush and forests, and they wonder why we are not using the fertile lands to make money. Well, this person is Benson.
Chinelo, do you have a comment?
No, I don't.
Okay, I have a comment here. Good evening, my adorable sisters. The problem with most Nigerians about businesses is that they are scared to lose their money, not knowing that most of the time, from one's failure, the experience for you to do better, especially if you are resilient. We prefer to do business with quick money. This can be seen, especially among some of our youths today. They prefer to be Okada riders than to learn work that can't even take them any further in their education. This is from Mrs. Adeniji from Aja. So before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Ways Show Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you've missed today's quote, here it is again. It's got me thinking, what extraordinary opportunities are our friends from Lebanon and China seeing in Nigeria that perhaps some of us haven't noticed? This is a comment from Uchenna Uzo. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screens.
Hello Nigeria and hello Nigerians. It's that time again of true Nigerians, heroes of our time. Today my guest is a unique guest. It's different from the kind of guests that we've been having on this program. And the young handsome man I have as my guest today, has done something very unique that we need to celebrate. My guest was born in Jamaica, and he left Jamaica at age 16 and relocated to New York. And since then he's been in New York. He actually came to Nigeria courtesy of NIDCOM, that is Nigeria in Diaspora Commission. That's how we also got hold of him. Mr. Kelu Burton, you are welcome to True Nigerians. Welcome to Africa for the first time in your life.
Yes.
And welcome to the giant of Africa,
Yes.
Nigeria.
Yes.
You are indeed a true Nigerian.
Yes.
Welcome home.
It's a pleasure.
All right,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
This is your first time in Nigeria, your first time in Africa.
First time in the motherland, yes.
Okay. What's the motivation? Why did you choose? I mean, you've never been to Africa before. You've never been to Nigeria before. What is the push? What motivated you to Africa and Nigeria?
Yes. First, let me tell you how honored I am to be in your presence. You know, I find it a pleasure and a privilege to be in your presence and being featured on your program. You are an icon, and you know, I feel like I'm among giants. You know,
you're a great man yourself.
Thank you. But the motivation, I believe, started when I was younger, living in Jamaica, visiting my grandparents, heard of our Maroon heritage. Maroons are, let me not try to define them in a politically correct way, but they were the first slaves in Jamaica to rebel successfully against the British. And I've always heard that.
What do you call them, Maroons?
Maroons, yes, Maroons. And that's my curiosity started back then. And living in New York, learning about Black history, and I've always wondered, why don't I know more about pre-colonialism, pre-slavery, of what Black people were and who we were. And as I got older and I did more research, I learned about the different empires, the Benin Empire, you know, so much about our history that is not taught to us and not shared with us. And that first stimulated the drive to want to come to Africa. I've been to several other places. I've been as far as Iceland. But I made up my mind back in 2019 that for my birthday in 2020, I would have came to the motherland. We're making plans for it. And of course, you know, the world went crazy with COVID, and that delayed it. But last year with George Floyd, I'm sure everyone knows the story of George Floyd that was, I guess, murdered by a police officer kneeling on his neck. And the country was in a different state of mind as we struggle with equality and equity for the Black race. And I then decided I'm gonna make it to this country to learn more, discover who I am, discover where I'm from, discover the true meaning of being Black.
Okay, so but all these years you were in America, you just you thought you were an American citizen. You're just like an Afro-American.
Afro-American, I consider myself Afro-Caribbean, Jamaican by heart. I go home very often. But anyone who knows Jamaica knows that we believe and we strongly feel one with Africa. Going as far back as even before Bob Marley kind of put us on the map, we always want to go home. The Rastafari movement was an example of that, knowing that we have a connection to home. But living in America, trying to find that sense of identity as a teenager, growing up in New York, in the Bronx, you get little bits of it. Yeah, you get little, because the Bronx has all the communities. So, and I played soccer, so I had my Nigerian friends, I had my Ghanaian friends, I had so many friends from the motherland, and even them sometimes didn't understand the richness and the power that comes with that you're from home. You're from home. But I always had a purpose, and I felt like there was this calling for me to come. And so with the help of NIDCOM, I took a chance. And I told myself for my birthday this year, February 2022, I would make it. I would make it. And
okay, the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, as Madam Abike has taken you around.
Yes.
You've been to Lagos. Yes. You've been to. You are now in Abuja. Yeah. What's your first impression? I mean, going around Nigeria, how did you feel?
There was such a mixture of emotions, a mixture of thoughts when I stepped off that plane, and it felt surreal for one. But the first thing, I think there were two things that will be first. The first is a sense of belonging. Like, this is home. This is really home. It reminded me of going to visiting my grandparents when I grew up in Spanish Town in St. Catherine, and in Jamaica, that is. And I would go visit my grandparents in St. Elizabeth, and that feeling of going to see them, you felt a sense of belonging. Like, this is where I always heard my mother talked about, you know, growing up, my aunts, my cousins, and it felt at home. And I remember that feeling, it came back, like I'm at home. And the second feeling I had was, what else can I do to help empower our people, not just Nigeria, but Black people, for them to feel that sense of pride that you are from the motherland. I don't think we, as Black people, we cherish that enough, that this is home, this.
I think what makes the book very educative is the simplicity of the book, plus the colors, the quality, and everything. This is really good. Plus the passion you have about not making much profit, but from what you are saying, you really want people to be educated. You are more interested in educating Nigerians than making profit.
Yes, for me, literacy is the core. You see, literacy unlocks learning.
What do you think about parenthood? Parenthood, how would you compare parenthood, having been raised in England, parenthood in the Western world, and parenthood in Africa or in Nigeria? You know, in an African way or in a Western way. It is also true now that most of our African people are also trying to adopt some of the Western way of bringing up a child. What's your take on all that? How do you, which part of the parenthood do you think?
Well, yeah, first of all, parenthood is a huge responsibility. It's probably the biggest responsibility you'll ever have in your life, is to be a parent.
How old is your daughter now?
My first is 30.
30?
Yes. Yes.
All hail the Queen. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Ah. And you're still like this.
Yes. And my last child is 21.
Wow.
Yeah. And the middle one is 28.
Okay. Continue.
It's a huge responsibility. And not to be taken lightly. It's really a very difficult job, I have to say, to be a parent, because one is not even sure of themselves. Sometimes by the time you're having children, you're not fully, you really don't know who you are fully. You're not fully immersed in what you think you are or should be. You're not even comfortable in your own skin. You're just struggling, you know. So now to take up the responsibility of having a child on top of that, it's difficult. So you're not sure of even your own standing. Now you have to be able to tell it, you know, raise a child and give them the right proper values to be able to not just be good citizens, but to be able to go into the world and add value to the world. And those values are coming from you, and you're not even sure you have the right values yourself. It's really difficult. So it can be confusing, and society doesn't help. Modern society, we have so much attacking parents right now.
Especially social media.
Not just social media, there's factor of time. Parents have to work like crazy now. I mean, crazy. I can talk of Nigeria, where a parent will leave their house maybe 5 in the morning.
4 a.m., sir.
4 a.m. And they won't get back till 11, I believe, you know. And that is a real attack on the system. The parents are exhausted. They don't know whether they're coming or going. They don't even have enough resources. So it's an attack on the system itself, on the family value system. So, and parents are also worried about their children. You know, am I doing the right thing? Are we looking after the child? Can I impart what I should to the child? And without much help from government. So and then we're expected to do all that and still raise children that benefit society. It is extremely difficult. That is the average life of a parent in Nigeria. So when you talk about how it is abroad you have support. The government understands the issues and they provide support. I think, first of all, there's money allocated to children from government because they do realize that looking after 2 or 3 children is quite expensive, so they subsidize a lot of things for parents, so that parents can raise. Because look, if you look at it, that the children are for the benefit of society. They're going to come and work. They're going to come and pay taxes. So the better capacity that you have for these children, the better developed they will be, the better resources there will be for our country. So it makes sense to look after the unit and the child, especially the mother who is producing the child. It makes sense to look after that unit because they're the engines of society. These are the engines. This is where we're going to get our scientists from. Our
president.
Everybody
leaders.
comes from that unit. The better the unit. Look, Lee Wan-Q of Singapore, in his book, is it From Third World to First? In fact, I think the book is here. That book there. Second one there. From this, yes, that one. No, yes, no, the first one, yes. This is one of my favorite books.
From Third World
to First World, in how many years? One of my favorite books. look, they even, to ensure that they had a better crop of children, and ultimately better crop of people.
You young men, why don't you make sure that you marry women of higher intellect than really going to marry somebody who is illiterate or who is low? They're talking about graduate men, you know, and we still do it here. A graduate man will go and marry somebody who can barely read and write just because he wants to
be boss.
I don't know, but he said they addressed it, that your child is determined by the mother, the educational level of the mother. If you want to grow the society, let's make sure everybody is growing properly. Let's make sure everybody is educated. And from that policy, they raised the standard of the populace in a generation.
Just that policy. And it was an advice. It wasn't even, it's not like it was a law.
Okay, given the Nigerian context, it's something that's beginning to bother me a bit on some women that came up on social media and were campaigning about that men should try and give employment to other men instead of always giving women employment. More women are now employed than men. But
really? No, I
soft
understand where
landing,
you're going to. I understand.
women always have soft. Have you been to an office where there are 10 women to see the CEO?
Exactly.
That is
And
not.
then
Exactly, that is not true at all. Women don't have soft. That is why we have the Me Too movement. They don't have soft landing at all. At all. What they do have is harassment and sexual harassment and jobs for favors. You forget that in this country now, unemployment is high for everybody. What you have to look at is the fact that it's high for everybody, and that the people who are in a position to employ may be using other criteria or other means to accept candidates. That's number one. Number two, the reason they may be taking women as against men is due to qualifications.
No, it's not qualification. I don't think it's qualification. It's just the issue of soft landing that they were trying to address.
It's not a soft landing at all. Let me just tell you that. That soft landing is not as soft as you think. What you're seeing is a dog-eat-dog world, and everybody using whatever they can to get into that position. And so what you should look at is the criteria that is being used to accept these candidates, and the people who, the gatekeepers, those people who are responsible for accepting candidates, they should be looked at. But whether it's a soft landing, I disagree totally. It's not a soft landing.
At all. At all.
Okay. Abarkaza Agashinta, like Hausa we say. I just spoke Hausa. Let's just leave it the way it is.
Okay.
But
and those people staying at home, the fact that you cannot, you see, that's, they have no, the people staying, you see, the fact that somebody is even staying at home because they don't have a job means that they probably are not being creative enough.
I totally agree with you there now.
And an individual who has no creative, there's no job outside government that will require you just to sit down and not think creatively. In the private sector, there's none. And if you're so uncreative as to just sit in one place and do, you cannot work in the private sector, that's for sure. Because the whole essence of coming into the private sector is to earn money for the company.
And improve the company.
Yes, it's not government that you just sit and get promotion. So that is the issue. So such people probably are not the kind of candidates they're looking for.
To cap it all, just tell us what are your core values. What would you say are your core values?
My core values are creativity. I like being creative. Honesty.
Creativity, honesty.
I like to service. You know, I think service is so important.
Yeah.
I mean, I recall a quote says a life without service.
No, service is solutions, providing solutions.
Service is the rent you pay for being on this earth. You see.
I've never looked at it that way.
Yes, that's a quote. It's not my. It's a quote. Service is the rent you pay for being on this earth. You have to come out of yourself and do something for other people. That's why you were brought here. It's not just to serve yourself and eat and drink and party and enjoy your wealth and, you know, not think of anybody else. You have to do something outside yourself for your community, your family, your immediate community, where you're living, wherever. Find a place, something to do, and it's not in your spare time. You know, I used to teach in communities, these low cost.
What kind of tax will give her
Oh my gosh.
as our tradition on True Nigerians? We won't tell you what the tax will be. We'll go out there and come back to surprise you with her tax on True Nigerians, heroes of our time. Let's go there. We are here with the evergreen Nigerian queen, who is by the name Helen Press Ajayi. Like we said, evergreen Nigerian beauty queen. Today her tax on True Nigerians would be, she will be working for this man here. What's your name again?
Yes.
Yeah, the almighty queen will be working for Iliasu today. She's going to push this Amelenke, is what we call it in Hausa, but you can see it's a truck. She's going to push it from here to that place. If she succeeds, Lugard, yeah. She's going to push it from here to Lugard. Congratulations, Your Highness. You can go ahead now.
Oh my God! Too far. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! It's really tough. That's so wicked. My gosh! God. It's much more difficult than it looks, man. Turn it now? Okay.
Yes, keep coming, you are trapped me here. Inside. Wait
Oh. My God, it is not easy. It is not easy. Well done. Oh my Lord.
She's telling Ilyasu.
It is not easy.
Ilyasu, it is not easy.
It is not easy.
Well done.
Who would have thought it's so difficult? Well,
okay.
Thank you for that.
Well done. At least you
I've learned something new today.
Something.
Oh my God.
Okay. It's been true Nigerians, heroes of our time. She has obviously performed her tasks very well. What is your dream for Nigeria?
Oh.
What would you wish Nigeria as a country before we do?
My wish for Nigeria is there's equality, justice, rule of law. Because if there's no rule of law, there can be no progress.
Equality, justice,
rule of law. Without rule of law, there can be no progress. And that the potential of Nigerians, their creativity, their productivity can be unleashed onto the world with a fantastic enabling environment. That's the best. My prayer and wish for Nigeria is that Nigerians will be given the opportunity to show their full potential. We have a lot going for us.
As you can see, she's still sweating. Ilyasu is over now. Ilyasu, going by what she has done, did she try?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
She's tried.
Thank you.
Should I allow her to go or she should repeat it?
Yeah.
I should allow her to go.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh gosh.
Okay. Her boss here, Malam Ilyasu, has said that she has done very well. So we will allow her.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for what you represent. Thank you so much for representing Nigeria and showing the world how beautiful Nigerian women are. And long live
the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. And bye.
Thank you.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know?
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. But if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping us.
No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
And Plus TV News now. Tonight, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike visits site of Abuja building collapse, says the FCTA will foot the medical bills of victims. DSS warns governors against the distribution of palliatives. BRICS admits 5 new members into the bloc. Good evening, I am Ifeanyi Elumezem. This is the news now. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has visited the site of the building collapse in Gariki with the promise to foot the medical bills of the victims. The minister, who is accompanied by the FCTA Permanent Secretary, sympathizes with families of the deceased. He thereafter instructed that necessary arrangements be made for the payment of the medical bills of the 35 rescued victims.
But one government says take building plan. It is not as if government want to suffer anybody. It's to make sure that anybody is protected, cities are planned, and to forestall this kind of building without it. I ask that it was identified as the owner of this property. It's very, very important. The government, of course, will take over the areas and make sure no further will be discouraged out here. And I want all the stakeholders to please work with government. It is in the interest of everybody. Nobody has come here to say, I like A, I don't like B, I like C. No. And sometimes government officials may not be too comfortable with the people. But at the long run, it's for the interest of the none of us have gathered here. Who is happy? Nobody is happy. These are the things we are trying to forestall. So once I sympathize with those who have lost their lives, and government will take all the bills of those who arrive, so that at least we have to have 32 people that arrive, not that we are 35 people that arrive, not that we are happy that 2 are dead. No, we don't want anybody to and I want everybody to support those who are working hard and make sure they go to the last level, so that if there are people that are still there, not willing to pay their lives. So I thank you for the support and continue to support what we are doing. Thank you, God bless you. That we open this ceremony to hear this very deciding news. It is not what we contemplated. We have had our schedule for this morning before we were told. Let me thank the agencies, particularly NEMA and Ghana, that have supported us to rescue not more than 32 lives. It's unfortunate for the 2 that are dead. I will please go to the Permanent Secretary to make sure that funds are raised to pay the hospital bills of those who are rescued, so that we don't want to hear any other person have died constantly, and that should be done immediately. Secondly, these are the things we have been saying. Nobody knows whose turn it will be, and therefore it is important that when government says they will take actions on certain areas that we believe that illegal development, or even buildings that do not comply with the standard rules. It's not as if anybody has any personal vendetta, but for God, we have lost it.
We apologize for the bad audio quality in that video. Moving on. President Bola Tinubu has received letters of credence from 3 ambassadors designated at the presidential villa in Abuja. Letter of credence is the formal letter that the ambassadors show the president that their government appointed them to serve Nigeria. Speaking to State House correspondents, Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tuga said ambassadors designate are from the Republic of Cuba, the United Arab Emirates, and the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Well, it was the ambassadors of Ethiopia, of Cuba, and United Arab Emirates presenting the letters of credence. And these are countries that we've had very good and close relationships with for many years. And, you know, there were several discussions about ongoing issues, and it was very, very amiable. And, you know, in fact, some of them were quite emotional because, for instance, the ambassador of Cuba is returning for the second time as Cuba's ambassador to Nigeria. And of course, United Arab Emirates as well. So, very keen to resolve all outstanding issues, you know, with Nigeria, and very fruitful discussions. Absolutely, because the work had started even before the presentation of the letters of credence by the ambassador. So this is something that you're going to see changes, issues resolved as quickly as possible.
The Department of State Services has asked governors of the zone to prioritize the distribution of relief materials to strengthen security gains in the insurgency-ravaged area. This was part of the resolution of the communique at the end of the quarterly conference of DSS directors across the 6 states in the Northeast Geopolitical Zone held at the state headquarters of the Secret Police in Maiduguri. The DSS directors and the zone had gathered in Maiduguri to discuss the zone's security and the role of intelligence gathering in the fight against terrorism. The directors, led by their chairman Abdullahi Hussaini, visited Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum at the end of the meeting and presented their communique of their deliberations. Zulum, who is the chairman of the Northeast Governors Forum, thanked the directors and promised to work with his colleagues to restore peace in the troubled zone. He also promised to follow up with governors of Yobe, Adamawa, Taraba, Gombe, and Bauchi to ensure the proper distribution of the relief materials to the people.
With the subsidy removal, there is a need for the governors in the zone to speed up the distribution of palliatives to cushion the prevailing hardship. And then we are also of the opinion strongly that since we are at the peak of the rainy season, even though it's not too much manifesting here, and some of our states were already experiencing floods. We are also strongly of the opinion that the state governors in the zone should consider establishment of measures that will mitigate the impact of the flood even before the management.
And let me assure you that we shall provide the political will needed to drive the process of securing our states better than even before. Your recommendations are well noted, and very soon we shall hold our Northeast and Governors Forum. I think precisely on 2nd or 9th of September. The outcome of your communique will be discussed, and inshallah we shall take appropriate steps in order to address the issue.
The Ekiti State House of Assembly has read the Riot Act to filling stations engaging in fraudulent practices, including manipulation of fuel pumps and subtle imposition of point-of-sale POS charges on customers. Rising from plenary after passing a resolution against the fraudulent acts, the lawmakers expressed worry that some filling stations cheat customers by dispensing less than the liters bought even at this challenging time of exorbitant fuel prices. The legislature says it is partnering with the state government and relevant agencies to clamp down on airing filling stations, warning that no influence or connection will survive the onslaught.
The House, the government, through all the complaints that we have received, have decided to pass this resolution, and we're resolute about it. That any filling station that forces people to pay extra charges before they can dispense to you will be locked down. Any filling station that dispense the quantity that is not up to a liter and collect money for a liter on it will also be sanctioned. It's a resolution that the House is serious about, and all relevant agencies of government through the governor has been put on red alert. No. And we are going to enforce it. And we also need people to also get in touch with us wherever they see such practices still going on, so that we can also assist by getting those people arrested and get the place sealed off.
Some Ekiti State residents have alleged that the process of the ongoing distribution of palliatives by the Ekiti State government to cushion the effects of the fuel subsidy removal has been politicized. The Ekiti State chairman of the Young Progressives Party, YPP, Owola Daramola, and the PDP chieftain in the state, Kende Odebumi, complained that the relief materials were only given out to APC members when the items arrived to local governments in the state. They also criticized the state government for providing buses to convey only government workers, leaving the general populace with no tangible benefit. The State Commissioner for Information, Taiwo Olatubosun, said the distribution process of bags of rice sent to residents of the state is free and fair enough across all political parties in the state.
We were watching, but at a point when we realized the state government decided to share this palliative in form of payment of the arrears that they are owing. Payment of arrears, payments of pension, subventions, all those. Those are not palliatives. Those are their rights, statutory rights of all these civil servants. And then look at the way they are sharing this foodstuff. Is in words. They are distributed through words. Which words are they distributed? Is it PDP word? Is it APC words? Is it YPP words? I am a chairman of a political party. We also have words, and we have leaders in those words. And I've contacted most of these leaders in my own party. None of this palliative got to them. So is it an APC affair?
As for Ekiti State, the only area I don't like in that is that members of the opposition party should have been included, because the governor is governor of everybody, all citizens of Ekiti. So that will have shown transparency. But by the time you exclude them, it means there is tendency that these things will only be given to party APC members alone. I'm only praying that they cover the entire masses that are suffering.
This is devoid of political coloration. We don't have APC or PDP or SDP in government. We have people's representatives, and we are doing that. And people are acknowledging that, and they are applauding it. If you can see here, nobody is talking about party here. Let me tell you something. When it is time for politicking, we will go into it. But presently, we are talking about the government of the people.
And in Osun State, the Osun State Palliatives Distribution Committee has said they have resolved to wait for the second batch of rice component of allocated federal government fuel subsidy removal palliative before distribution to the vulnerable members of the public. The committee members who spoke one after the other at a press conference yesterday said they will ensure that the palliatives were well distributed. The leadership of the groups, which include Sheikh Mustafa Olawuyi, unanimously agreed that 3,000 bags of rice already received by the state government should be delayed till when the awaiting batch of palliatives will be received so as to distribute them all together. The Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Kolapo Alimi, said that the state government has received the 3,000 bags of 50 kg rice for the first batch, but is yet to receive 5 billion naira promised by the federal government.
Today we have received the first batch of 3,000. We have equally received the information about 14,500 plus bags of rice and about 3,000 metric ton of maize. Now today we called a meeting of the stakeholders of the people of this state to come and discuss the modalities, the templates for the distribution of these palliatives.
Presently, 3,000 bags of rice is here with us, and we are still expecting 14,320. But we agreed together that the 3,000 should wait until the arrival of the remaining 14,320 before there will be any distribution. So please, we want to assure the public that the rice is intact.
You have been hearing so many rumors about what is happening. The rice has been consumed. It has been distributed to party members. I mean, we are not concerned about that. We see physically is that 300 bags are already in, 3,000 bags are already in Osun.
We really appreciate the effort of the Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Nuruddin Jackson Adeleke. He didn't hide anything for us. He disclosed everything about the 3,000 bags of rice.
And in Rivers State, Governor of Rivers State, Similaye Fubara, has charged the Nigerian Air Force to fight against economic sabotage, criminal damage of pipelines, and theft through illegal bunkering of petroleum products. He gave the charge when he received on a courtesy visit the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Hassan Bala Abubakar, at Government House in Port Harcourt. The governor noted the dire situation in which the national economy was immersed, with Nigerians facing difficult times in the attempt to cope with the challenges, and said the Nigerian Air Force could not leave the fight against economic saboteurs to the Navy or the government alone.
I want to appeal that you try as much as you can to see what we can do. We're ready to work with you to reduce economic sabotage. Bunkering is a big issue. A big issue. It's not an issue that we are going to leave in the hands of the Navy or just in the Army, but everybody needs to come together. Even the government needs to work with you. You play a very strategic role, and that role is those things that we can't see while on ground. You can assess them up. And when we work together, I believe nothing is impossible for us to conquer, because we want to fight this issue of bunkering headlong in the state.
Your resolve to be hard on crime and criminality in the state will no doubt serve as a deterrent to all criminal elements. And in this regard, the Nigerian Air Force and other security agencies under the Operation Delta Safe are sparing no effort at ridding the state and the Niger Delta region as a whole of all thieves and other criminal elements whose activities have had negative consequences on Nigeria's national security.
The Chairman House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee set up to tackle kidnapping and banditry and around Issaquato and Imonochi local government area of Abia State, Honorable Obi Agwacha has pledged that his committee will tackle the root causes of insecurity in the southeast, particularly Abia State. He said this while interfacing today with the Commissioner of Police of Abia State, CP Kenechukwu Onwomelie, and the Nigerian Air Force during a public hearing in Abuja. The chairman expressed optimism that the committee is prepared to work with the government to put an end to the unproductive seats at home order placed by the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and the unlawful detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. A member of the committee from Abia State, Honorable Amobi Oga, called for a joint security patrol while urging the CP and other agencies to comb the forest to fish out criminal elements in the state.
The challenges we face are not mere statistics or headlines. They are real-life manifestations that affect the lives of our people, disrupt the functioning of our institutions and communities, thus impeding the growth of our region. Instances of criminal activities, banditry, kidnapping, assassinations, and communal and religious crises and threats to life have shaken the very foundation of our societies. As leaders and stakeholders, it is incumbent upon us to come together, transcending our differences, to find sustainable solutions that will quell these threats and pave the way for a brighter future.
Part of my prayer was for the President to set up a joint task force, which include the Army, the police, the Air Force, the the civil defense to comb the bush areas, because we have a massive bush around that cattle market. But what I'm seeing over the time, because I traveled over the weekend, this prayer, nothing has been done. They have not moved any inch inside the bush because the kidnapping keep increasing.
The Abia State Commissioner of Police informed the committee that he only assumed office on the 14th of June 2023. As such, his submissions will be centered on the general appraisal of the security challenges and associated dynamics in Abia since he assumed office.
Extended an invitation to the leadership of the Nigeria Police Force. The invitation implied that the Commissioner of Police, Abia State Police Command, interfaces with the ad hoc committee as part of efforts aimed at addressing the security challenges. Accordingly, given that I currently serve as the Commissioner of Police, Abia State Police Command, having assumed office on 14th of June 2023, I was mandated to brief this committee. The aim of this brief, therefore, is to discuss the security situation in Umunnochi and the Isukwato local government areas of Abia State with a view to profiling way forward. The discussion will be presented under the following headings: an appraisal of the security challenges and the associated dynamics.
The National Assembly has commenced an investigation into the alleged gruesome murder of members of a vigilante group in AK Udi local government by the men of the Nigerian Army. According to some reports, men from the 82 Division of the Nigerian Army allegedly opened fire on some members of the AK vigilante group who were on their way to respond to a distress call in their community, killing 2 of them, including a woman, and inflicting gunshot injury on 3 others. The House of Representatives ad hoc committee led by its chairman, Sani Abdurrahim, who met with the Enugu State Deputy Governor Ifeanyi Osai on Wednesday, assured him of the resolve to uncover the truth and serve justice. They also made a brief stop at a hospital where victims of the gunshot were receiving treatment, a move that was reassuring for the victims and their families.
One is to investigate what actually happened on that fateful day, and to also punish those found culpable and prevent such barbaric act happening again in any part of the country. 2, we visit the victim critically lying at the hospitals and the families of the deceased.
We regret the unfortunate incident that happened, and we're interested in also knowing the truth as much as you are interested, because it will help us in reforming our engagement protocols. It will help us in redefining our approach to engagement. It may also help us in determining the training pattern for our own vigilante and recommending same for the security agencies.
Crime against humanity, where lives does not matter at all. So I want to thank you and assure you that the House of Assembly will give you all the necessary support that you require to carry out your job effectively.
A group known as The Search for Common Ground is calling for religious harmony amongst Nigerians, irrespective of differences in mode of worship and callings. This call was made in Abuja at the induction of the National Interreligious Early Warning and Response Platform for Freedom of Religion and Belief in the country. Organizers of the event took participants through the true essence of the gathering and what it intends to achieve, which is religious harmony amongst the different religions in the country.
A lot of the conflicts in Nigeria have a bit of religious coloration. There's a Pew study that was done that says that 87% of Nigerians identify as people of faith. It shows that religion or belief is a huge identifier for people in Nigeria, and this can go both ways. It can go either positively or negatively. What we're hoping to do as Search for Common Ground is to harness the positivity around religion. We are not not a faith-based organization, but we realize the role, the dual role actually that religious leaders can play in either exacerbating the conflict or ensuring peace and tolerance. So we want to steer the direction towards positivity, towards peace and tolerance.
Or we have different stakeholders that can respond before any situation escalates to the point of death. That person will be saved with our early warning system. That is what we're looking at. That as it is happening, somebody is responding at the community level before it gets to the point where the person is either mobbed or get killed.
Participants also expressed optimism that programs like these will help heal the country from religious bigotry and set it in the path of peace and unity.
This early warning, you discover that you know the reason why a conflict is coming up. And by the time you're able to sort things out, things will work. So with this early warning, early response is a very important issue, something that must be held on to and not just thrown into the dustbin anyhow. It is, in fact, things that we must embrace.
When you understand how human beings are supposed to live, you will try to promote peace and resolve conflicts. And that is that will be easy if there is if you are conscious about early warning. When there is warning, there must be response, and that is where early warning, early response is very important. We have to make sure that we remember that we are people, and we have to live as people, and we have to do the way that human beings will live together as social animals.
The Lagos chapter of the Nigerian Medical Association says the elevator that caused the death of Fuare Diaso at the General Hospital, Lagos Island, was not fit for use. The association had inaugurated a panel to investigate the circumstances that led to the death of Diaso, a medical doctor who was undertaking her housemanship at the hospital. The 11-member panel comprises an independent committee of doctors, lawyers, and engineers chaired by Sahid Babajide. The elevator fell from the 10th floor of the building while Diaso was inside it. She sustained various degrees of injuries and was confirmed dead at a hospital. The panel, in its report published on Wednesday, said the lift system that caused the accident ought not to have been put to use to avoid endangering lives. The panel also recommended the investigation of all stakeholders and contractors involved and the prosecution of anyone found culpable.
These were the recommendations given after this very, very long task of finding out what caused the death of Dr. Fuare Diaso. Qualified professionals should be engaged in carrying out designs, supervision, and installation of public assets. Following the standard of Lagos State Safety Commission, we recommend that hospital assets be maintained and serviced by the hospital management to avoid needless bureaucracy, and such assets should be certified annually by competent professionals. Prosecution of anyone found culpable reference is made to the Section 251G of Criminal Law of Lagos of 2015, which makes a person who is in a reckless or negligent manner endanger human life or likely to cause harm to any person by doing an act or omitting to take proper precaution against any probable danger from any machinery of which is solely or partly in charge of. We have recommended that there should be blacklisting of any contractor found culpable, and disciplinary measures should be taken against any public officer found wanting upon conclusion of investigations, and also which include suspension, dismissal from service. The names must be told and their faces must be seen.
Let's now take you to Kogi State, where the state chapter of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has dissociated itself from names purportedly ratified as replacement for national and zonal officers. In a statement signed by Kogi APC chairman Abdullahi Bello, declared as total falsehood the purported replacement did not emanate from the state chapter of the party, declaring it as is a clear contravention of the party's constitution by known agents of destabilization. It further stated that the state governor, Yahaya Bello, ratified and forwarded names of Yahaya Ismail as the new Deputy National Publicity Secretary and Isiaka Musa as the Zonal Organizing Secretary for North Central as replacements for the national and zonal officers that left the party. The Kogi APC chairman also explained that in line with the provisions of the Constitution, the ratified replacements were communicated to the National Working Committee through the North Central Zonal chairman of the party. To this end, the Kogi State chapter of the APC has therefore rejected the decision of the National Working Committee in its entirety and urged it to follow due process and the Constitution of the party. Early screening and detection of congenital hearing problem among newborn children and adults have been identified as measures to help in reducing the prevalence of hearing loss and deafness in Nigeria. Medical experts gave the advice at a free screening of ear, nose, and throat to vulnerable and orphans at Jamai Matan Arewa Orphanage Home in Kaduna State, Northwest Nigeria. The prevalence of hearing problem among children in Nigeria is on the increase, with at least 3 newborns out of every 1,000 likely to be affected by congenital hearing problem. This figure is higher than metabolic diseases.
Come and find out that your ear is making sound unnecessarily, or you are actually having a blockage, either from a fever also, or you had an accident and then it involves your ear. It can also cause hearing loss. And other things are drugs. Some of the drugs we use without knowledge can actually cause hearing loss. Excessive noise, people using earpiece directly for a long or exposing themselves to a very noisy environment. These are also discouraged. To populace is to actually, if they have any issues to their ears, let them contact an expert.
The Kaduna State Ministry of Health says mechanisms are in place to curb hearing problem in the state, adding that they have provided free medical care to children and less privileged from 1 to 9 in the state.
Since it could be detected, that's the only way we can do that. We should avoid using traditional medicine. We have hospitals that can, these things can be done and addressed, inshallah. And then we should teach our children to take care of themselves.
The point of focal is the vulnerable children, orphans and widows that they have come to screen free of charge, and even with medical outreach. It's a commendable effort and I'm really happy. Kaduna State government have a free medical care for children under the age of 9 and also the pregnant women and aged women. And we also have the contributory agency of Kachma, just to relieve Kaduna indigene from having difficulty in accessing medical care in the state.
Dirt enters the ear, water enters the ear. You know, doctors have been telling us don't use cotton bud, but we keep on using them. And if you know your child has hearing problem, you should go to the doctor. There is mothers, we know our children, we have to be very, very careful what we do with them, especially when they are young, when they are babies, they can't take care of themselves. They can't even talk. So we have to be very, very vigilant when it comes to anything that concerns, especially babies. So please, if you notice anything wrong with your child, go to the doctor. Don't try and use home medicine. You know, go to the doctor, let them check thoroughly, and then know what is best for the child.
Four killed, 6 hurt in California shooting. Details when we return.
Hey, guys, guess what? The Gang reality TV show is back, and it's the Ballers Vibes season.
Gang reality TV show season 3 is here. Catch 21 housemates, 30 days, giving you the best moments for your viewing pleasure.
Absolutely.
And guess what? Ebola gets to win the show.
The winner goes home with an SUV, an all-expense paid trip, a feature in a movie, and of course,
the cash prize.
It's the Gang Reality TV show, people, where the best baller wins it all.
It's gonna be lots of drama, going to be lots of fun, plenty vibes, and of course, plenty balling. So it's the Gang Reality TV show, where the winner takes it all. That's just me trying to get my group on.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. You're still watching Plus TV News now. Let's take you to other parts of Africa where election officials extended the voting in Zimbabwe's presidential election until Thursday after delays of up to 10 hours in mostly opposition strongholds as President Emerson Mnangagwa seeks a second and final term in a country with a history of violent and disputed elections. Chaotic scenes characterized some polling stations in Zimbabwe as ballot papers that had been delivered up to 10 hours late ran out, forcing officials to suspend voting on Wednesday night in many stations, especially in large urban areas, including the capital, Harare. At the Hague Park Primary School polling station in Harare, people shoved and shouted at election officials and police officers after they were told to return Thursday morning because ballot papers for local council elections had run out. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's opposition leader has accused the ruling ZANU-PF government of plunging the country into crisis by rigging a tense election marred by long delays and reports of voter intimidation. Head of the leading opposition party, the Citizens Coalition for Change (CCC), Nelson Chamisa, told a press conference in the capital there was a clear case of voter suppression, a classic case of Stone Age antiquated analog rigging.
Of Stone Age, antiquated, analog rigging, where you say, find an excuse to say, we have all the other ballots, the presidential ballot is there, the parliamentary ballot is there, but you don't have the council candidates. But across the country, people are clear that they want change, and they support us. I mean, you can see that ZANU-PF are very desperate. They are rattled. They did not start today. They did it with the issue of the nomination. They did it even before the nomination, the gerrymandering in terms of the boundaries. They did it even with double candidates, connivance to impose double candidates in the Triple C. And now what you are seeing is an escalation of those antics and tactics. Tactics of desperation, tactics that are...
BRICS, the bloc of 5 major emerging economies, including Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, has announced new members on Thursday. The 15th BRICS Summit of Heads of State and Government started on Tuesday, August 22nd and is to end Thursday, August 24 at the Sandton Convention Center, Johannesburg, South Africa. The bloc's new members include Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. South Africa's president, while making the announcement, said BRICS itself is a diverse group of nations. It's an equal partnership of countries that have differing views but have a shared vision for a better world. BRICS now controls over 50% of the world's oil reserves.
We have consensus on the first phase of this expansion process, and other phases will follow. We have decided to invite the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to become full members of BRICS. The membership will take effect from the 1st of January 2024.
Let's take you outside Africa. 4 people have been killed and 6 others hurt in a shooting incident at a biker bar in Southern California. The gunman was among the 4 who died in the shooting at Cook's Corner in Orange County, police said. 2 of the 6 who were injured are in critical condition, County Fire Chief Brian Fennessy said. Gun violence is a fixture of American life, and there have been more than 4,000 mass shootings in 2023 alone, according to the Gun Violence Archive. Greek firefighters struggled to contain uncontrolled fires throughout the country for a 5th day, several of them bordering on acrid, smoke-filled Athens. In the last 2 days, 19 people believed to be migrants, including 2 children, have been killed in forest blazes. One fire fanned by strong winds ripped through the foothills of Mount Panita, the largest forest adjoining the capital, burning near the outskirts of a national park. Civil Protection Minister Vasilis Kikilias, in a news conference, said the situation in Panita is extremely critical. Evacuations were ordered on Wednesday morning for several settlements in the area, including 3 nursing homes. The blaze damaged homes in the northwestern Athens district of Menidi, which is also close to a military camp. Up next, Nigeria's unemployment rate drops to 4.1% in the first quarter in 2023. That's in business. Stay with us. You're welcome back. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, says Nigeria's unemployment rate dropped to 4.1% in the first quarter of the 2023 from 5.3% recorded in the previous quarter. In the fourth quarter of 2020, the Bureau had pegged the country's unemployment rate at 3.3%. The NBS, in a statement on Thursday, said the latest unemployment report adopted a new methodology and presented an in-depth analysis of the labor market. In the new report, the NBS said Nigeria's unemployment rate was at 5.3% in the fourth quarter in 2022 and declined to 4.1% in the first quarter in 2023. We now join Nyamgu Agaji for more business stories.
Hello and welcome to the business corner of our news. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, has asked prepaid meter users to update their meters before November next year. NEC announced the development via its X handle. The Commission said prepaid meters users might face difficulties in recharging their meters after November 2024 if the required update is not done before the deadline. While assuring that the update is free of charge, NEC advised users to get in touch with their respective electricity distribution companies or DISCOs for more information on the process. The Electricity Regulatory Agency also said the update would not tamper with the units in the meters. The Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) says the ban on the importation of whole-body SIM cards raked in over 55 billion naira for local manufacturers. Umar Danbata, Executive Vice Chairman of NCC, disclosed this at the second edition of the Nigerian Telecommunications Indigenous Content Expo in Lagos on Wednesday. Danbata, who was represented by Ubale Maska, the Commission's Executive Commissioner, Technical Services, expressed the commitment of the agency towards the drive for federal government to place the economy on a sustainable pedestal through all the necessary policies put in place. The telecom companies have stated that current prices of calls, data, and other telecommunication services are no longer sustainable. This, according to them, is because of the current market realities, such as increases in energy costs, inability to access foreign exchange, and more. The concern was voiced by the chairman, Association of Licensed Telecommunication Operators of Nigeria, Gbenga Adebayo, during his industry address speech on Wednesday at the second edition of the Nigeria Communications Commission's Nigerian Telecommunications Indigenous Content Expo in Lagos. He explained that even though the conversation to review prices is hard, it must be hard for the industry to continue to deliver communication service in the country. The Nigeria LNG Limited has said that it has been meeting Nigeria's domestic LPG demand. The company made this known when its board of directors and management paid a courtesy visit to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. In a statement, the company stated that the MD CEO of Nigeria LNG Limited, Dr. Philip Nshelbila, said that since inception, NLNG has contributed enormous revenue to the government through dividends and taxes, noting that the FIRS declared the company as the largest tax-paying company in 2022. Michelle Bila also emphasized that NLNG's domestic LPG scheme has guaranteed LPG supply availability and affordability, and also stimulated the development of different parts of the DLPG value chain in Nigeria, with 100% of produced LPG volumes from NLNG dedicated to the domestic market, supplying about 40% of Nigeria's domestic LPG demand. However, the company stressed that challenges around pipeline vandalization have constrained NLNG's production, with consequent loss of revenue to the government. President Tinubu, in his response, commended NLNG for its steadfast commitment to excellence and immense contributions to the GDP, acknowledging the critical role the company plays in Nigeria's economy. And that's it from our Business Corner. Back now to News Now. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
Thank you, Agaji. Coming up next is entertainment news.
Ghanaian dancehall singer Shatta Wale has asserted that no Ghanaian artist is as big as Nigerian singer Asake currently. He stated this in a Twitter space hosted by Ghanaian media personality Sewa on Wednesday. Shatta Wale said no Ghanaian artist has even made it like Asake, not even him. Nobody in the Ghanaian music industry has made what Asake has made. Let's be realistic. Reports have it that Shatta Wale recently asserted that the success of Nigerian musicians have dwarfed the achievement of their Ghanaian counterparts, while congratulating Asake for selling out the 20,000 capacity O2 Arena in London, United Kingdom. Rema's Calm Down has made Spotify's Songs of Summer 2023 list. On August 23, Spotify released its Song of Summer list for the US and global listeners, and Rema's Calm Down made the global list. Rema's Calm Down featuring Selena Gomez was ranked at number 20 on the global song of the summer list, was topped by Ella Bela Sola by Latino artists Elsborn, Amado, and Peso Pudi. Global list also has songs from British pop star Harry Styles, American superstar Miley Cyrus, Latino streaming giant Bad Bunny, and British hip-hop star Dave and Central C. Rema's Calm Down is the only song from an African artist on the list, while Rema is also the only African artist to make the list. American singer Lizzo is reportedly planning to sue 3 of her former backup dancers who are currently suing her over claims of sexual harassment. Christian Williams, Noella Rodriguez, and Ariana Davis are accusing the Grammy winner for sexual and racial harassment and creating a hostile work environment, alleging the plus-size pop icon dragged them along to degrading sex shows while touring Europe in February and March. Lizzo has vehemently denied the allegations against her in the lawsuit, which accuse her of pressuring the employees to touch nude performers at a club in Amsterdam, among other claims that include weight shaming. Photos have emerged of the trio happily posing with topless performers backstage at the Crazy Horse.
And the best of sports news is up next.
World football Rubiales for his behavior at Sunday's Women's World Cup final. Rubiales kissed forward Jenny Hermoso on the lips after Spain beat England. He earlier grabbed his crotch as he celebrated at the final whistle. FIFA will look at whether those actions constitute violations of Article 13 in its disciplinary code concerning offensive behavior and fair play. According to the disciplinary code, officials are among those that must comply with the principles of fair play, loyalty, and integrity. It says disciplinary measures can be brought against anyone violating the basic rules of decent conduct, insulting a natural or legal person in any way, especially by using offensive gestures, signs, or language, or behaving in a way that brings the sport of football and or FIFA into disrepute. Rubiales' celebration at the final whistle was in the VIP area of Stadium Australia, while he was standing near Queen Letizia of Spain and her 16-year-old daughter. He then kissed Hermoso on the lips after she was presented with her winner's medal on the podium. Rubiales apologized for the kiss on Monday, but Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez said that was not enough, and second Deputy Prime Minister Yolanda Diaz joined those calling for him to resign. Unified heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk paid tribute to Ukraine as he came face-to-face with Daniel Dubois before their fight in Poland on Saturday. There was little fighting talk at Thursday's news conference, which coincided with Ukraine's Independence Day. Usyk, 36, received a gift from the Ukrainian army, an icon painted on a wooden board used by soldiers. Thousands of Ukrainian refugees are expected to attend the fight. The media-only event took place exactly 18 months after Russia's invasion began and 32 years since Ukraine declared independence from the Soviet Union. Former undisputed cruiserweight champion Usyk won his first world title in Poland as an away fighter against Krzysztof Glowacki in 2016. This time he will fight in the nation under very different circumstances. Around 40,000 fans are expected to attend on.
And that's all for the news tonight. But before we go, the main news again. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has visited the site of the Abuja building collapse, saying the FCTA will foot the medical bills of victims. The DSS has warned governors against shoulder distribution of palliatives. And BRICS has admitted 5 new members into the bloc. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Ifeanyi Elumezim from all of us at Plus TV News Now desk. Have a splendid night's rest. Good night.
জানে নাই যে সে তারা এটা যাচাই করে নাই। আমার নাম মাহি, আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল আমি নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
basilisha kukwambia kuna mtu anakuja ndaombi kwa anataka kuoa huyu baba mzuri tu mdogo. Mimi nikafanyaje, nikamwambia
pia alikushmika imermeza lake ndio midad bozama peda madar hiç نمیگفتم به هیچ کس هیچ نمیگفتم بازم به میرقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم 10 روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالانه نخوابیدم که برم صنف 8 عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم امی خسول ما خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زدک دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر خود چی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم بازم به مو رقم تیر میکردم همین تا با مشت و لغت مردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
بازم به نامی سراخونه سیواشه سراخونه من کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم و نمقدارمو هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمی زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگیشتم.
Unë quhem Orkida Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merrti dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, po ishte egjiptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që të flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndier shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
هو عمر مې چې دی یو سال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول کلک ته مې مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لرې ورکړه ول پیسې نه لرې ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price with their innocence, independence and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د مېړه کور دلته راغلی یم داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخته دغسې و تماس سبا ووتم اپشین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول خرڅ مې کړي نو ډوډۍ موټۍ راوړم دا کوچنی خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کړي دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی. تو سالنډي مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی.
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा होसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे क्या तो वरी थी सीट पे जब मैं बिलावन डो है ना वड्डे छोकरा बिलावन सारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े दिया नंढी उम्र पे करनी तला पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने दी थी मैं और मैं जैसी तो पीछे माँ शादी कर छोड़े सा.
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहले मैंने मैं स्कूल वेंदी हम तो सुठो लगंदो हो मां जब मैं पढ़ा वो वाले शादी को मुझे शादी थी वही तो मैं जान भी मुझे शौक आए हो पर मैं शादी के पीछे भी मैं स्कूल मैं शौक आया मेरे पढ़ने दा मां जब मैं पढ़ा सारे छोकरे इवें करेंगे ना दिला पानी से चाहिए तो शादी कर छोड़े शादी के पहले मैं आज़ाद हो मना घर जो काम कर अपनी मर्जी से करेंगे हम पीछे वाले माँ पे वादे करेंगे हम ना तो अठे बैठी होंगी हम वादी बैठी होंगी हम शादी के पीछे वाले सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई तो सजा घर का काम कार मना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़े ना घर की सजी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वडी थी सी पीछे करवाई सा.
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut itu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin kurang diurus gitu makannya tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar yadda kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeçë, 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova, I thash, u detyrova që ike sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম আজকে অন্য পর্যন্ত পড়তে থাকতাম লাস্ট মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফেলাইতে হয়ে গেল গা আর যেটি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফেলাইতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম পাঁচটা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خودی ناکام بی سواتا ایرام گفتم مام تو رو نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم می شوهر من خود بدون مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them.
And bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Humudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu kwa hivyo siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Aliponipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili, nikamuuliza mama, mimi naolewa tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyokuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia aje sisi tumpata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, los trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrada.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up, I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other, we want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi, bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
در مدتی که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خانه بودم برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها و خلیجی ببینن گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه نداره.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادر یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، اون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی و پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme,
Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya, alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban. Kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu. Udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu. Harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma tisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shumë. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë t'i japi një arsimim të mirë dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their goals. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
Nearly 400,000 babies are born each day worldwide, according to the United Nations. The COVID-19 pandemic is not stopping women from continuing to have them. Some tell us that they were already expecting or had plans to have them before the COVID global crisis erupted. However, others worry about how the decisions to have a child may affect mother and baby, as the current time proves to have some worrisome health and economic challenges. So what does research say about pregnancies and the coronavirus? We explore this and more coming up on today's episode. Hello, I am Orion Itangishaka. Welcome to Our Voices. On this episode, we discuss maternal health during a pandemic. Doctors know that viruses can affect pregnant women and their developing fetuses, and now they are scrambling to understand the effect of COVID-19 on pregnancies. Carol Pearson explains.
When a woman is pregnant, her immune system changes to protect her growing baby. But these changes make her more vulnerable to certain viruses, such as the flu, and increase her risk of serious health problems. So far, studies about pregnant women infected with the new coronavirus show both reassuring and alarming results.
They had increased hospitalization, and they had increased ICU admission, and they had increased receipt of mechanical ventilation when they compared them to women of the same reproductive age with COVID-19 that were not pregnant.
Doctors are trying to determine if COVID-19 is more dangerous for pregnant women than getting the flu. Yet the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says pregnant women who get COVID-19 and are hospitalized have higher rates of serious illnesses, are more likely to have miscarriages, deliver babies prematurely, and more likely to have stillborn babies. Other studies contradict these results.
Since COVID-19 is so new, we don't have all of the data that we really need to make an assessment as to what level of risk it imparts on a pregnant woman.
For example, could stress be a factor? Pandemic-related hurdles to prenatal care, like lockdowns, prevented some women from getting checkups.
Take a breath and go right back at it.
Or even getting medical care when giving birth. Some women put off seeing their doctors out of fear of getting the coronavirus.
Prenatal care, particularly in the third trimester, is one of the ways that we ensure both mother's health and ensure that there aren't stillbirths.
Until more is known, pregnant women need to protect themselves from the coronavirus by wearing face masks, social distancing, avoiding crowds, and practicing good hand hygiene. Doctors say women also need to call their physician if they notice decreased fetal movement.
Thanks, Carol, for that report. The fear of getting infected while pregnant is very real for mothers. Somali health authorities said that the number of maternal checkup and childhood vaccinations are plunging during the pandemic, as many people fear catching COVID-19 at clinics and hospitals. Healthcare workers worry the lack of medical care for pregnant women and children could result in a wave of common disease that could take more victims than COVID-19. Mohammed Shiknor reports from Mogadishu.
Amina Mustafa and her family were displaced by the drought 3 years ago and have since been living in a Mogadishu relief camp. Her 3-week-old baby needed vaccinations, but she was too afraid of catching COVID-19 to go to a clinic.
I couldn't go to a healthcare facility because of this COVID-19. It is spreading across the entire world. I fear for my health and that of my child. We are scared of contracting the virus at a health facility. My child and I have missed important prenatal and postnatal vaccinations, all because of this COVID-19.
Somali health workers are alarmed by the sharp decline in child immunizations and visits to the clinics during the pandemic. Volunteers like Saadia Ahmed are going door to door, urging families to vaccinate their children, but it is no easy task.
Every mother, whether pregnant or lactating, says they are not ready to come to the health facility for vaccination. Most fear contracting COVID-19.
The ICRC says visits to the Somali Red Crescent clinics by children under 5 and pregnant women dropped by more than half in the first 7 months of this year compared to 2019.
COVID-19 has badly affected the entire country and forced mothers and children not to come to health centers for vaccinations in fear of the virus. This fall in vaccinations will result in more and more children contracting contagious diseases.
We have indeed realized vaccination numbers have dramatically dropped due to the emergence of COVID-19. Nonetheless, Somalia's health ministry is exploring new ways to urge people to embrace vaccinations as a way of preventing contagious diseases and reducing child mortality rates.
Flooding around Mogadishu in recent months also risks waterborne disease, warns the ICRC. The floods are further straining Somalia's pandemic-stretched health system and only adding to the worries of mothers like Mustafa. Mohammed Sheikh Noor for VOA News, Mogadishu.
We're going to take a quick break. When we return, some couples may be intentionally delaying having a baby during this pandemic. Others just didn't plan on having a child during this global health crisis. That is what happened to my colleague Ifyok. I'll explain more after the short break.
Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Welcome back, you with our voices. Let's go to Jos, Nigeria. When the worldwide pandemic was declared, my VOA colleague Ifyok Iteng's wife was already pregnant. He tells us about that experience.
My wife Nambam and I didn't plan to have a child in the midst of a global pandemic, but we didn't have a choice. The first case of COVID-19 in Nigeria was confirmed in February, when my wife was already 7 months pregnant. Nambam went into labor 3 weeks early. We rushed to the hospital and we're grateful to see few patients in the waiting room. On April 18th, we welcomed Deborah Emewabasi into the world. In Nigeria, a grandmother usually comes to stay with the new parents to help with the baby and the mother's healing after the birth. But with the COVID-19 travel restrictions and both our mothers in the high-risk age range, we have to handle things on our own, including entertaining our 3-year-old son. Despite increasing number of infections, Nigerian authorities on May 4th eased a weeks-long lockdown in major cities, but not in Jos. So I continue to work from home as much as possible to keep my growing family healthy.
I reached out to Ifyok and his wife to find out how they're doing and to learn more about their experience in welcoming their bundle of joy during this pandemic. Take a look.
I'm going to start with you, Ifyok. How worried were you when you realized that there was a global crisis happening, a pandemic? How worried were you for your pregnant wife and new baby?
For me, I'll say just for a lot of uncertainty. Having a child, and my wife was already in the 3rd trimester. And so I think I just had a lot of fears of, what would this mean? Which hospital do we go to? Which hospital can we be sure that, we'll be safe, for this? I think we feared a lot of complications, and so we're just uncertain. I think that's the word we just used to be uncertain of what this will bring.
Now, Ifyok, how about the lockdowns? Was that a hurdle for you in getting the medicine and the food that your wife and baby needed during and after the pregnancy?
I think one of the blessings was essential services were allowed to function, and essential services included, of course, apart from people in the grocery stores and pharmacists and medical personnel. But I say thank God journalists were also allowed to function. And so with a press card, I was able to move around. I think the only problem was the scarcity of some of the medical supplies. There's always a list which she's given to bring to the hospital some medical supplies to come with to the hospital when it's time for to give birth. And I think at some point we went around from pharmacist to pharmacist trying to find a specific medical supply, and it was very hard to get it. I think we actually just went to the hospital hoping that while she's there, somebody else can run around and still go and check and find before the whole process is over. Yes. So
I'm going to turn to you, Mrs. Etang. Now, how was your pregnancy and delivery experience during this pandemic overall?
Okay, I'll say my pregnancy this time was different from the first because this time I had to wear my mask. I had to be extra careful going to the hospitals because I had fears and I wasn't sure about the sanitary level of the hospital. So I had to be careful, kept social distance. And for the delivery went well. I had my husband around and had my mother-in-law and my mom. They were all there. And fortunately for me, on arriving at the hospital, there were fewer patients there. And so I wasn't as anxious, I wasn't afraid. And I progressed in labor and the baby came.
How was your postpartum care for you and baby? Were you worried about going in and out of facilities, hospitals, clinics? Were you worried about you and your baby contracting COVID-19?
Yeah, for my postpartum care, I didn't enjoy some privileges I had the last time because here in Nigeria, when a woman puts to bed, she either goes to her mom's house or the mom comes over to her house. And so I didn't enjoy all of that because I had to just stay home with my husband and he helped around, take care of our son. I helped around, take care of the baby. And also for the hospitals, yes, I gave her all the vaccines she needed to get. But while going for those vaccines, I had fears because I felt I knew for sure there was a pandemic, but some people here felt it was all cooked up by the government and they felt it wasn't real because other sicknesses are taking people down here much more than the COVID-19. So, but I had to be extra careful. I had to put my sanitizers everywhere around and just be extra careful with the hospitals. But I sure gave her all the vaccines I needed to.
So what advice do you have for pregnant women at this time during this pandemic? What should they do?
Okay, I would say they could avoid crowded areas for now. They could be careful and take all the precautionary measures that they have been outlined for them to take so they could keep the baby safe and themselves safe too.
Now, if you had to choose back then or even now, would you still decide to have a baby despite the pandemic?
Yes, I will, because she gives me lots of joy and she's just been a blessing to us. So I will.
You still have another one?
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you so much for being with me. And of course, thank you to baby Deborah for participating and being with us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, she said thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Are you worried about your health and that of your child during this health crisis? In the Democratic Republic of Congo, some mothers also face being locked up in the hospitals for not paying their delivery bills and being trapped in an environment where both mother and baby could easily contract COVID-19. Anastasia Tudiesh reports from Kinshasa.
Mama Maziba Maternity Referral Health Center is a public health facility serving some of Kinshasa's poorest residents. Nearly 80 babies a month are born in the maternity center here. But when mothers cannot pay their bills, they are not allowed to leave. 21-year-old Beloni Ngoi gave birth to her first child, Erika, during the coronavirus confinement.
They told us it would be a boy, so we did put aside the $35 needed. Then they told us they would do a C-section, so there were additional fees.
Beloni's husband installs cable television, but the confinement has left him without work, and the family is struggling to gather the $250 needed for the hospital bill. Until they pay, Beloni and baby Erica are not going home. Micheline Ileko, too, is stuck at the hospital.
When I arrived to give birth, I had nothing. They eventually agreed to take care of me, but I had to discuss it a lot. I really had to beg.
Micheline gave birth to her third child, Marveline, and now cannot pay the $50 bill. She says she understands why she and other mothers are not allowed to leave.
They check up on us. That is the way of the world. Money fixes everything.
Dr. Eric Messina is director of the health center.
Go back home? How, my dear? There are people who have done the work. Some drugs that have been used, medicines we have used, many things we have used. And who is going to pay for that if we let them go?
C'est une situation qu'on a toujours déplorée.
This is a blatant human rights violation. Detaining an individual for default of payment, especially a woman, is violating the law.
C'est violer les droits.
Attorney Elodie Ntimire Muzigirwa is a patients' rights advocate who says Congolese authorities must do more to help new mothers.
The Minister of Health visited a few facilities and made sure that some detained women were discharged. But that only happened while he was present. That is not the goal. That is not the ideal way of dealing with such an issue. He said those measures would be effective in all health facilities, in both Kinshasa and in the provinces. It never happened.
Dr. Messina says he's sympathetic to the economic situation, but for women who cannot afford to give birth, it is an issue of family planning.
There is no way one can stop these ladies from giving birth. Simply impossible. They need guidance. However, we advise and encourage them to use birth control. For the poorest, we provide the birth control. It is not mandatory. It is their life after all. We simply try to help them choose to rest, say, 5 years and improve their socioeconomic status so they can come back and deliver without these problems.
Attorney Elodie Muzigirwa says Congo's health ministry recognizes the problem and the work she's doing with the United Nations to boost patients' rights. It is not about changing some laws, but more about rebuilding Congolese healthcare, she says, as new mothers stuck in hospitals are symptoms of a sick system. Anastasie Tudiesh for VOA News, Kinshasa.
Thanks, Anastasie Tudiesh. For most people, bringing a child to work at a hospital will seem like a poor choice during the COVID-19 pandemic. But many expecting mothers in the medical field have little to no choice if they are to keep their jobs. VOA Arashad Arabasadi tells us about a pregnant doctor in California who's caring for patients with COVID-19 with her unborn baby.
While many parents are home with their children during the coronavirus pandemic, Dr. Zafia Ankulsaria brings hers to work. 7 months pregnant with a son, she co-directs an intensive care unit, or ICU, in Los Angeles.
He's really well behaved in the sense that when I'm doing the procedures, he's chilling. He doesn't give me any trouble. He just lies still. That would be really inconvenient if I was doing an intubation and I suddenly felt a pretty aggressive kick in there. I'd be like, whoop.
Ankulsaria says she and her colleagues felt a sense of duty when the pandemic broke out. She researched the risks to her baby and determined that with personal protective equipment, or PPE, they would likely both remain healthy. Her concern now is what happens after birth.
I'm worried that he's not going to have the ability to develop close relationships with family and friends because we're going to have to keep distance from everybody.
During long days surrounded by patients facing serious health issues, Ankulsaria calls decompression a critical part of her routine.
We don't have a lot of time to process feelings around here. We speak to families on the phone about their loved ones dying, and it is very difficult. And after that, if I wasn't pregnant, I would have a lot of wine, but I can't do that.
Uncle Saria says she and her husband have yet to decide on a name, and despite her friends asking, she will not be naming her child Corona, Coronalita, or COVID. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News, Washington.
It's time for another quick break. But first, are you planning to have a baby despite the COVID-19 pandemic? If you are, visit us on Instagram and tell us about your thought process. Our handle there and on Facebook is @VOA Our Voices. You can also send us a message on WhatsApp. Our number is right there on your screen. Now, many people have lost their source of income during this pandemic, and it's causing obstacles in their family planning. We'll look how some are overcoming those challenges. That's after the break. Stay with us. Now let's go to Tanzania, where a pregnant woman lost her job due to COVID-19. Makeup artist Mary Mwihava was delighted to learn that she will be welcoming a new child into the world. But when she lost her job during the pandemic, she was forced to tap into her creative talents to find inventive ways to feed her family. A report by Barbara Santos and Una Lee.
Hiki kipindi kinanitisha sana.
I am terrified of this coronavirus pandemic. My biggest fear is that I don't know if my child will be safe when the time of delivering comes. Sometimes I even wish to quit clinic, but I can't. I have to track my child's health. I was at home when my boss texted and told me to stop working when we started hearing about COVID-19. Frankly, it was very difficult to hear the message. Life has become harder ever since I stopped working, especially under the coronavirus. My husband and I are the only ones feeding the entire family, but we lost our jobs and we're all staying at home now. We need to survive. My kids need to eat, and they don't understand when there is no food. Since our savings are running out, we've had to change the whole system of food. We are now cooking half of what we were eating so we can sustain ourselves during this hard time, as we don't know when the pandemic will end. I have always loved working, and I really miss my job. My job has a huge contribution to my family, my life, and especially during my pregnancy. Without it, we can't survive. After all the schools were closed due to the coronavirus, my brother-in-law created a schoolwork schedule for the kids. They have time to study, to pray, to watch TV and cartoons. And we make sure they review their schoolwork. Every time after I finish eating, my kids like to play with my baby. They like it when they see the baby kicking. They wish to see their younger brother soon. I don't regret getting pregnant at this time. I'm praying to God to keep me safe. I don't know what tomorrow holds. I don't know when the situation will end.
na hali yenyewe sijui inaisha lini. Kwa bado naiwazia sana.
I'm still thinking of my tomorrow. I wish it could end now so that I can get back to my hustle, so we can all get back to normal.
Na maisha mengine yaendelee ili tuweze kuzisaidia familia zetu.
As we wrap up this week's show, we want to share with you the story of a woman working to improve maternal health care for disadvantaged women in Senegal. Kadidiatou Nakoulima is the founder and CEO of the Senegalese maternity clinic. Alison Lecago Fernandez tells us more about her from Dakar, Senegal.
In the popular district of HLM Grand Médine in Dakar, Kadidiatou Nakoulima founded this medical center. Engineer and graduate of the prestigious École de Mines in Paris, Kadidiatou grew up in a family of medical doctors in Senegal and very early on was aware of issues related to maternal health in a country with a two-tier health system.
We decided to create Nest as a response to the need of the middle-class populations who aspire to better quality of care, but because they cannot afford it or do not have insurance, are not able to access them.
A project developed together with her brother was inspired by the Indian models of a chain of social hospitals. Kadidiatou even spent 3 months in India in an immersion program in their local clinics. Her project became of interest to the INP, funds dedicated to promote small and medium-sized African enterprises, supported by the European Investment Bank. It was finalized in 2011 with the opening of a pediatric medical platform and then in 2013 with a maternity hospital.
All our teams work on every process, from patient receptions to hospitalizations, and even to patient follow-up after that, in order to meet their highest expectations.
In 2018, the clinic obtained an ISO 9001 certification, which rewards the management system. Florence Sambou is responsible for the nursery. Her experience here is different from her previous jobs.
Yes, before I came from another clinic and there was so much stress and pressure there. You had to do the medical care and billing. Here at least you only focus on the medical care and that's all. We take care of the baby, just the baby.
Kadidiatou now aims to expand her structure, particularly through partnerships with the public sector.
And that's all for us this week. On behalf of my colleagues here at VOA, thanks for being with us. Until next time, have a wonderful day.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, Public University. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections. And I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
All right, you're welcome to the most undiluted show on this part of the globe. No Cap is a show for the free-minded, the radical-minded, and those who always have one question behind their mind. And that question is why. If you're one of those people who get upset or angry when somebody says something to you, like, look, this is not the show for you, because we say it as it is. We do not cover, we do not edit it, we do not filter it. It's No Cap. Like, take the cap off and just speak. My name is Miles, the eighth wonder of the world, and I'm flanked by two beautiful women. They say, blessed is he amongst women, and when there's that Bible verse was actually for me, right? Oh, to my immediate left, I have the beautiful, always smiling, by the way. We'll get to you there, but why you're always smiling? Frown small, just frown small. I have the beautiful Booms in the, okay, Booms, sorry, yeah. Oh, yeah, Booms in the building. Booms, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
And to my far left, I have the always dashing, hips to the side. She said hips to the side. We don't edit here. Have you forgotten?
Okay.
All right. I have Rosange in the building.
Rosange.
I like Rosange. Rosange, how you doing?
I'm fine.
You are fine, by the way. Bride price is an important aspect of marriage traditions in Nigeria, but how relevant is it in the light of today's world? Although Nigeria's diversity has created room for different types of marriages, but one thing that has remained constant is the payment of bride price. It has become an essential part of valid customary marriage in the country. Now, bride price is usually the payment in a monetary form to the parents or the guidance of the female partner made by the groom on account of marriage. Now, initially, this issue of dowry and bride price was more like a pleasantry exchange between husband to be and the future in-laws when it all started. In most cultures, though, it was little things that were just like little things. But this day, people now see it as, especially the men, they now see that, oh, they are bought over the woman. Like, it's you now belong to me. Like, I have paid your bride price. So now, anything I tell you to do, you have to do it. Now, that's where we are today now. Before we get back into the studio and we talk about it and argue, because I know you people are already frowning and ready to explode.
Yes.
We went into the streets of Lagos. We talked to one or two people, and a lot of people were furious. People were angry. Some people loved it. Some people were excited about it. And they had this to say about bride price. Is it nonsense or is it sense? Let's see this right back.
It's not nonsense to our culture. Understand? We have to pay.
There are norms and beliefs now. You have to pay the bride price.
You have to pay the bride price?
Yes, because it's part of our norms and beliefs.
My sense, so I won't collect my bride price now.
So that means you are for sale?
No, that's not what it means. What does it mean? It's just a token. I mean, it's just a token. So why are you paying for your wife? Are you trying to buy her or something? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. I don't think you have to pay to get a woman. Like, that's not right. I just think.
Why do they have to pay to like get me? I don't know. You can gift my family every other day, but you can't buy me. Nah. So I don't buy the idea of buy bride price.
Absolutely nonsense. Absolutely.
Why do you think so?
You know, I mean, I feel like if I don't know why we pay. Why do you guys have to pay? Like, why? Come on, why can't girls pay? We want it. Yeah, we want it. Like, we want that payment. So why should it be only the girls?
Basically, it's kind of ridiculous, the cost, you know. Like, it's something that is pretty small. So, but I think it's traditional. And I mean, based on your culture, you should just adhere to that.
It's sense, nah. I don't know, sense or no sense, me, I don't know. But my own mom, she's waiting for it because I'm the only girl. So, yes, now, sense or no sense, now it's not my business. I don't have anything to do with that because my mom is patiently waiting as the only daughter. So, she don't write list, everything. So.
All right, you're most welcome back. Now, did you see that? It's still No Cap. If you're just joining us for the first, time, we're like, what are these people doing? Yeah, it's called No Cap, where we say things undiluted. We say things the way it is. They say things, and yeah, we take off the cap. We don't lie about it, right? Mm-hmm. There's no point to risk it about it. Mm-hmm. What are you people? Anyway, so yeah, that was the street of Lagos, and you heard what people had to say. A lot of people had diverse opinions about this. Now, let me start with you people in this. You ladies now. Bride price, sense or nonsense? I think Bumi wants to go first. Booms wants to go first. Well,
I mean, I feel it's utter rubbish.
What's utter rubbish?
Bride price.
Okay.
I feel it's literally nonsense. I mean, in the past, it used to make a lot of sense. But now it really doesn't make sense again. I feel like people use it as an avenue to get out of poverty now.
Ha.
Yes, to be very honest.
Auntie, calm down.
I should.
But yeah, no. Okay. Go on.
But honestly, like, I see lists now and I'm wondering what is going on exactly. What are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to ruin a relationship, a life that is about to start? Because by the time you see what they're asking the man's family to bring, it's enough to start the family they are trying to. Do you get, like,
open a store?
It's really like nonsense. And the one that upsets me the most is the people that even take it. I mean, an uncle that I haven't seen in 15 years, or an auntie
or you've never even met before.
Do you get? And they are claiming right on, we sent you to school. What? I mean, I saw when my parents were struggling to send me to school. Right. So where are you coming from to take? So I feel like it's ridiculous. The money that we spend on these things that other people are going to share, why don't you just give it to the new family to start? I mean, at the end of the day, by the time they share, it's little that comes to the bride and the husband. Except for some very few people now that the money, the father hands it over to his wife and then the wife does whatever thing she wants to it. But I just feel like it's utter nonsense.
Okay, Zanj, bride price.
Nonsense. Like today, she said it all, yeah. So it's complete nonsense because, I mean, like, back in the days, I would have agreed to it. Yeah, a few tubers of yam, oil, and these 5, 10, 15 naira.
Do you get?
But right now, you're literally trying to open the store, you know, I barely started life. I mean, like, we're just trying to, like, put things together and all of a sudden, you're giving me 4 foolscap paper. Not me. You're giving the man to be. I mean, how do you expect him to survive? How do you expect him? What are you looking for, really? And then you now see, like, a boss with, like, 15 relatives that you've never met in your life. They're all sitting down waiting to consume you. No.
Miles is looking like he's interested in paying bride price.
Okay, we'll get to me. Let me throw it to both of you like this, since you're both on the same side now. Now, what happens, right, if the person you've been in a relationship with for a while and you guys are, okay, let's just move to the next level, and your parents just, boom, they bring out the whole bride price thing, like, oh, this is how much it is, this what, blah, 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 and it's a little bit too much for him. And the guy just feels like backing out. How are you guys gonna handle that?
I'll speak to my parents.
What if they don't agree? Like, what's your native name again?
Nwamaka.
Don't
do that. Don't do that. That's wrong.
I will tell you this. Your father before you cannot. This is
my
and
father.
They go all that on you.
I hope you're watching this. He won't do that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because we'll come to an agreeable terms. Like, oh, okay, so this is what's going on. This is what is on ground now, regardless. And this is my partner. This is my life partner. And this is how I feel would run. So regardless of whatever it is, I mean, you should cut it down. But maybe to the public, we could make it look like, oh, it was extra. This was the list. But I mean, in-house because we're family, and then family we cover ourselves up. We're meant to keep ourselves, you know. So
Do you know how many parents and uncles and aunties are watching this right now, and they're going to like, are these actually our children?
You know, I was going to actually say something as regards that, because this bride price thing, it usually doesn't just come from the angle of the parents alone. The uncles and auntie also have
external
a say
family
in it.
members.
Yeah, so if you say you're going to talk to your parents about it, honestly, trust me, they're not going to listen because they have other voices speaking to them. So for me, I'll pull a radical on them.
no, if your parents are vocal enough and they're pretty well grounded, and then they don't allow third parties come into their business, I don't think that even if the rest of the family members will make suggestions and opinions, it really is still what they want for their children that will still be, because the world has evolved right now, and this time,
it just depends,
you know,
on
they're more
families, but
exposed.
I feel like most families have the voices of uncles and aunties, grandparents from somewhere,
And then
speaking as regards
they
their
trap
parents'
them
marriage.
based on tradition.
Yes,
This is
exactly. This is
tradition.
how we have been doing it from way
You
back.
have to.
So if anybody pulls that on me, dude, I'm going to get married to my man. Whatever guy, when
Travel.
you guys are ready for
Jackpot.
bride price, like normal bride
Yes.
price, you call our number.
Okay.
Yes.
That being said, I'm gonna give my 2 cents about this, right? Okay,
Yes.
cool. So bride price has been there before we were born.
Yeah.
Where when we're still in liquid form, wherever it is we were, whatever, if we're in the right sack or the left sack, whatever sack we share, when we're still in liquid form, bride price has always been there, right? So our mothers were paid bride price for them. So what is this new we are woke situation? And people say, oh no, bride price is not a thing. Look, it's just what it is now. The price of let's say your timepiece that you're putting on right now is not the same price it was 10 years ago. Right? Now,
Yes.
if it seems like, oh, these guys are inflating things, like look, a tuber of yam now is like a normal size tuber of yam is like 3,500.
More reason why they should reduce the amount of things on the list.
I disagree with you. Now, in some cultures,
Yeah.
in some cultures,
This guy has sisters.
in some cultures, they demand 20 tubers of yam. Some will say, oh, 150. Some different cultures will
Have you seen the new list now?
Wait now.
Okay.
So if for the ones who say, oh, we want 50 tubers of yam, that's what they've been taking. That's what their culture is all about. Are you telling me that? Do you know how much a tuber of yam is? Okay, so do the math, and they are trying to pity you people instead of you people carrying load and bringing load of just. They're calculated and put it into monetary form for you. Like, okay, cool. Why don't you just pay X, Y, Z money? So I don't think bride price is nonsense. I just think it's just what it is. I don't. Okay, well, I have a daughter.
How many?
Now,
how
when
many
I am
sisters do you have?
wait now, I don't have. What's your problem?
You want to collect
Like, honestly, I want to see
Like
where
when
this
it's time to give my daughter out in marriage,
Yeah.
like I am definitely going to list it out. This is tradition. This is where we come from. We
15
shouldn't
million
lose.
loading.
We shouldn't lose who we are as Africans.
For real?
Because the white man is saying, oh, blah. Look, if you want to marry as a man, yeah. If you're about to if you're about to go into a marriage as a man, you should be ready to chest it. It's not for children. It's not a place of management. When we get to one place, so if they're billing you 40 or 40,000
But do you also know
get ready.
that this is what has sold some women into slavery? Because some men just feel like, I can't pay this much as bride price, and then you will not come down and serve me. Like, some women go into marriage and they become automatic slaves because of what their parents collected for bride price. The man will just
They
calculate
don't have
2
a
times
say
2,
in that relationship.
Wait, are you saying oh, bride price now is what is not making them happy? Say, is it the girl that collected
Well,
money?
I mean,
they feel like it's your family. You are a part of your family.
Like, I already bought you. I paid excess
I
for
paid.
you. So
if
anything
some
I
people
want,
now
you
is
should
like,
do it.
I bought you. I bought
I
your
own
entirety.
you.
You know, some parents
So
even go
you're
as far
literally
as
a
saying that-
glorified house help.
Exactly. Some parents
Why
go
you guys-
as far as saying that, oh, they paid tuition fee, so you have to pay for. So it's like he was
But I say,
paying
yes,
for
I paid for your
your
school fees,
school
I paid
fees,
for
your
your
clothes, and
you're
all. So
not
that's
allowed
what
you
the
there.
husband
No,
is
no,
paying
no,
for.
no.
So it's
No,
like
no,
he paid for what he wasn't there for.
Yes.
And so he's buying you.
So now
No,
he's
no, no,
taking
no.
responsibility.
Exactly.
I disagree. Your parents are responsible to give you a proper education to a particular level, right? And they are not supposed to be waiting on the fence like, okay, I need to get my payback. Now you're getting your payback when your child starts working and your child wants to bless you, like, oh, daddy, I got your car, mommy, I got you your house, blah, blah, blah. That's different. That's from your child, not like, how will I now milk this guy? Bride price is not about milking anybody.
Okay, so
It's
in
just
all
about-
honesty,
So it varies
what was
because it
the-
depends. It depends on the tradition, depends on the where you come from, literally. Because it's not the same. Every tribe has different ways.
Okay, so
and
which
that's what
just
it
brings
means.
me to, what was the idea behind bride price?
from the get-go.
From the get-go.
Yeah.
Okay, now like I read earlier, it's it was just a pleasantry exchange of you're coming to meet. It was like what we do in introductions. Oh, we are coming to your house. So
exactly. Why doesn't it just end here? I bring something to welcome your family, and you bring something to end my family.
Something to welcome the man's family.
That's for introduction. But for the traditional marriage, there's like a prize on the bride. That's what they call it. They don't call it groom prize. A prize on the bride. Like, I am buying this woman. I am buying this woman to become my wife. I don't feel comfortable with that.
But in other tribes, they put maybe 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira. I mean, like, that's all you pay.
Do you see that now?
No, they still do it. Depend. I think some Delta State, some other like.
Where are you from?
I'm from Delta State.
Okay, from Delta State. Like, what's the bride price range in your side?
I don't know.
So, but do you have sisters who's got married?
Yes.
Have you heard? Did you see what was brought? Or
no, I know. I don't have sisters. I have cousins. They're Benin. I mean, it's quite different, because it's still the same thing, but it wasn't as much as that. But you see, Imo.
This guy, Imo and Abia people are coming for you. You keep saying it. Is it that bad?
No, because I had my friends. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but they were crying. Even for us, like, they were literally crying. Like, how do we do this?
I have an uncle that got married from Edo State. Okay. And according to the information, he has to buy a luggage box of clothes for his mother-in-law and for his wife.
Yams,
like, fully loaded box.
So what's wrong with that? That's tradition.
What is the
Before
idea
you realize you're only
spending
like 10 million naira just buying things.
What is the idea behind this tradition? Like, why am I not giving my husband something? Why is it only the...
Which brings me to that. God will bless you. Okay. Now, why are we not, we the male folk, why are we not being paid for too? Why is nobody giving us groom price? Like,
do you understand my point now?
So that's
why it feels like they're buying the
women
bride.
are marrying men now in other part of the world. So what is your groom price?
Anything.
I mean, in India, you could go get married from India. The women pay.
They pay for bride. Oh, really?
Yeah.
India, here I come.
And that's why, if you notice, the women in India have more say over their husbands.
Actually.
Because that's what the idea
so are you
is. Literally, like,
saying,
you're buying the person.
So that's what you're saying now.
Yes.
Do you believe that bride price seems like you're buying the person over? Like,
oh no, well, it just shows that, for me, I feel like it just shows that you're capable and that you are responsible and that you'll be able to literally take care of me or for my father, you'll be able to take care of my child. That's what it just shows, that okay, so for the fact that you can provide it just shows that you are man enough to do more, not because that you're buying me off or
I mean, so if that's the case,
why not? That's what it's supposed to be.
Why not ask the guy to set up his house and you guys to come and look at it? How are you going to take care of your daughter?
The house is already set up.
What if the guy went to rent the house and you don't know?
At least the rent is still covered for 1 year. Do you get my point? Some people, the money that they're living in 1-room apartment, and the money they spent on bride price is enough to collect a 2-bedroom apartment, set it up well, buy food stuff, like make the woman very much okay for a year, and then I give it to one uncle and auntie that will not see again.
And then they're struggling for the first year of their marriage.
Do you understand? They can't even go for a proper honeymoon
because they borrowed money to make sure things happen. A lot of marriages are like that. Like after marriage, like what next? We're looking at ourselves like nothing to do. We're struggling.
So let him set up the house. You guys come and look at it. Oh, okay, this is what my child is going to eat, and it's okay. You are capable. You are good to go. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Not feeding some people, some ancestors somewhere.
Okay, so let me finish it up on this note with both of you. Again, I'm going to ask. The guy now says, "Oh, he comes to your household and it's like, this I can't do this," and says, "I can't afford this. I have to go." How will you take that? I can't afford this.
No, baby, you're not going nowhere. We'll get to the bottom of this. How? Let's travel. I mean, there are other ways we can do
There's no access. You keep saying Japa because there's access to it. Imagine there's no access to Japa at that moment.
Let's go to the forest.
I mean, we go radical. No, to be very honest, we go radical. I tell them this is what I can do. If you're not ready to accept it, I will marry this man because I want him to be able to fend for me and not for some people somewhere.
Because the only reason why I have chosen to marry this person is because he's my friend, and then I see that we would actually build stuff together.
And I understand the fact that he can even fend for me.
He understands me.
See, what is paining me is the aspect that we are feeling some God somewhere, some ancestors somewhere. Like what? Why? I mean, I would definitely go radical on them. When you guys are ready to take what we have, you just contact us because I mean, someone that I've been trying to
cheers to this. interest in this. We go radical.
Someone have been trying to like build things with. We have been trying to achieve some things. We have a plan for when we get married. We will not squander the money on bride price. Because we don't do that. No, we will not do that.
Can you make cash for squander?
For squander on better things. For squander on house and cars. Because I'll pay bride price finish. I'm using my leg to walk out on the road for what? All that money, put it together.
Now you work out.
We go to honeymoon. I want to go to Paris.
Do you understand?
Italy,
like.
Okay, ignore what I said earlier, but do not ignore it at the same time. Okay. I'm just trying to sit on the fence. But really, bride price is part of our culture. We like it or not. It's not going nowhere. But I just feel right now that the parents now are taking it to the next level. They are overstretching it. When you see some ridiculous amounts, you're like, how is this person that's just about to start his life?
Exposed parents don't do that.
Go all the way. How do you expect them to get all this done?
They gave me bride price list. I mean, 2 years ago or about 3 years ago. And immediately I sat down, I dissected it. I said, this is irrelevant. This is... My big mom was looking at me and was like, David, this is how they've been doing. I said, when it comes to my point, and you guys are joking. When it comes to my point, this is irrelevant. This money, I can use it to do so many other things. This is what I can use it. They say, okay, they will reprint. I say, I know you people want to do me behind, but I will do you people behind. We will do each other behind, because if you bring this thing and go and give my husband, he will tell me. It's going to tell me. Am I married? No, I think it's the bride price.
It's the bride price that chased the guy.
Well, they pursued you, not pursued the man.
They pursued me, safe, because I'm like, really, guys.
You see, that's the reason why most. Where are you from?
I'm a Yoruba girl.
Okay, I'll let you say, but most Igbo ladies, they don't marry.
Igbo and who again?
No, let's not do Igbo. Okay. I'm not being tribalistic, but I mean, like, because of this, a lot of people are still there.
Single,
I mean, it feels like you are planning for your bride price more than you're planning for your future.
Yes. This actually, like I said earlier when I started the show, it actually happens to my friend, and this is not me just trying to create a story. It happens to one of my best friends. When he watches it, he just shake his head like, this guy had to do this, Like, that's, did you see that meme where they said,
I saw the meme when my friend was on the radio station when he said,
I mean, I do that a lot.
This actually, I'm sure he'd be like, oh God, Miles has to take my story out there. Like, it actually hurt him. He was ready. They had done the introduction, right? They've done the, I think, engagement or something. The guy was ready. He had packed everything he had. He moved down to Lagos from Abuja, got a new place, and he saw the bride price. He wanted to kill him. And this is the girl that he loved so much. Now, girl on her own now goes, don't worry, maybe we should just keep saving. We'll get there. Blah, blah. She didn't fight for him. So it really broke him.
You know the annoying part? The guy probably had established the girl in some sort of way.
Yeah.
Do you get? And I'm like, shouldn't that be enough already? Like, these people have established to a certain level. All they needed to do was get married and get it going. And then you guys are trying to frustrate that effort. It's really upsetting.
Why are you thinking all about, where did you go just like, you just look lost, like you're thinking about it, like, oh my goodness.
I'm just imagining, I'm projecting myself,
what you're going to do,
like what I would do.
I mean, I've thought about it. Like, the moment I saw that list, I thought about it.
Talking about what you guys would do now, moving forward now, right? Since this is the generation of the younger, we are the younger generation now. They are still listening to us gradually. Our voices are heard globally now. We have the internet and everything. Now, let's start with you. Moving forward, you get to that point where you want to get married. Let's start with when you get married. Then, when you start having your own children and you're trying to give them away, what is the way forward for you?
Okay, so the way forward for me is do things.
And if this comes into play, somehow, I'm not saying you're going to marry a mechanic, which there's nothing wrong with a mechanic actually, but if it comes into play.
Okay, so I think before we even get to that point, I would have a chat with my own folks. Like, okay, so it's almost that time, and that time is like almost now. So you guys have to get your thinking faculty straight.
Wait, so you are doing like this for your parents?
No. I mean, no disrespect.
Was that just like that?
If my mother was here now,
you just have to say
it. Sorry, I cut you short.
Okay, so but yeah, I mean, like, we need to get our priorities straight, because consider me, consider my future. I mean, like, I know they want the best for me, so they would not even try to act funny, So yeah, they will come into terms like, okay, so I think this is what we should do. But yeah, tradition will still be played out, regardless. But don't come and build house on top of. No, it won't work.
All right,
cool. And then for my kids too, I would do the same. So
like, will you even take any money out? Will you just say, you love him, you love her,
I'll do the
just
normal
go.
tradition, but the whole 1 naira, 2 naira, all the naira denomination or your currency, everything, all those numbers.
All right, Booms. What about you?
Okay, so for me, let me start with my parents. It's already in play. This is what I want and this is what I don't want. This is how things should get and this is how things shouldn't get. So I think we're almost on the same page now. And for my children, I'll just stick to this tradition of money. Hand the money, the bride price to the father hands it over to the child, and she used the money to build her family. I think that's very much okay.
Understanding.
Yes.
All right, cool. That being said, no cap, we came, we saw, we conquered, we spoke it the way it is. They think bride price is nonsense. I think bride price is not nonsense, but don't hike it too much. And you heard from the people from the streets also, they had diverse opinions about it. But you can reach us on all our social media platforms and let us know what you think. If you think bride price is nonsense, please let us know. If you think it's nonsense, please let me know. If you have a fine girl in your house, I will visit. And if you think it makes sense, yeah, you'll be fine. Don't let me know. Reach out to me. You know what I mean? Thank you so very much, Booms. How can we reach on your social media platforms?
You can follow me at mo_Turaya13 on Instagram alone.
Okay. What about?
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram at Rosange_. It is spelled as ROS4NGE_.
Yes. All right, cool. Follow her. Don't follow me. I do not have indie money. I'm just saying. All right, we came with Solve Conquer. We have to go. When we come back next time, it's still good to be the blast. Still no cap. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world. Adios.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it would be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my salary will be like, if I'm working for someone, it would be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant, and I love the work presently, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation, and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I say like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to being frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million, a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, earn close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company, because I'm always a strategist. I render solutions to companies on how the company can move ahead as well there.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Federal government ignores 17-year-old concession fee debts, renews terminal leases. That's one of the topics we're going to be discussing on the program this morning. Also, workers threaten to withdraw from National Housing Fund over unremitted funds. Of course, we'll be looking at the headlines on some of our national dailies on Off the Press this morning. Very good morning, and thanks for joining us. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and today we're glad that you're there. Today is a Thursday, so we think business when we're talking all the issues that we're talking about. Even if we're talking about any kind of topic, we want you to be thinking business, especially at this time where everybody is trying to have different streams of income without necessarily making one to suffer for the other one. There's a lot of things there are a lot of things that you can do now that we have the opportunity of the internet. There's so many things that you can do to get money while still at the work that you are doing. So if you are, for instance, working in a media house like I am working, and you're sitting in front of your computer and you have 30 minutes, there are things you can do in 30 minutes that will give you something that will be better than nothing. Like we say in Nigeria, at all, I'm bad. Okay, so if you're thinking about anything today, think business as well. Get a business plan, and you can have some other people that you will consult with, and they'll tell you what you need to do. On Tuesday, we were talking with someone who said that his company and so many other companies are responsible for funding startups. So if you have an idea, you take the idea to them, they work on the plan and give you a business plan that you can use, and then they fund it, and then they supervise you until you become as independent as you need to be before they hands off, or they continue to be with you depending on your choice. So there are so many opportunities that abound, and we're hoping that you're going to take advantage of them and make sure there is no longer any complaint. Yes, our country may be very difficult at this moment, but we're hoping there's light at the end of the tunnel. And if there's light at the end of the tunnel, adjust your eyes well enough so that when that light really shines bright, you wouldn't be squinting your eyes and trying to grope your way as if you're still in the dark. Well, there are some things that are trended on the internet and everywhere else, and some stories that are very interesting to us that may not form the hot topic for today. First of them is that Emefiele's siblings withdraw case against the AGF and the DSS. Remember that two of the brothers separately filed some motions to stop the DSS and AGF from prosecuting them. The Fundamental Rights Enforcement suit that was filed against the Department of State Services, DSS, and the Attorney General of the Federation at the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, by the two brothers of the suspended governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, has been withdrawn. That's what news we have had this morning. So Justice Emmanuel Okpe struck out the suit on Wednesday after the applicants, through their lawyer, informed the court of their decision to discontinue the case. The suspended CBN governor's siblings, George Emefiele and Okanta Emefiele, had filed separate ex parte motions at the court seeking order of the court to enforce their fundamental rights to freedom of movement, among others, by issuing perpetual injunction restraining the DSS from inviting, intimidating, harassing, and arresting or detaining them in relation to matters or body of matters which relates to the ongoing investigation of Mr. Godwin Emefiele and or matters outside the constitutional and statutory mandate of the first respondents, which is DSS. However, the resumed hearing of the cases on Wednesday, counsel for the applicants, Grace Husani, informed the court that the applicants separately filed this notice of discontinuance of the case. The lawyer, however, did not explain to the court why the applicants decided to discontinue the cases. The counsel for the DSS, Ibrahim Awo, who did not oppose the discontinuance applications by Emefiele's brothers, however, urged the court to dismiss the case instead of striking it out as requested by the applicant's counsel. The DSS also or the counsel to the DSS also demanded a substantial cost of 2 million naira against the applicants in favor of the respondents. And the counsel for the AGF, Maimuma Lami Sheru, also concurred with the submission of the DSS counsel and also demanded a 2 million naira cost. So Justice Okwe, in his ruling, struck out the cases and ordered that no cost should be paid by the applicants. And we're just hoping that a lot of other people who have gone to the courts to get the perpetual injunctions will refrain from it as well and just go to the courts and prove their cases. A lot of people just, because they have cases with the DSS, with the EFCC, with whatever body of enforcement agencies, will just go to the courts and get perpetual injunctions. Some of them committed some atrocities, as we would like to call them, when they were still in office. And as governors, because some of them are governors, as governors they had immunity and they could not be prosecuted. And as soon as they left office, that gave room for prosecution, they went to the courts and got perpetual injunctions. And we keep asking, some of us that are not learned gentlemen, we keep asking, why do the courts grant these perpetual injunctions? If anybody is not guilty, they should just go and prove their cases in court. For instance, if you ask me, where are you coming from? And I tell you, I am from Bansara, Goja local government, and you say, I'm not from Bansara. Why would I go and get a perpetual injunction to prevent someone from asking me that? I'll just go to court, bring all the witnesses, talk to my village head and whatever I need to do, and then make sure that it is proven that I'm from that community. So why do people get perpetual injunctions? We keep asking. But, well, in the wisdom of the court, the last hope of the common man, they give perpetual injunctions to people, some of them who should be in jail, get perpetual injunction and they are not in jail. They are not even prosecuted at all. Some of them who could ordinarily just be set free because they will prove their case, they just don't have that time to go to the courts. And so they go and get perpetual injunction and just stay back. Well, in the coming days, we will know what is what. And there must come a time when all these things, whether perpetual injunctions or not, something must give, and then we will know the truth. We can separate, like my people say, you separate the vegetable from the oil when you're cooking. I don't know how that is, but sometimes it is possible. We also have another story which is talking about the doctors in Ogun State set for strike on September 1 due to unpaid allowances. And it's really worrisome. Why would doctors be owed? Why would anybody be owed? The good book says a laborer deserves his wages. Around 450 doctors in Ogun State State-owned health facilities are set to go on an indefinite strike starting September 1 due to alleged non-payment of hazard allowances by the government. These doctors work in various health institutions, including Olabisi Onabanjo Teaching University Hospital, general hospitals, primary health centers, and the Ministry of Health and Health Management Boards. The Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, issued a 21-day ultimatum to the Ogun State government during its annual general meeting on August 10, 2023, demanding the payment of hazard allowances dating back to January 2023. In a letter dated August 11, 2023, addressed to the governor, Dakpo Abiodun, and signed by the NMA chairman and secretary respectively, the organization threatened industrial action if demands were not met by August 31. Today is August 24 already. Dr. Kunle Ashimi, the state's NMA chairman, expressed state's doctors' frustration with unfulfilled promises by the government and emphasized the importance of hazard allowances. Dr. Ashimi spoke of how the doctors at federal institutions are already collecting hazard allowance, meanwhile, the state institutions have not and have been clamoring for it for some time now. And we do not know why. In a country where we are short on doctors or medical staff rather, and these things are still happening. Hazard allowance. I usually say this: if you go to a school, for instance, sometimes you find private institutions paying as low as 15,000, as low as 20,000, some paying 30,000, and some paying above that. But the teachers who went to teach there were told you were going to be paid this much, and they accepted. And so they have no moral grounds to strike, so long as this paltry sum is coming at the time it should come. So that is what is called an agreement. So if the government agrees to pay a particular amount as hazard allowance or as salary or as whatever kind of emolument, they should honor the agreement. Whoever hires a laborer should be ready to keep to the agreement. I even see in the Nigerian society, sometimes you have maybe like a domestic servant, or you have someone working in your company, a private company, and then you pay these people, and then whoever doesn't come back to say thank you to you for paying them the salary of the work they did for you is sacked or given sanctions. I've seen this many times, and you ask them, then sometimes I have opportunity to counsel some people or to ask what was the problem. Maybe I'm like a go-between these two people, the employee and the employer, and I ask what the problem is. And the employer will say, this person is not grateful. He doesn't ever say thank you when I pay salary. And I'm like, what? Do you say thank you to the person when he works for you? And now you're paying for the labor that he or she has put in, and if he doesn't say or she doesn't say thank you to you, you sack that person or you give a query to the person. It doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know. Some people have argued that, yes, someone who pays you should be able to get the kind of appreciation that he deserves. And I'm just asking myself, what kind of appreciation? Somebody works, you pay. That person is paying you the work. You are paying the money for the work. I don't know. I don't see anything. It's a mutual agreement. I'm doing this and you are paying me. If you cannot say thank you for the work that I'm doing, I shouldn't be saying thank you to you. It's just an agreement that we have. And some people feel that because you're paying the cash, you are the one or whose who is making sure that person survives. His life depends on you. It doesn't work that way. We should stop this mentality. And that's why I've seen some, the other day I was passing through the Third Mainland Bridge, and somebody just parked the car there, handed over the key to the Oga, because the Oga has been somehow. And this Oga, unfortunately, cannot drive. And so he was making calls and trying to get someone else to come and drive him from Third Mainland Bridge back home. So you're talking down on your driver, you're maltreating your driver, you're doing a lot of things, saying unprintable things to your driver because he's a driver, a common driver, and you cannot even drive. And because you are the one paying him at the end of the month, maybe 30,000 or 40,000, you think you're the lord over that person. An employer is not lord over anybody. An employee also is not lord over anybody. It's a symbiotic relationship. You help me, I help you. So let's stop this fact where, or this attitude where you employ somebody and you think because the money you're paying that person is helping them in their family, you are a god. Don't play God. So the government, if they accept to do a particular thing, should always do it. And even if it's a private person, you employ someone and you accept to do a thing, or you agree that you are going to be doing X, Y, Z, then do it. At the end of the month, pay them their salaries, give them their allowances and all that. We cannot have a situation where people will go on strike again in a country where there are no health workers. So doctors, 450 in Ogun State alone. How many do they have in that state? That 450 will be disgruntled and then they will go on strike. Now the NMA nationwide is also talking about strike. They're also talking about the fact that some of the agreements reached with the government are not being met. Do we keep recycling this bad behavior all the time? Well, I don't know how government works. Maybe there's a bug that bites the people that get into government. I've seen a lot of good people gone bad, but I do hope that there will be a revolution. I'm not talking about fighting on the streets, but there will be a revolution of the mind where people will begin to think differently and more positively and see that everybody is important and that a laborer deserves his wages. Whether it is ASU, whether it is NLC, whether it is NMA, whether it is workers at the ports, whoever is working deserves to be given their wages. And you, the person who is working, if you agreed to collect something XYZ, do not ask for an extra except you really deserve it. So if after every 3 years you're supposed to be promoted and given more money, that's a different case. But you don't go there and say, because at Christmas he did not give me largesse, which you didn't agree to before you started work, then you stop your work. That doesn't work that way as well. So everybody should respect the agreements they entered into before they started working. Government, respect. People who are working for the government, respect as well. No matter who you are, everybody deserves respect. Okay, we're going to take a short break right now. When we return, we'll start with our the headlines from national dailies. We do hope that you're going to be a part of that as well. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You're welcome back. At this moment, our hearts go to the people of Abuja as a multi-story building collapsed and some people are feared dead. We know that already 10 people have been rescued, but we do not know their condition right now, if all will be well with them. And there's so many other people who are feared trapped in that building. A lot of people sleep at the ground floor of that multi-story building, and some people are at the top there. So we don't know the casualties, the number of casualties that will be there, and the number of fatalities that might come out of that. Whatever be the case, our hearts go to them. We do hope that more rescues will be done today. But we forgot earlier on, we should have told you this, there's a diversion according to the Lagos State government. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transportation, Engineer Abdul Hafiz Toriola, made an announcement on Wednesday, August 23, that the Lagos State government is diverting traffic at Alagba ramp in West Lagos on Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway from Thursday, August 24, for the duration of 18 weeks. So if that is your route that you ply, be advised you might want to take alternative routes for 18 days now from today. And he said the decision was taken for continuation of the Yanokwaja bus terminal project. So be advised, this is a traffic advice for you, make sure you look for alternative routes, or if you can help it, you don't have to use that route for anything. So if your business will take you out of that route and through that route, and you can stay for the 18 days without going back that way, well, but know that is what is going to be happening on that road. But this time now to look at what made the headlines on some of our national dailies, and we're glad to have with us to analyze some of these headlines, architect Ezekiel Nyaitok, a public affairs analyst that will be talking from Akwa Ibom with us. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Just at this time from Abuja.
Oh, okay. You're a Nigerian. You can be anywhere. I hope.
So if the network is unstable, no, it's because I'm not in Akwa Ibom where the network is very stable.
Oh, you had to say that. I know. I hope you don't have a property that might be demolished anytime soon.
No, Wike is my guy.
So you are sure that your property, even if you have, will not be demolished?
No, I as an architect, I do due diligence. I look at the master plan, and then whatever I have is definitely within areas that I don't lose any sleep on. Okay,
very good. Now let's go to the headlines. We will begin today with headlines from the Guardian. The Guardian newspaper is what we're beginning with today. And the first headline there is from the boldest headline, I like to say that because it might not be the most important, is that 24 years after Nigeria's space program loses traction despite yearly allocation. And this headline is coming at a time where India is landing on the moon, and our own 25 years after the space program loses traction is what we are talking about. And we do not know, will we ever make headway in that? Let's get your comments on that headline, first of all, before we go to others.
Yeah, my very first comment is that you lose what you have. Did they have traction before now for you to start talking of them losing? Secondly, I bring this up again, and I can't forget it in a hurry. When Mr. Donald Duke was a governor, I think I've said it before in this program, and we've been very good friends right from time. And he told me, yeah, I'll do anything for you on housing, land policy, but the money I have, I will not be able to go into housing. I want to concentrate on, tourism. And that guy became, probably till now, the only governor that has branded a state. That's the power of vision. Nigeria wants to do everything. Why don't we just get focused on the things we must do for today and the things we must lay a foundation for tomorrow and get real with ourselves? this issue of space, as much as I think the K is missing in my name, the last part is ETOK. You know, this issue of, you know, the space and all this and all that, the question is, have we sat down to count the cost, to look at where we are and to situate it with time, with respect to what we can afford? But every year we spend so much money on things that we are not even, you know, like the refineries. If you look at how much we spend on the staffing and maintenance of all these things of the refineries, it's obscene. It's a sin, you know. And then you now come to these agencies. My brother, I was trying to, if you look at the Orasian report, and there are some agencies that you're going to see that you're like, excuse me, wait, where is this? How is that? But they have boards, they have staff, they have offices. Some of the offices are rented. So I look forward to a president that will come and play down on the politics and play up the governance and bite the hard bullet to reset, a forced reset for us to be able to start to think like a people that have brain where it's supposed to be. So that headline for me, you say you lose traction when you never had traction. I want to know at what point we made such progress that people say, wow, Nigeria is coming into the space, you know, arena. I don't think, I think it's one of those places that we can
but you said we should be prioritizing and seeing what we can afford. But is it really a matter of not being able to afford these things that it is happening the way it is happening? For instance, if money is budgeted for refinery, it is supposed that that money should be used for that purpose because they did due diligence, feasibility studies, whatever name you want to call it, and found out that this money at least will take it to a particular percentage. But it doesn't seem as if that money is used at all. So on the one hand, we can afford it. On the other hand, we spend the money, but we don't see the results. So do you think it's the same thing? I'll tell you this
for free. You know, on 2 occasions, in fact, this is the third, though this is the first time I really campaigned, but at least on 2 occasions, I indicated interest to be a governor. Now, if you sit down, if you are serious and you're not sent by money, you are sent by passion, if you sit down, the first time I had migraine in my life, 3 days was when I decided to do a 5-year audit of the budget of Akwa Ibom State. It was painful. I couldn't sleep. God has blessed me such that I can stay for 6 months without having headache. I have divine health. I will say that for me very easily and giving God the glory. But for 3 days, I had what I've never had in my life. Why was that so? This thing we call budget is a ritual that has no meaning and relevance to reality. It is such a deceitful document that, especially at the state level, they will budget 20 billion in this particular, ministry that they know they're not going to do anything. At the end of the day, they probably would have spent 500 million. Then another ministry where they don't want to know who their cronies, they'll put maybe 5 billion. But go and look at what is spent at the end of the day, over 50 billion. You know, they're so fraudulent in, why am I saying all this? It is that our budgeting process is not what we should come and be saying, oh, it is budgeted for, it's not budgeted for. The second thing is, I'm an architect, I'm a construction person. You realize that projects last for 20 years. Why is that so? I'll give you a little example. I want to do road. You put in the budget, maybe this road is supposed to be 10 billion, okay? You put in this year's budget, 2 billion. What will 2 billion do? It will allow me to, mobilize to sites, clear the earthworks, and maybe start digging the gutters and things like that. Do you understand me? Now, guess what happens? In the next budget cycle, you do not give me the next money that will allow me to, do the asphalting of the earthwork that I have done. So we leave it, the rains come and then wash away everything I had done. So when I come back, I'm now asking for variation to do the earthworks again, right? And this ritual continues. Why don't we budget such that we know the timings and the payments to be done, the milestones, and then we follow those milestones, but that's not done. Maybe in this milestone, I'm supposed to be paid 5 billion because I'm doing the asphalting and all those things, and they go and put 2 billion. That 2 billion will not allow me to start. Maybe I can just, maybe it was about 5 kilometers, maybe I'll do 1 kilometer. Then the other 4 kilometers, they will get bad. I come back, by the time you give the next 3 billion, I'm going back to do the earthworks and not asphalting the next because what I've done before is spoiled. So what am I saying? Our budgeting process is very defective. And, you know, a lot of times these things are not for the essence, but for servicing the boys and creating employment. It's like government is put together to create employment. And that's not the work of government. Government is not to create employment. Government is to provide an enabling environment for the organized private sector in a capitalist economy that we run to thrive. So that you do the things that you ask yourself, am I an effective administrator? Because the act of governance on its own, the essence is the management of the resources of the people to the larger interests and benefits of the generality of the people. And is that what we are doing? No, it's not. It's servicing our ego and then servicing the boys so that we can get the next election, and that ritual continues. I look forward to a governor that would like to bite the bullet and say, if I perish, I perish. I don't care about second terms. I'll do it right. And if Mr. President cannot say so, then we're just in for another 4-year ride.
Okay, let's take another headline. Naira resumes free fall, depreciates to 890 Naira per dollar at the parallel market. I did also hear that the Naira on the I&E window is about 760 or so. What are your thoughts on this?
Two things. Please, let's think through policies. Let's not play to the gallery. Let's not do much of reaction. I can forgive the past in that everything there was no driver. Today, we do not only have the Minister of Finance, we also have him double as the coordinating Minister of the Economy. What that means is that they are no longer silos. Do you understand me? There is somebody who can see the interrelationship, the interlinkages, the interrelation of the different facets and industries and ministries as relevant. Let them look at the monetary policies that we have and relate it to the fiscal policies. In the fiscal policy right now, we really don't have a central bank governor. If need be, let us make the man that is there to be substantial, okay? If need be, I don't know, whatever is the process is, so that the man can now know he's sitting down well. If not so, if he knows that he can leave the place anytime, he does what he can while he can. But when he knows that he has a tenure of 4 years, he knows he'll be held accountable for every decision he takes. And between him, the Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy and the National Economic Council, they should actually sit down and ask themselves, what policy do we want to put in place? Even if it is not, we can understand something that doesn't work for now. But we know a man that chooses to plant coconut instead of groundnut understands that while he is still tending the coconut, the man that planted groundnut is eating. He will look at the man, but when he knows that once this coconut grows, he will not have to be planting it every year. There's, I think it was Winston Churchill that said, that says that hope is the anchor that stabilizes the soul. The moment you have hope, you can wait. You understand me? But we are here today. We don't know what the end game is. We don't understand what is happening. It is what you can while you can. Que sera, sera. And that's not the way government should be run. I'm a private sector person. I've never, ever in my life accepted any paying appointment. Never. I'm strictly a private sector person. And I'm sitting down here, I'm trying to do a forecast. Let me give you a very little illustration. I'm into real estate. I do estate, okay? Then a man trusts me and pays me 100% for, say, a story building, maybe a 4-bedroom, what we call duplex, okay?
Yeah.
And then he pays me maybe about 70 million, right? Now, this is just at maybe foundation, what we call German floor, level. He pays me upfront because he doesn't want to have any problem. Now, within 6 months, the materials escalate by over 35%. Now, my own margin was about maybe 25%, but the materials have gone over 35%. Then the question is, what moral right do I have to come and tell this man who had paid me 100% for him to, pay me additional money? While on the other hand, I know I will not be able to deliver except I dig in and then, may be able to use my resources to make it up. On account of that, what do? I take a policy of, guys, in the contract, it's going to be milestones based on this and that. And that's not the way to run business. And that man who knows that if he doesn't move that money away, that money will go, will now end up coming to a point where I ask for more payment, he cannot pay because the money has gone. There's a way that people operate. So it's difficult for you to run business as a private sector person if you cannot do the proper forecasting. Forecasting is the soul of a private enterprise. And right now, look at some weeks back, it had come down to about 780, and then within days, it's gone back to 900. It's a yo-yo. Things can't work that way. You can't plan, you can't forecast. So I'm really concerned about our future.
Yeah, on the Punch, the headline that carries that story says that Naira tumbles to 900 Naira per dollar. But the CBN vows that BDC operators will be clamped down. Do you think that is a solution to the free fall of the Naira?
Sorry, with all due respect, those are the sort of things that just upset me. Are those guys the problem? You've created a differential of over 200 Naira. It's commonsensical for you to know that there's going to be round tripping. It's just commonsensical. Especially when your operation is so opaque. There's a way it could be, and once you go there to get from the official market, there are certain paradigms that are set, there are certain procedures that are not bendable. There is integrity check on them. It is for certain purposes, and there's no cronies involved, there's no political patronage involved. If that is the case, even if there's a differential of 500 Naira, that's just like to use a sledgehammer to kill a fly. And somebody knows that the risk it takes, that if he tries to divert, the punishment is so steep that it's not worth the wahala. Do you understand me? So, but why do you want to? Some people are just adventurous, they want to try it out. But why don't you have us a policy where we know that this is the way? Now, do you have the resources for you to show up the difference? Number two, can you stop the rush for money? I keep asking this question. The petroleum marketers are rushing and mopping up money to go and buy, petrol and come. Why can't we do this swap arrangement, direct sales, direct purchase, such that they are given allocation of crude in exchange for, a certain quantity of petrol that will come in and other derivatives? Why can't we do it? In that case, the crude is ours. I say this, imagine a man that harvests yams. No matter how much the yam costs in the market, the one that he brings out to eat in the house, he does not tell you the market value of the food he's eating. We bring the crude from our ground here. We don't buy it. So why do we need to sell it and get money so that we can now take the money to go and buy it again, the refined product? If you cannot refine the product, I've said this before and I say it again. What is wrong? And I want to repeat it. I want Nigerians to tell me, let the minister or the minister president look at these so-called illegal refineries. Let me tell you something. I went to a guy that was to weld something for me somewhere. And I told him about the diesel. I said, I'll supply you diesel because it was substantial. He said, oh, God, no. Oh, God, that do not diesel. No, they work for us. I said, which one did they use? He said, the one where they do locally. He said, that one, if they burn better, that one, they last better. Do you understand me? I was taken aback. I said, what about the risk factor? Are you sure it's properly done? He said, oh, guys, you see, oh, God, let me tell you the truth. Over 80% of us, when they use this, now this one will they use. No be that on our own. Import. This one, these people understand, they do it well. So it is good. Now, at the risk of sounding like I'm endorsing it, what stops the government, rather than destroying those illegal refineries, undergoing a process? Yes, it might be crude. Let me end this note on this because it's very important. There were two cities some years back that we used to laugh at as having inferior products. What were those two cities?
Taiwan.
And Aba. Taiwan and Aba. Abamed. We used to laugh at, and Taiwan. Taiwan continued on that crude method until they refined it. And today, Taiwan is in a different world altogether. But in Aba, we were too fast to jettison it as being inferior. And we refused to, kind of patronize those guys, let them start to buy machines and buy certain equipment that will make their production better, and over a period will become good enough like others, if not better. Why can't the federal government, as a policy, say that we're not going to buy any more refined products in the next 3 years? Mr. President will say, during my tenure, I'll get it. Number one, we're going to fix refineries, even if it is one of them. If I need to become, now that I'm the minister, if I need to pay that refinery every week, I go there for 1 hour. You can't do it. There's a Greek adage that says, amambre argofnono. Amambre argofnono. If you like something, you've got to pay the price for that thing. Do you understand me? So president can afford to say, I can give 1 hour in a week and go to Port Harcourt refinery and work from there. And I need to know what the problems are. And then within 6 months, you'll be shocked you don't need to go again because things are starting to work. Number two, Minister of State Petroleum Resource for Oil. I want you to go to the Niger Delta, to the creeks. Give me a report. Tell them not to run again. Find out what we can do. What are the health hazards that are involved? How can we take care of it? What are the environmental impacts that we cannot do? What are the equipment that they are having to do manually that we can do something? Bring the Chinese in. Let them give us technology to take care of that. At the end of 2 years, you'll be shocked that we are refining good products, both from the refineries and from this, so-called illegal refineries, who are actually feeding us in the Niger Delta, and I'll tell you that for free. I want somebody to come on air and say that what Nyaito is saying is absolute balderdash, that is not true. And if it is true, then why are we pretending, doing the ostrich and pretending we don't know where the answer is? Must we continue to feed the whims and caprices of these people that are sucking us dry? These are people that are not nationalists. All they care about is their personal profit. Let Mr. President look at what I've said and say that what I'm saying is not correct. So, my brother, and then the gas, I'm happy that we have a young man today. I mean, when they were there, I'll just quickly throw this in, and when they were doing the ministerial briefings and then not briefings, allocation of portfolio, and a guy that I know very well was given gas, I was quite worried and everything, until I sat down with him some days back, and this guy he amazed me. I didn't know how Mr. President got to have such information about him and put him there. He's not a gas sector person, but he has the drive, the energy, and the focus. So such people, enhance them, give them wings to fly. Those who are eager, they are hungry to make a mark. Not all these old people who have made so much money, they're just looking for a way to make sure that they escape from EFCC. These are other people who are like eager to make a mark on time. When I like that push. So if Mr. President can do that, I think we'll be the better for it.
Yeah, well, experience has taught us that some young may not always be best. Young may not always be best. We've seen cases of the youngest governors that we've had.
No, I'm not. No, I'm an advocate for the young, but I know that I have found young people who are not just informed, energetic, driven. They are eager to make a mark on the sands of time. Nyetok has already had his life. Housing Man of the Year, Lifetime Achievement Award in housing and blah, blah, blah. That's if I made something Minister of Housing, I'll need to look for something to add to the punch. But imagine a younger person coming in. He wants to also make a mark. Do you get the point? So I could be driven by nationalistic instinct. But what is driving the old people that are there, outside of being able to escape from EFCC and the rest, finding the National Assembly as where they go to hide, or government portfolio where to hide. But the young people are not hiding. They are looking for a way to make a mark. So I'm advocating from them, not because they are young, so to speak, not age, I'm not of age, but because they are hungry, because they are energetic, because they see their future at stake. They have something at stake. November 1, I'll be 60, okay? And then they are in their 30s. It will take another 30 years, 20 years to come to where I'm already today. So they have more stake in the system and society than I do.
Okay. Another headline here is on the Punch. State debts may hit 1.34 trillion naira over palliative loans. And then the writers there are saying governors to begin palliative loans repayment December. Federal government gives 3 months grace. And then Gombe, Katsina get 2 billion naira each. Lament inadequate relief items. Obaseki knocks federal government. Okay, palliatives were given to states. First of all, we didn't hear about it until we were told that 48% of that money will be returned. It was a loan to the states and will be returned. And the governor started kicking against it. That's when we heard that palliative money, the 5 billion that they said to every state, has been given already. Now, they are going to have 3 months grace, and by December, they will start paying back this money, which means this is just the palliatives forever. Nothing is coming in again. In fact, in December, the states are supposed to be paying back, not to get another palliative for the people, but they will be paying back. And the debt of the states may hit 1.34 trillion naira because of palliatives. So,
I'll tell you
your comments.
Yes. Number one is, I don't know why Gombe State and the other people will get 2 billion, because I thought it was kind of a tap on bread. But maybe additional, I don't know, but that's not my issue. I want to say that a lot of times we use the name of the poor to enrich the rich. I am one that is absolutely uncomfortable with this craze about palliative, because in 6 months, you have put 5 times 37, 5 times 30 is already 150. I think you have close to 200 billion into creating dependency syndrome. You talk about 120,000 bags of rice. You divide it up and you discover that 5 villages are sharing 1 bag of rice. And I imagine how I'm giving 1 bag of rice to my village. Who is going to get? You are taking 5 villages to share 1 bag of rice. So much so that a whole family, I don't know if you can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Yes. I had made an open letter to Mr. President. In that open letter to Mr. President, I said, why don't you embark on what I call enterprise estates? I did an analysis where I said the money for Akwa Ibom, don't let it enter that voicemail in 6 years, in 6 months. Rather, that money will establish an enterprise estate in each of the 10 federal constituencies. This enterprise estate will comprise of 200 studio apartments, each of them with a portable farm, a fish pond, and a microprocessing unit. And then you have 200 people building these 200 units. Imagine the money that gets into the system. And you now have 200 young people being beneficiaries. Is like a school where they get trained and they get churned out. That thing in the next 15 years is still there, churning out people. They have an interface with the Agri Development Bank, they have, or with Bank of Industries, and you have people who are trained, specialists in this, and it goes on like that. That is the money that would have entered voicemail in 6 months. In Akwa Ibom, it will be a legacy in 10 federal constituencies that will be there for the next 15 years. So why don't we get a little more creative with this? Let's start to have a mentality of production as against consumption. The consumption politics, they made to give them now, so that they go along now. What happens to them 6 months after? That man that you have given that maybe how much were they saying, 10,000 or 5,000, every month for 6 months. At the end of 6 months, this money stops to come. What have you done to that person? You've created a social stigma because I say, my guy, that your money alpha, they get them again. A man that works on foot, don't give him keke if that keke is not going to be for him to keep. If not so, you give him keke for 6 months, and everybody knows him as a keke rider, a keke person. After 6 months, you remove the keke. Those who were envious will now start saying, my bros, Alpha, where your keke now? Make it come there. They know it has been taken. It's no longer available. So what you do, you create a social stigma on that person. You create a dependency syndrome on that person. And at the end of the day, you are going to create a social problem that can lead that person into things like drugs or crime or things like that to be able to sustain. But if he was working and taking keke the way he was looking for a day that God will bless him with his own. So I think that we need to have a government that thinks more of the people and not on what they can deceive the people and look good in the interim, and it ends there.
I was just trying to make a calculation of this 5 billion naira. If you're buying a bag of rice, for instance, for 40,000 naira, that will give you about 125 bags of rice. And then if you're buying it for 30,000 naira, which is not possible right now in our economy, then you'll be getting about 166 bags of rice. In a place like Akwa,
I think it would be, it won't be 166,000. Maybe
166,000, that's what it is. 125,000 or 166,000 bags.
Yes.
And
okay, look at,
you put that in Akwa Ibom State, how many families will get it?
Now, 150,000, okay, for 31 local governments. Let's take 150 and 30, okay? You realize that in a local government, you are giving them 30, 150, you are giving them about 50,000 bags, okay? Now, when you divide that, no, my mathematics is wrong. When you divide that, you come to what I said before, where about 3, 4, 5 villages are sharing 1 bag of rice. That's for 6 months, so I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's for 6 months. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. But if you aggregated that into a productive venture, I keep saying this, I wish I would have an opportunity to make a presentation on this enterprise estate to Mr. President. I did it at the, let me just, in 2015, everybody has this thing that, oh, Akiten Yaito was the only African as a main speaker at the Global Conference on Affordable Housing in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. What people don't know is that it was a specific product that I presented that they say, wow, this makes sense. It needs to hit a global stage. Please, can you come and give it to us at a global level? Do you understand me? That's what it was. and it was then captured in our national housing policy. It's there in our housing policy because, you know, they took it off. But since then, it's been like people just keep it hush-hush. And I believe that God will open a door for me to make that presentation to Mr. President. This is something that gets the money down to the grassroots, because talking about, you know, I'm a social governance advocate, and social governance is a bottom-to-top approach to governance and development with the primary objective of bringing the citizens out of poverty. So developing the rural areas is my own area of special interest. So I'm thinking in terms of what can we do within the social areas, that rural areas, that is sustainable and yet brings money to them at that level. So it's about clear thinking, and I hope that we start to come up. And, you know, enterprise estate is not the only thing. There are other products that people have. Let them start to aggregate those special products that are rural area targeted, that will be able to make impact, instant impact on a productive, you know, capacity or basis. And then we'll start to have where we are having things that we can export. Number one, we play down on the things that we import. We're importing rice. We can become self-sufficient in rice. We don't need to import. We are importing tomatoes, tomato paste. This stuff, imagine in each of the enterprise areas, I'm having 500, you know, tomato farms and fish ponds. You know, if you extrapolate that, you can become Akwa Ibom can feed the whole of Nigeria on catfish. Do you understand me? So you create an alternate economy. But people don't think that way. They want to collect palliative, buy, supply, and do contract and make money from the contract. When they tell you the cost of bag of rice that they are supplying by, you know, they don't tell us those things. So they tell you, oh, they brought 150,000 bags of rice. Please go and ask them where they bought it from and how much they were paying for each of them.
Even though we are not comfortable with these palliatives, I'm not as well, because it's just a scam, the way and especially knowing that palliatives, this word palliative came to us at the time when we had COVID, and we saw what happened to the palliatives. Some of the people were hoarding the palliatives to distribute as their birthday gifts to people, some to use it as their campaign strategies, campaign giveaways and all that. And now, so even now, when we are not comfortable, we are worried about the distribution of these palliatives that they're talking about. And GSS is warning, in the leadership newspaper, GSS warns governors against shoddy distribution of palliatives. Will this even work? Can they monitor them?
Listen to me. You see, I have a problem sometimes with DSS. Let me tell you something. You see, El Rufai, I get problem with El Rufai, but there are certain things, fundamentals, that El Rufai has done in the past that I'm very happy with. When he was in the FCT, before ever doing anything, he looked for the big heads. He didn't talk. He looked for the big heads. Unlike my Oga Wike that is talking. He looked for he hits them, bam, bam, bam. But we started here. Have you heard? Everybody demolished the House of National Chairman or PDP, and he was in PDP. Did you hear? He has demolished the house of this general. By the time he took on 3 people, before the engines rev to go to Massacre or One Man Village, or the people have run. They say this man don't come up. But EFCC is coming. You know, there's a difference between this is like a joke, you know, the Yoruba guy and then the Warri guy. The Yoruba guy will remove his shirt, he will gesticulate, oh boy, I go finish you. When I finish, go be like say trailer hit you. He go do this, in fact, this is, do you understand me? Come and see show. But Warri guy, he will look at you, he will give you pa. He said, guy, I go sound you. He don't slap you finish. Do you get the point? So let EFCC just keep quiet. Target 1, 2, 3 of these people. Hit them. And the people will say, oh boy, see what the EFCC they do. And when they ask the EFCC, what did they have? They say, we never start.
But DSS is warning the governors that they should not be shoddy in their distribution of these palliatives. Can they do anything to the governors while they're still on seat even?
No,
Will they
let me
persecute
tell
them? What
you,
are they even
governor-
going to do?
Wait now, governor gets immunity, but governor gets the boy. Governors don't distribute these things.
I see.
You know, Mumginegbe, Ngoreka.
Another Greek
I
saying.
carry picking a lion so that the mother go come. You understand me? So the governors have immunity, no problem. I told you when I went to World Bank with Madam Okonjo-Iweala and wanted to talk of the national, this thing, our housing, this thing, land use act. Then in US, in World Bank, they said, architect, forget that thing, you know, go change. Let's walk around it. I can't forget that expression till tomorrow. Let's walk around it. You understand me? So we may not be able to hold the governors, but we can hold their commissioners. We can hold their heads of parastatals. We can hold people. When governors say, make una do, they say, Your Excellency, you know, these police people, these EFCC people, the way they are doing, do you get the point? For their self-preservation, they will look for a better way to make sure that they themselves are not put in harm's way.
Okay. Well, this is where we have to draw the curtain. There are so many other headlines that we would have loved to treat, but this is how far we can run on these. Thank you so much, Architect Nyaitok, for coming on the show.
Thanks. God bless you.
Okay. That was Architect Nyaitok, Ezekiel Nyaitok, talking to us from Abuja today, and we do hope that you had a wonderful time being with us. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at the fact that federal government has ignored a 17-year-old concession fee debt and has renewed terminal leases. Okay, so let's look at that when we return from the break. Stay with us. You're welcome back. There is this story that federal government has ignored a 17-year-old concession fee debt and is now renewing terminal leases. And to discuss this with me, I have Mr. Segun Shokpeton, Principal Partner, Woodridge and Scott Consulting, and a Public Affairs Analyst who has joined us. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Shokpeton.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay, let's start by understanding what it really means, the 17-year-old concession debt that is being talked about and how the federal government has ignored it.
Well, so what's happened basically is that at some point about 20 years ago, the government of Nigeria decided that a lot of the services that were being provided at the port would be concession to private sector stakeholders who are deemed to be experts in the area, in the field of port management and logistics. The idea being, you know, they would run it more efficiently, and as a result of the efficiency, our imports and export facilitation services by the government would improve significantly. And then as a result of their involvement as well, they would be able to maintain the facilities at the port to ensure that their businesses run smoothly. Again, the argument being that being private people, their primary objective of profit will be impaired if they do not invest money in those things to ensure that facilities are in top-notch condition. Of course, for every concession agreement anywhere in the world, the objective would be that you run whatever the service is that the government has given to you to run on behalf of the government, whilst you pay a concession fee or some sort of remuneration goes back to the government. It could be a fee, it could be a share of profit, depending on what specific service we're talking about. In this case, there were concession fees that were supposed to have been paid by these concessionaires. Apparently, that has not been happening from majority of these organizations. And in spite of them failing to make these payments, it is now coming to light that their concessions are being renewed. So you then begin to wonder how exactly this is happening, what exactly is going on. If the fees are not being paid, then the objectives of the concession, the primary objective of the concession, or one of the primary objectives of the concession, is not being met. So how come, the concessions are being renewed? So there are a lot of questions being raised or being asked around this. And if you look at the details of the concessionaires, you begin to realize that a lot of the people involved are either politicians directly or are people with political connections or are persons of interest politically, and then you begin to get some clarity as to what exactly is going on.
Okay, so that means that they've just written off as bad debts all the concession fees that were supposed to be paid. 17 years is not a short space of time. 17 years concession fee would amount to a lot of money in a country that is looking for money left, right, and center. Let's just have a conspiracy theory, if that is how you will call it. Let's just have a theory. Why do you think this is actually happening? You say you begin to have clarity. In your own perspective, what is the clarity you're having? Why they are being renewed, the terminal leases are being renewed without that debt being paid?
Okay, so first of all, I think it would be very useful to realize that the amount of money that we're talking about is in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Dollars.
Yes. So that's a first thing to recognize. The concessionaires have agreed to pay renewal fees ranging from between $1 million to $5 million when these agreements were executed. And if you calculate, so for the information available is that fees between, depending on which, we have about 25 concessionaires involved in all of this, and the fees that we're talking about range between $100 million to $143 million, dollars, everything totaling about $350 million, is what is being owed currently. So we're talking almost $250 billion in revenues being lost by the government, right? Again, like I said, if you then juxtapose this financial information with the fact that we're talking about either politicians or politically exposed people, you see that the only logical explanation for having these volumes of money being owed the government and yet concessions are being renewed is there's some sort of graft involved. There's some sort of graft involved. Either outright kickbacks, where the monies that are supposed to go to the government is, being pocketed by certain government officials, or some people are paid a certain amount to look the other way while government is owed. So it's not that these monies will not be paid. I don't believe that, because these are agreements, they're legally binding contracts. We're talking about transactions with private companies. One day, those debts will be paid. When that one day will come, I really can't say. One would hope that with the coming of a new administration, maybe that would result in some progress in this area. But we can only hope. We'll have to wait to see how that plays out. However, going into the politics of this, if you recognize the fact that the last 8 years have been under the presidency or the leadership of a man that was supposedly a man of integrity and a strong anti-corruption crusader, and yet something like this happened, under his watch, before his watch, but one would have thought that it would have been stopped under his watch. You then wonder if we have any logical basis to hope that this will stop now. But we would have to wait and see. All we can do is hope for the best. Of course, at the end of the day, it's the Nigerian people that are suffering. It's the Nigerian economy that is suffering. And, and I'm sorry to do this, but I can't help but tie this to the subsidy question. So if you some of us have said repeatedly, and my position has always been that the subsidy is not the problem. And when people tie our fiscal problems, the fact that Nigeria is pretty much broke from a fiscal perspective, when we tie that to subsidies, we deny the reality that stares us in the face, the reality that a significant chunk and portion of Nigeria's revenues do not even get reported, does not arrive in the consolidated revenue account of the country. Those monies never arrive. And this is a fantastic example of what somebody like me has been saying, since this debate erupted. These revenues have been lost to the government. And this is only one example. Scenarios like this are repeated across board, across all of the ministries and all of the agencies of government. If you are able to stop this, reclaim these revenues, in this instance now we're talking about $250 billion naira, $250 billion. So if you stop this and then stop similar incidences across the different ministries, agencies, parastatals, and all of that, then perhaps you would have enough revenues to provide the desperately needed subsidies that will ensure that consumption is not disrupted, and that would potentially could lead to either a recession or a slowdown of economic growth. So one would only hope that the people that are in charge of running the affairs of the country and running the economy would brace up to the challenge at hand, will stop the revenue leakages and save the country from continuing to bleed, from all areas of its economic activities.
Well, this hope is good to have hope, but you see, the renewal of the lease is done by a new government, which you're hoping will sit up to their responsibility and do what they need to do. I don't know how we can marry those two things together.
Well, I mean, I did mention that, I did allude to that, but I also understand that one of the conditions for the renewal of these leases was that these outstanding debts would be paid, by the concessionaires.
One day.
And I think, yes, and I think it's also important to perhaps concede that changing port concessionaires is a painstaking process. It's not a walk in the park. I am not very sure that the option of terminating those contracts, for example, based on the failure of these concessionaires to have made these payments over the years, would be an immediate option. It's something that can happen. Maybe it's something that should happen, but it will take time.
Okay, but are you not worried? Are you not worried that there should be a supervising ministry? There should be some heads that should be in charge of supervising, and nothing is being said about this. There's no probe to that effect. It's just that, okay, let's renew this, and there is a condition of renewal. What about the people who are supposed to be in charge that did not do their work right, or may have, like you said, been receiving some of these kickbacks and letting it slide?
Yeah, so this whole concession thing falls directly under the purview of the Nigeria Ports Authority, which obviously is supervised. I think we have a ministry of blue economy right now, marine and blue economy. Yeah. So this would come under the purview of that ministry. The minister has just settled in, or is just settling in. So there is the political leadership and there's the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy that sits beneath the political leadership will continue to do what they've been doing, which would explain the renewal of the concessions, the concession agreements. If the agreements have come up and are due for renewal, they will get renewed, regardless of whatever is happening at the political top of the ladder. So one would hope, again, I use that word because there's nothing else that one can do. One would hope that the new minister that is coming on board this would be one of the things that he would take on his plate and look critically into, ensure that consequences happen for people that have been involved in what I think is a scam, and then clean it up and ensure it doesn't happen again. So when we talk about the blue economy, absolutely and certainly, the port is a critical component of that. In fact, let's forget, the issue of the lost revenues from this particular scandal, if you may. The reality is that for you to talk about harnessing the potential, the tremendous potential in the blue economy, your ports are a critical component, and almost like a foundation. You have to fix your ports. They have to become efficient. You can't have a situation where goods arrive in the country and 3 months later you still are unable to clear them. And this is still happening till today in spite of these private sector concessions. So this has to be fixed, and one would believe that the new minister would look into this, fix the inefficiencies, and fix the corruption in the system so that Nigeria can benefit from it.
Do you think there are specific policies that need to be formulated for this to work seamlessly?
Well, yeah, clearly the policies currently exist, but I think that one of the things that perhaps we need to move towards is to take those policies and convert them to legislation. One of the reasons that this has happened or has been able to happen is that apparently there is no clear what's it called? Sorry, there is no clear legislation, yes, covering this. There is no clarity. So if, for example, a concessionaire is found to have failed in their duty to make payments to government, if that is found to be some sort of corruption, what is the consequence? In an ideal situation, of course, what you would have is that in the concession contract, there would be perhaps maybe the risk of the concession being terminated, for failure of meeting the terms of the agreement and all of that. But beyond the termination, what consequence would the concessionaire have to face? That there is no clarity with regards to that. So I think that the new minister will need to look into all of this, integrate all of the existing policies surrounding the different nodal points of the value chain in the marine sector, and ensure that critical legislation is taken to the National Assembly to remove any ambiguity and any loopholes that mischief makers might be taking advantage of.
Okay, Mr. Shokweton, thank you so much for your thoughts this morning on the program. It has been a pleasure having you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, we were talking with Mr. Segun Shokweton, a principal partner, Wood Regions Quartz Consulting, and he's a public affairs analyst, and in that capacity, he was talking with us on the fact that the federal government has neglected the 17-year-old debt, concession debt, and is renewing the leases right now. So he has put more light on that. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be on to our second hot topic, which is the fact that workers are threatening to withdraw from National Housing Fund over unremitted funds. Stay with us.
Hey, what's
what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Like, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Okay, the House of Representatives on Wednesday began an investigation into the alleged non-remittance of contributions to the National Housing Fund. This non-remittance has resulted in the workers threatening to withdraw from the National Housing Fund. So we have our guest this morning that will be talking with us on the issue. He's a former Deputy President, NLC and Industrial Relations expert. I'm talking about Mr. Amechi Asuguni. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Give us a background to this happening, why the workers are threatening to withdraw from this scheme.
Yes, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I can.
National Housing Fund Act was actually put in place to favor workers. And this scheme has been in place for decades. And you know that when activity of this nature is employed to service the interests of workers, every worker wants a shelter. Looking at the country today, you know that inflation has eaten up the salaries of employees. And therefore, people who are still paying rent, they suffer more than the others. And therefore, whereby you are making contribution and is not remitted, it means that your right to accessing that fund has been restricted by the act of the employer. So that act on itself is a violation of that very act. Employers were clearly obliged, not at their discretion, to remit within a specific period, which shouldn't be more than a week or two, having deducted such funds from workers. And therefore, employers have continued to use this money for their business, including government especially. So whereby you fail to pay salary, for example, you have hindered workers of not just their salary, but of their chances of getting that very loan as it were. And therefore, workers are saying, why deduct and not remit in the case where you have paid us salary? You deduct and you keep 2.5 of our contribution or whatever the contribution some people would have improved their own to be without remitting it. For them, it's a criminal offense. And it's good National Assembly is carrying out investigation, but it's obvious. Such investigation shouldn't take long because we are talking about workers' welfare. We are talking about rights of individuals. And where employers choose to do otherwise, we believe that the right of workers should be protected because it's their money. The law is not telling employer to pay for workers. The law says workers shall contribute from their own earning. And whereby such has been deducted, not remitting it is like stealing from workers. For us, it's unacceptable.
How long has this been going on?
It has been staggered. If you measure a period of time, you may cut off the crime before that moment. A lot of employers, before now, the law was compulsory for both public and private sectors. And at a point in 2022, where they carried out the law on Business Facilitation Act. Business Facilitation Act of 2022 tried to open the window for private sectors not to compulsorily be involved in the scheme. In that case, private employees are put on they are not optional. You can either choose to contribute or choose not to. That meaning that even though you are contributing, you can opt out. The law allows that, having introduced this BFA, the Business Facilitation Act, which the Section 45 of the Business Facilitation Act amended the Section 4 of the National Housing Fund to allow private sector employees to either join or not, looking at the category of the work they do. Some of the private sectors, they work for 1 month, they work for 1 year, they lost their job, and then how do you transfer this burden from one employer to another? It becomes a case because they are not even feeding well. And you say you must contribute 6 months before you can access the loan. And the worker who will not even work for up to 6 months before his contract is terminated, it means he has lost the opportunity. So we now allow the private sectors to determine whether to join or not. So that right is actually open for private sector. But for these people that we're referring to, it has started as long ago when we have governors that can no longer pay salaries. People were owed salary in this country for 1 year. People were owed salary in this country for 18 months. Situations like that, you don't even talk about remittance of the housing contribution. We are not talking about non-payment of salary that should allow them to pay their pension. Not just this deduction. Workers pay several deductions, including the union dues they pay to the union they affiliate to. So we believe that any money deducted from workers is actually workers' entitlement to invest it where the law says they should invest.
Okay, so the benefit of contributing this money, you're talking about taking loans. What other benefits come to the person who contributes? And if, for instance, you lose your job or your organization stops contributing, what happens to the one you have already contributed?
Yes, the National Housing Fund scheme, or rather act, is very, very robust. It is robust to the extent that a worker is not assessing loan based on his own personal contribution. Your contribution gives you right to assess loan. So you may have contributed just 1 million, but you can assess up to 10 to 15 million. What it means then is that the contribution of the entire workforce in the country is now being brought to a pool whereby workers that are qualified, the law says you must contribute up to 6 months. So that will give you already impression that 6 months contribution of the entire workforce is already in a pool for the first worker that we apply to get. Therefore, they would have contributed millions of naira, including running into hundreds of millions, allowing workers now to access such money. So every worker is entitled to access more than you have in the account, meaning you can access the loan and you can repay them within a lengthy period of 30 years. So such benefit for us is actually in favor of workers. And then when your work terminates, or in the case of retirement or incapacitation, as the law spells it out, is for you now to apply for refund, assuming you did not even access any loan in the first place. Whatever you have contributed would have been invested, and you get both your interest and your contribution upon retirement, or as the case may be, incapacitation that you need help as a matter of urgency. So all of these provisions are made clear in the law to the extent that no worker loses anything. The minimum is to get your refund, but the benefit is to get access to that loan, meaning you are getting beyond your own money. You contribute 1 million, but you are giving 10 million. So you must pay back at a very little or no interest, to the extent that workers at the end of the day become owners of buildings. In most cases, you buy from government. That's why you see government will launch housing estate, and it's open to these people to now, from their contribution, access that very facility depending on the cost and the amount you are contributing. So your category will tell you the kind of category of house you eventually have as a worker. But
Okay,
it's meant to make everybody a landlord.
Yes. What's the role of the Federal Mortgage Bank right now? What are they doing about it? What's the quarrel with them from the workers? Is it the government you're quarreling with, or is it the Federal Government Mortgage Bank that you're talking to, or who is responsible for all this?
I think the way it applies, because I'm talking from the consultant point of view, the way it applies now is workers have right to access their money. That is not in doubt. The major problem is the remittance, which is not the prerogative of the mortgage bank.
Yeah.
Mortgage bank is to receive. Therefore, I don't think workers have problem. The only problem they will have with mortgage will be the processes to access the loan, processes to get their refund, which every financial institution must put realistic and transparent method in place for workers to either access loan or get their refund, as the case may be. But agitation that is stronger now is remit my money to where I will get my loan. Because if you don't remit my money, you are restricting my right and privilege from accessing it. Because for you to access that very money, you must be a constant contributor to that fund. And therefore, withholding my contribution is as good as withholding my benefit, which eventually deter the entire essence of the scheme in the first place. This is a scheme that was introduced in FAN 1992, and therefore we cannot afford to suffocate it at the expense of inability of governance.
But from 1992, there surely must have been some contribution that was made. Can the workers at this point access it? There's this quarrel with the Federal Mortgage banks already that they're not even sending alerts to the phone numbers of the people who have been contributing. Whether they have stopped or not, I think it's still their right to know what the balance in their account is, as it were. And Federal Mortgage Bank is not doing it. So don't you find that worrisome?
No, cases of bank lapses are also part of the challenges. But like I said, that one is already taken care of by law, because bank, you know, there are procedures, and when alert is not given, even in our regular banking, sometimes you face challenge of not getting alert. Not getting alert has no effect to the amount you have. It's just an update to getting you to know the amount that you would have contributed. But every worker is looking beyond his actual contribution. Workers are looking for the purpose of contribution. You are contributing to get additional benefit. Therefore, the additional benefit is what motivates these workers to pay. I am paying like 10,000 or 5,000 every month to you. But the time I'm going to access this money, I will access them in millions. So you're going to give me money contributed in Imo State. You're going to give me money contributed from Borno State. So we're going to access this money beyond the borders of my own contact. So that is the most important thing. Workers should rather, for example, in our own regular bank, whereby you suffer not all these alert differences or gaps, you go back to the bank. You have mortgage bank of federal government in all the states. So you can apply, you can go to their customer service to know why. If everybody have their code, you must have your contributing code, your contributing number. And once you go there and then start it, they will know whether the problem is from the bank or from you, that you have changed line, and they are still sending it to your old line, and you are complaining that you are not getting it in your new line. So you need to update your data. So for us, some of these things can be resolvable, but the major one is give me room so that my right will not be truncated. And that is by remitting that which I am contributing. It happens in the case of pension. In the case of pension, workers will pay, employers will pay. And it is what you pay that they will invest for you, waiting for the date of your retirement. In cases like that, you see that workers will pay their own because the law said deduct at source. So employers are quick to deduct to reduce cost of their running their business. But their own obligation to also contribute equivalent of that amount or higher in the case of the new law as amended, these employers will withhold their contribution. therefore making it difficult for your expectation to be realized. Because some of these workers eventually disengage from work, and going into the account, you find out that the contribution of the employers is not part of your savings. And that would have negated the essence of making that contribution to wait for retirement. Because so all this money are meant to accrue interest. So when you withhold my money, you withhold my interest. The day you are paying me, are you paying me the actual, or you're paying me with the current rate as the bank would have initiated? These are some of the challenges that I think some of these things, they look tiny.
The threat now is to withdraw from the National Housing Fund because of these unremitted funds. But are there other ways to pursue this thing? For instance, it can also be a legal matter. Because if money has been deducted from your salary, for instance, and paid, and it's supposed to be paid somewhere and it is not paid, it could be a matter for the courts. Are you also exploring that opportunity as well?
Yes, because government is involved. And we all know workers are not in a hurry to taking government to court, because we also see court as government. And therefore, except for cases of where there are no other options, even a case of law, you don't withdraw from law. The threat they are making is to tell you that if you cannot improve me, leave me as I am. That is the interpretation of that threat. If you cannot help the workers to get the purpose in which this contribution was introduced in the first place, then allow them earn their salary and pay their rent. Because you cannot say you mean well for me, and at the end of the day, you deduct part of my money and it's not serving any good to me. So we believe that part of the options is what the National Assembly is doing, because they made the law. National Assembly can also amend the law, looking at what is happening now, so that even public sector will also be optional. A worker who believes he can tolerate the bureaucracy and all of these guys they are going to introduce, you can suffer it and tolerate to the end. Those workers will continue. Those workers that believe that they can plan their income and pay their rent as they go until their retirement, and they have a good plan for themselves. Don't forget, you are saving 2.5 of my money to enable me access loan because of the poor salary we have in the country. Where societies where salaries are equivalent to the living standard of workers, you don't even need to go that far, because workers will have saved money from their income to actually buy these houses and live properly. But in the fear we have in this country, whereby salary is, you can imagine the 30,000 negotiated 2 years ago or so, has been eroded. Now, even with the current ongoing processes to put a new wage in place, inflation is already telling you that whatever you are bringing, it's almost eating up. So we are also living in fears when it comes to economic stability. And that is what is affecting some of these things. So I still believe that workers may continue to enjoy, because that is the only thing they will get from government. When government are selling house to you, they will not sell it like the private sectors will do. So it's cheaper and affordable for workers. And therefore, I believe the mortgage bank exercise on behalf of workers is something they can work with. Going to court, yes. I also encourage that it takes court to address law. And therefore, one of the best options to address cases like this is to ask court to pronounce the right of workers as against the employers that have refused to remit. By the time court directs and also put sanctions that those withholding these deductions shall pay certain interest on the deduction as the month, depending on the number of months you withhold this money. It will also help the workers that even though the money is not remitted, it's already creating more revenue for you. So in one way or the other, they will find a better approach without violating the law also on the side of the worker.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Amechi Asuguni, for coming on the show and giving us your thoughts and explaining more on the issue.
Thank you very much. God bless.
Okay, that was Mr. Amechi Asuguni, former Deputy President, NLC, and Industrial Relations expert, talking to us about the worrisome issue of workers contributing money, but the money not being remitted to the appropriate quarters for housing. And that is how we are wrapping up the show this morning. But remember what Bill Gates said. It is fine to celebrate success, but it is more important to heed the lessons of failure. Every successful person has said that if you don't learn how to fail, you may not be able to succeed. So remember these words of Bill Gates as we wrap up today. It's fine to celebrate success, but it's more important to heed the lessons of failure. Let's do it again, same time tomorrow. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Bye for now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
My name is Abarifat Udo. I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also, it's me, number one. Like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it. Then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way, I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, hit up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing. Then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up. I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are many people, there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I'll still teach them. So there'll still be a time whereby if I see that, okay, they have gotten it up to that level, I know, I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle on neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people, they mistake contortion for dance. And most times, they just be like, what do you do? I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I will say, no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them. That this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, Art Strength. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. Will I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful. And whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that too. I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further out there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
On my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Lomo Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things, a lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something, but I can't, I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, it's just a block, you know, so sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. You know, as an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, you know, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, you know, to visualize and to draw. You know, and then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, you know, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, you know, look at those things, the shadow, the light, you know, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go. You know, I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing. So there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay. This is all I'm doing today. You know, and I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes, but I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. You know, there's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. To see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, you know. So I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. I mean, in this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men. You know, so it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. You know, one major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but I guess we tried it, you know. So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, you know. So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I mean, I enjoy it. So in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now, you know, in the international workspace, nationally, and you know, just doing, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where, you know, anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio create it. Different things, from animation to illustrations to different type of artwork.
I remember when I was growing up, my parents have gone to work, but I have one auntie or the other that is watching out for me, that is serving as my parents in the house. And because they are there, you know, there's that, there's someone else that would, you know, make sure that they carry out the responsibility of parenting and making sure that all that I need to do to thrive is there. But nowadays, you don't see it anymore.
You know, since 1966 coup and counter coup and stuff like that, we have been living in fear. And everybody is just trying to see, how do I survive? If I do this, there are powers of, let's say, a government that is powerful more than me. Or I have somebody, I don't have money. Once I have money, they win the case in court. You know, I don't see justice. Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I'll be talking about the we thinking, the only way to a secure and greater Nigeria. Oluwasegun Elegbede will be talking about mediocrity in Nigerian society. Sholape Azazi will be talking about what is autism. As usual, expect interesting conversations that will keep you enlightened. We'll be back just after the break. Stay with us. The we thinking, the only way to a secure and greater Nigeria. Today, I want to talk about the importance of we mentality, how it can lead to a more secure and prosperous Nigeria. There is a story about a father who took his son to visit a poor village to show him how people live. The experience was eye-opening for the son, as he saw firsthand the struggles that many people face every day. Upon their return home, the father asked his son what he had learned from the trip. The son's response was unexpected. Rather than focusing on the poverty and lack of material possessions that he had seen, he instead highlighted the wealth of love, compassion, friendship that he had witnessed in the village. The son's words were a powerful reminder that true wealth lies not in material possessions, but in the values and the relationship that we hold dear. This story has stayed with me throughout my life and has taught me the importance of embracing a we mentality. It's about prioritizing compassion, respect, collaboration in all that we do. As Nigerians, we have seen firsthand the benefit of working together towards a common goal, the potential we have as a nation when we come together. So I urge us all to embrace a we mentality in our daily lives and in our efforts to build a better Nigeria. Let's work towards a more secure, prosperous, and connected Nigeria for all of its citizens, and prioritize the values that truly make us rich. Fellow advocates, what can you say to this?
Well, I like the fact that when the child was asked to say what he learned, and he was able to point out all the other things that in his childlike mind. And sometimes that's what I see missing in the society. We have prioritized a lot on material things, so much so that it has clouded our mentality. You know, before we used to say the village system when all the children were raised in that, communal setting. Now, everything is just concrete jungle. Everybody is all about me, a mentality of me, myself, and I. And because of that, we're not even looking out for the fellow human beings anymore. We are so selfish in our interest that we don't take time out to enjoy that little thing that we don't even have to buy with money. The love, the acceptance, the brotherhood,
Sure. What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I would say this is one of the disadvantages that modernization has brought to us. When we were still, life was still very easy when, in the rural areas, villages, even as a young child, you have so many adults. I mean, looking after you. You have so many fathers, so many mothers, and I mean, so many people you can call your own father, your own mother, because they see everyone as a unit. The organization has really disintegrated us. Now everybody wants to live the lives of their own. Everybody wants to amass enough wealth, enough resources to themselves. Just need the fact that we are for each other. And if you bring that to a Nigeria concept, you understand that the only area that you see that we have a few times come together is in sports. In other areas, when it comes to politics, you see division here and there along ethnic, religious lines. You see that we are not able to come together to fight those that are really have held the country on the jugular. So the only area where we've come together, and that has shown that if you really want to take a cue from that, is the sports. If you take a cue from what we are able to gain from sports, we will be able to achieve more. You see us coming together when Nigeria is playing, either basketball, either football, which is the greatest sport that we follow in this country. So that way mentality is really not there yet. And we really need to begin to see ourselves as one, because we know there is strength in unity.
Okay, I also want us to look at it from this perspective, where we have adults today, the husband and the wife, chasing their dreams of career, go out, probably in Lagos, for example, 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning and come back late as 10. You know, it's that compassion of sharing of love with the children, understanding, sharing culture and what have you. Can we also say in that aspect, they are thinking about themselves, not about the immediate environment, and the effect of them thinking about themselves and not catering for their children, right? And then we now look at the effect where you see in occultic groups, you find out that a lot of people who are really high class in they are children of rich kids, well-to-do, and all those bad acts that we do. Parenting has become another thing entirely. Can we also look at it from that angle?
Of course. Unfortunately, again, while even at home, you want to see that at least as a family, the husband and the wife should be in one accord at the home front, ensuring that the kids are okay. But in doing this, they also fall apart. The husband is not always at home, the wife is not always at home, the kids are always on their own. So the we factor, because what time do they really have to look at the progress the children are making in education, in their sporting activity, the skills? And that's why you see kids growing up with a lot of talents untapped, because the parents are not always around to be able to see,
to guide
them and see that, okay, when you want the kind of educational system that we run is such that most of the schools, private schools, don't have sporting activity facilities. Then the only time you do, as parents, you need to dedicate some other resources and time at the weekend to monitor help them groom their skills and all of that. But everybody is on their own. On weekends, even when you're at home, you want to stay in a place where you want to rest, because on Monday again, the hustling and bustling start again. So
that's funny. What can you say about the we mentality in regards to security? Because today I can see that everybody wants to have their own private security firm, their own policing once they can pay. And, growing up, I remember that you always have, from one house to other, when any stranger enters the community, we already know this person is not part of us because he doesn't go with us. Where are you from? We want to inquire that, what do you come here to do? We feel secure around ourselves, and that is obtainable as of today in villages. But in the cities, we shout of insecurity and stuff like that. But can we say, because we think as an individual, I want to just protect ourselves, I don't care about the people within us, or what? What can you say about that in relation to insecurity challenges that we are facing in the country?
Okay, so I think I'll just take it one at a time, because it's a very big, I'll unbox it. So first and foremost, when we were growing up, it was more relaxed, in the sense that we had, like he said, we had our uncles and aunties and everybody else watching out for us. But when you look at it now, you have mom, dad, and children. It's a unit now. The extended part of that communal living has fallen off. And so when I remember when I was growing up, my parents have gone to work, but I have one auntie or the other that is watching out for me, that is serving as my parents in the house. And because they are there, there's that, there's someone else that would, make sure that they carry out the responsibility of parenting and making sure that all that I need to do to thrive is there. But nowadays, you don't see it anymore. The parents have to survive. The economic situation of when we were younger and what is in reality now is totally different. And for them to survive, they have to go out there and hustle. And when they go out there to hustle, it's a given. You are tired because you've gone through the traffic, you've gone through all of it. You're only human. You come back home, you want to rest. To start to focus and nurture all those other things, it starts to affect your mental health. And that's why you will see them lashing out and all of that. Then you come to security. It's still the same concept. We had that communal living when we were younger. So you can always spot who is not our member. You didn't need a security firm, you didn't need all those people because all you needed was the guard at the end of the street. In fact, when you come and then your parents, they already know, the person is telling them as they're driving in that, oh, she's on the 3rd street, because we knew ourselves. There was that space to play, space to move around and all of that, but we don't have that anymore because everywhere, like I said, it's a concrete jungle. Everywhere you turn, you see a space that is a playground before. You turn tomorrow, it's been turned into a building complex. So when you think about that, today you know your neighbor, tomorrow there's nobody because it's already, what can you say?
So that means, to cap it up, I think we'll also be looking at it from the angle of business because today we have more of capitalists than, socialists in Nigerian business space. And, I was actually watching the Nigerian Titan and I saw a beautiful presentation of a man who is seeking an investment funding to do rice processing. He has started and he did his analysis and said for every bag of rice, he can generate as much as 2,000 naira as profits. And it's from this 2,000 naira that goes after removing all expenses. That's a net profit. But the investor said, that's too small. And I looked, 2,000 naira, about how many tons of bags of rice, and it's too small. Is that not greediness? And when you now look at it into banking sector as well, you see debt. You see high rate debt financing right now, where you see people you say, I need assistance to boost my business. They are giving me interest per annum as much as 120%, as much as 72%. Is that not greediness? Is that not just taking, greed to say, it's just about me. I don't care how you want to make this money. I just need this percentage at the end of the day. And how do we want to grow as a country, as an individual, when everybody are just thinking about them and them?
I think what we have not also touched on and why it seems we are tilting towards this individualism is because of the way we vent for ourselves in this country. Virtually, I used to say, you are your own government. You need to build your own house, get your own water, get your own power supply, take your kids to school. When you begin to do that, the tendency is that you begin to think all about yourself. I want myself, my wife, my kids to be fine. You understand? So the government has to be involved in so many other things for us. Why do I need to be the one to cover out like 15, 20 million?
But people are the government. We are the government.
Now, in this case, we have become individual governments. That is what. So from the federal government, the state government, the local government, you also have individual governments.
So what do you have to say to that?
Well, I agree with what you're saying because by the time you have to sort out all those other little pockets, at the end of the day, you're not thinking about everyone in national cake anymore because you're thinking that I have coughed out so much. What's in it for me? I have done X, Y, and Z. I've become my own security man, my own this, my own that. So please, I need to maximize all that is there for me. And so there's no room to be able to say to my neighbor that, sorry, do you want me to extend this water that I'm getting now? Do you want me to extend it? There's no room for that, because I just want to say it's for me, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just before we go, I want to advocate that we are the government. All these things we know. We just need to take a step, to say, let us build a system. And we can begin from private sector to show example and try to adopt it into the public sector. We have seen it happen in fintech, trying to play the role of finance and teaching the banks on a better way to make things work right. And it's becoming a policy and becoming a government entity. I think as an individual, we should start as a private entity to start thinking about formalizing it and taking it to the government. Sholape Azaze is next after the break. Do stay with us.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
What is autism? Autism is a developmental disorder that affects communication, social interaction, and behavior. Unfortunately, there is still a lack of understanding and awareness about autism in many parts of Nigeria. Today, we will be exploring what autism is and how it affects individuals and their families, and what we can do to raise awareness and support those living with autism. Prevalence of autism in Nigeria, according to the Nigerian Society for Autism, it is estimated that there are over 2 million people with autism in Nigeria, and this number is expected to rise. However, despite the high prevalence of autism in Nigeria, there is still a lack of awareness and understanding of the condition, leading to stigmatization and discrimination. Diagnosis of autism involves a comprehensive evaluation by a team of healthcare professionals, including a developmental pediatrician, a psychologist. Awareness and acceptance. It is important to raise awareness about autism in Nigeria to reduce the stigma and discrimination against individuals with autism and their family. We can achieve this by promoting education and understanding of autism, providing support services for families and caregivers, and advocating for policies that promote the rights of individuals with disabilities. Challenges faced by individuals and families affected by autism in Nigeria. Some of the families with a child or children with autism in Nigeria face a number of challenges, including lack of access to appropriate diagnosis and treatment, stigma and discrimination, and limited support services. Many families also face financial difficulties as they try to provide the necessary care and support for their loved ones. Raising awareness and support for those living with autism. There are several ways we can raise awareness and support these individuals. First, we can work to improve access to diagnosis and treatment, as well as support services such as therapy and educational program. We can also raise awareness about autism through education and advocacy, including training for healthcare professionals, teachers, and general public. Finally, we can work to reduce stigma and discrimination through community outreach and awareness campaign. So, what do you think? Have you ever encountered autism, or have you, apart from here?
Yes, I've had the opportunity to witness this, but it's quite unfortunate that in Nigeria we see it differently. I want to hold it to the fact that our cultural belief of being fetish, you know, sometimes you take it to a traditional taboo to say somebody is actually, you know, doing something bad to the children. So it's just like the way we have what Yoruba call abiku, you know, in those days where people die young and they come not knowing that it is genetic, more like a genotype, you know, that is not maybe SS, maybe that kind of child that is called abiku is SS, you know, because they match make people as at that time. So there are a lot of things that we need to actually change when it comes to that. We need to look into the cultural belief, you know, we need to look into the religion belief and what have you to have, because that is predominantly what, you know, shape our thinking in this part of the world, you know, from childhood to where we are today. And beyond this, the awareness is necessary, just like you said. And I believe we should begin to advocate for private entity to also find a way to put a percentage of their CSR, or those private CSR, into special needs like autism, special disability, and what have you. I believe it's going to go a long way, because we don't see it, because it's not actually making business sense. You know, just like I said, people talk about themselves. Anything they do, even when they are doing CSR, it has to translate to money. You understand? But if it's not translating to money, it's very few people that will do things voluntarily. We are not saying they should not do things that to promote their business, right? But they should also try and separate a percentage of this, their CSR, to support special needs or special cases like this. I can give you an example. I was opportune to be in an European country some times ago, and inside the car park, like the underground car park, the third or the fourth floor underground, I saw someone just trying to direct. I said, "Who is this person?" He's an autism patient, you know, person. But I look at the compassion. They gave this person job, like a security guard, to help. You know, it's not like he's a wasted human being, just like we have it in Nigeria. When you have a special need, you are termed to be like you are useless. You are not useful. You know, the love, the care is not there. And I believe if we begin to embrace other abilities and show care, that's all that is needed. Once we're able to show care, it will help us to even identify symptoms, guide, know about more awareness that I have seen this, and educate other people.
Thank you. So quickly, before I heard some few things that made me just like, okay. First thing first, you said autism patient, but I know that you didn't mean that, but it's very important to also put it out there that because someone has been diagnosed with autism does not mean that the person is a patient or medically termed, because autism is not a medical condition that requires medication or that requires you to be treated in a particular facility or whatever. So autism doesn't have a physical marker. It's not like, oh, okay, there's a special ability for this and that. With autism, it's just the person is differently wired. So it's a neurological difference, meaning the way I think, the way I see, the way I interact with the world is different. It's not that the person is less, it's not that the person is more, it's just, I'm just different. And so it's like, the more you come out there and say, look, it's just different. No, so accept me, accept my differences. And that's why in a place like where you said you traveled to, they've been able to understand that I'm not different from you and I can be gainfully employed. I can do certain things the life has accorded to me without me having to be looked down on as being less. So it's very important to start to change that narrative, because when you started saying those things, I said,
I don't know. Now I know. Thank you.
I think it's one of the things that this program has afforded us is to be able to put this out there as a means of awareness, because before now, yes, I've heard about autism, but not in this light. And I think more has to be done regarding awareness. And I think also one of the reasons why parents who have kids with this syndrome, because of stigma and discrimination, don't often allow their kids to go to school. Because, you know, they are prone to being bullied. And some teachers, if you don't even have that special training to be able to identify, might be taking on that kind of a child or tagging them differently. And that makes them to look different in class. And then, you know, and when you have that kind of treatment, it brings stigmatization and all of those. So that awareness is very necessary. The government has to be involved, like we always say. And of course, I know there will be one or two NGOs that would really be taking attention on this and trying to put more information out there for people to know. And again, on the area that you mentioned the other time, which has to do with the cultural beliefs, you know, everything about culture has to do with, okay, is it because the mother had aborted or used some drugs when she was pregnant with the child, and that was why, you know, a whole lot of issues come around when you have a baby with some of these syndromes, and so it is important. I think awareness is what we need to happen more in this regard.
I totally agree with you about awareness, and that's what we're talking about when we said discrimination. You know, you pointed out several ways that people have been discriminated on in time past, but it's also very important to note that for autism, there's no genetic marker. Unlike Down syndrome and some other genetic, or some other neurodevelopmental, you know, disability or disorders, autism has no genetic marker, and as of today, scientists are still baffled by the cause, and they still do not have a definitive cure for autism. So when you have situations like that, and then you have parents, you know, still, or, you know, people still believing that autism was caused by something they did, it's not helping us change the narrative of the acceptance. It's not helping us push the narrative of the awareness, the advocacy, and helps them to act the way they do. Because the day you remove the veil and they see what is under it, they say, is it not just this? But when you just come masqueraded, they don't, because, you know, with autism, it shows differently. If you've met one child with autism, you've only met one child with autism. You can't use that one child that say, because it spins around, it does this, it does that, this child is, and then you see another child that is not spinning, that is not, and then someone tells you, oh, this child is autistic. I say, no, it cannot be. I saw Tade the other day. So Chukwuemeka cannot be. He's not rolling around, he's not, and then in your mind, you think that person is not. And you just see the person charge at you, immediately you say, something is wrong with this child. But when you now start to unmask, unbox, understand what it is, it makes it easier for parents, even because sometimes it's not that the parents don't even know what's going on, but because they are afraid of the label that society will put on them. So they are quick to say, I don't know.
And I also think education has to play a vital role here at all levels, both from the secondary school, primary school, secondary school to tertiary institution. Because I could recall that there is a case like that. Actually, it's in a film, right? It's primary school, it's Indian. This child has this symptom, right? And he sees, just like you said, he sees things differently. So he keeps failing. But when you ask in written exam, the child fails. But when you ask oral, it's sharp. Like, what is wrong? This is exactly what you say, but this is a different thing you are writing, right? And the teacher was able to carefully study the child and see that the child is seeing age as you. You know, it sees things differently and try to guide. Say, look at this, look at this. Today, we hardly have guidance and counseling departments functionally the way they are expected to be. When you observe something, the teacher of a class, maybe an integration science class or mathematics class, should refer to a guardian and counselor to help identify one or two things and guide. You know, But right here, we don't have it. And the education system has to, catch up with the reality. I believe if that, it will help us to manage the society's stabilization in terms of the education parts, to educate people from there, and people will know that this is a special kid, right?
Yeah, I like what you said, but just a note, the particular thing you were describing is dyslexia. That's not autism.
Okay.
Yes, the one that you can identify letters and all of that. So it's also important because sometimes we get a lot of misdiagnosis in there, because you see a particular issue at hand or challenge, and then because of one or two things or one or two seminars you've attended, you just assume that is it. And that is why it's important to have a multidisciplinary diagnosis team to define what exactly is going on, because you say, oh yes, so it's very important. Autism is not something that one teacher just looks and says that must be what's going on. It requires a certain team of professionals to use their diagnostic tool to be able to give a definitive diagnosis of autism.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that enlightenment. I believe we have gained a lot, and we'll still keep learning.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So Oluwasegun Olegbede is next after the break. Do stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Mediocrity in Nigerian society. In Nigeria, we often see instances of the abnormal being celebrated as the norm. For example, you may hear people say things like, "No be Nigeria every day," when they encounter corruption or poor service delivery, as if it is to be expected. We often witness public officials failing to deliver on their promises, yet they are still celebrated as if they have achieved something great. We may see governor being praised for simply fixing a road that has been in disrepair for years, instead of holding them accountable for the poor state of infrastructure in the first place. Furthermore, in Nigeria, we tend to have a culture of celebrating mediocrity, especially when it comes to entertainment. We may see an artist with poor vocals or subpar lyrics being praised as a superstar simply because they are famous. It is important for Nigerians to recognize that we deserve better than this. We should demand excellence from our leaders and service providers and not settle for less. By holding them accountable, we can create a brighter future for ourselves and for our country. Let us reject the normalization of mediocrity and strive for greatness in all aspects of our lives. As Nigerians, we should always aim for the best and not settle for anything less. See, when I was coming up with this, I looked around and I feel like seems because we have been taken for granted for long, we tend to see some of these misnomers being normal. You hear when after a week, power supply is restored to your area, and maybe after 6 hours they interrupt it again. You like, what they try? Man, were they supposed to interrupt it for? 6 hours because you've gotten 6 hours power supply. You feel like wow, we were in Eldorado, then you now come to the normal. So, and again, you see governors celebrating, have been paying the salaries of our civil servants since the last 3 years without, is that supposed to be an achievement? Are we supposed to be celebrating you for paying the worker's salary? So I see it as we celebrating mediocrity, and that's why we have not moved beyond this state that we have as a country. When a service provider ditches us or don't give us the commensurate service for what we have paid for, we don't hold them accountable. We tend to, I've heard people who will tell you, when I use a card at the ATM and I was debited 20,000, that money is still there since the last 1 year because I don't even know, I don't want their problem. And you see the same person banking with such financial institution, which means we don't know what we want. And that's why the government or the leaders are able to see through this, and so they give us peanuts instead of what we deserve as citizens of this country.
I don't think that is I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it's just human nature. When you beat someone all the way, you constantly beat someone, beat and beat and beat. You keep hitting the person. After a while, the person gets used to it. And because the person gets used to it, the person doesn't even understand where to rise from. Do you understand? Because it's not, I mean, imagine every time I want to climb this mountain, for example, and every time I try, I fall. And then for every time I fall, maybe I was supposed to fall to 20, then I fall to 10, then I fall to, and then I keep falling and I keep falling. The spirit gets defeated. And there's no motivation. When you look around, everyone is hustling, everyone is bustling there, and double taxation here and there. Everything is just so hard that when you then get just a little light, you cling to it like is everything else, because you've been met with so much negativity here and there that you've even given up, basically. And so the small positivity you get, you celebrate it. So I'm not defending people that, I mean, yes, you should ask for more, you should strive for more, but when the society keeps beating you down, you try to, fight for your rights. You put something, I mean, I've had people that they got robbed, and then they cleared out their account. They go to the bank to say, oh, it was one chance, they cleared out my account, and then immediately they say, sorry, we can't help you because it showed that you withdraw this money. Go and get police reports. Police says, no, they can't help you. You can't file under here because your money is maybe 200,000. That's not where you file it under. You file. So by the time they go round and round, they say to you, I leave you with God. God will judge you. Because number one, that is the person's entire savings that the person has worked, made sure she left the house at 4 a.m. in the morning and come back home at 10 p.m. in the night, worked non-stop, and then entered one chance. Got robbed, goes to the bank and say, hey, they cleared my account. Bank says, I can't help you. It shows that it was you that withdrew it to do this. You need police. Go to police. Police says, oh, it's below the amount. Go and file it here. You go to this one, they say, pay this. I said, you know what? I start from the beginning again. Are you going to say that person is being mediocre? No. The person has been beat up and beat up time without number. Society has pushed the person down.
I think I will want to digress a little bit and look at it from a entire different angle, right? You see, yes, mediocrity, reality is what you have actually explained. Yeah. And mediocrity is what we should not entertain, right? But we should quickly run it back to, I would say, self-awareness, right? Because today, the same police, the same banker that are doing the job, they are not doing the job because they are happy doing the job. They are doing the job because they have certain instruction they have to follow, and they have to put food on their own table. right? They are not doing the job and following it to the letter, to the way it's expected to be done. I give an example. You go to an ATM machine or a POS agent, withdraw, you have a declined debit, meaning that the transaction failed, you are debited. On this situation, you are not to fight where you got debited. The standard says, go to your bank, fill a dispense error form. The dispense error form says, go and log it on a system, then they track it and it is bank to bank to reverse your money, right? But what we have is different. You see somebody who is a bank staff, number one, they don't even know their job. They will tell you, yes, you have been debited. See, the money is debited. You go back to where you have been debited. That's where the money is, right? You see transaction of transfers. This is a session ID that you have to log and track the transaction. They're lazy to do it. They will tell you, no, we don't have this money. You see a system where I've seen a known fintech, I don't want to mention them. You see you send the money from a third party to that known fintech. You see the money, so amount of money received, status, fail. Go back to where you get the money from. It's self-awareness, I think, and the willpower. I'll also go it back to about horse. If you look at before 1966 coup, sorry to digress a little bit. Before 1966 coup, Nigeria was running a regional system. Everybody were trying to see how their community or their region can strive. It's a weird thing. Everybody, they don't celebrate you because you are doing good, because they know it is necessary for their next phase of development, right? And you can see that those are the best roads we still have till date, right? Now, you now see a military system where there is fear. Since 1966 coup and counter coup and stuff like that, we have been living in fear. And everybody is just trying to see, how do I survive? If I do this, there are powers of, let's say, a government that is powerful more than me. Or I have somebody, I don't have money. Once I have money, they win the case in courts. I don't see justice. And it's that fear that actually promotes the mediocrity that we are seeing in Nigeria. You see the fear that somebody will tell you, I will kill you. A police will harass you on the road. They will tell you, I will kill you. And if they have good connection, they will kill you and nothing will happen. You can see the case of the lawyer that was killed, pregnant lawyer. Now, police is discarding it as, the case is going elsewhere. Like, they want to pardon. They're still on the case, but it doesn't look like they are accusing the police. Usually, before now, what they do is they will just disengage the police. The action happened as a police officer. But when they say you have killed a citizen, the reason why that of the lawyer is because she is a lawyer, and the NBA is intervening and said they will follow it to the letter. If as an individual, they will disengage such police officer. The police officer will answer the crime as an individual. But when the crime happened, that's a mediocre, settings that it doesn't really make sense. It happens when the person was a police officer. Why will you disengage that person? Because you don't want it to attach to the system. A lot of things are wrong, and it is all about self-awareness. When people are conscious and are aware of what penalty, what effects, what negative effects all these actions are going to be, I believe people will be conscious of their dealings. And just like you said, why will you celebrate a governor for constructing a road? Why will you celebrate a governor for paying salary? Their staffs, they work for their money, and they are expected to be paid. It's just like saying you have father in a house and giving food to the children. Why will you celebrate a father for giving food to his own children? Doesn't make any sense. You are not adding any additional value to say, there is a society like this. My child, go and learn this skill so that you can solve this problem in this society. Then you should celebrate such parents, right? You can see normal road, normal traffic, but you look at Lagos, for example. normal traffic wherever is there, but they introduce the likes of LASMA as an additional supporting. Okay, you can celebrate them for bringing something new. You look at BRT, subsidized as at then. You can celebrate, yes, this is beyond normal. And these are things we should be looking at too. But because we are used to it, our parents do not also help us, truth be told. Because our parents has actually, all those glorify professional courses and the societal acceptability of some things had made other people look less. And you allow it to like, oh, now then, I think we should start thinking different and see self-awareness. For my own advocate, it's more like of self-awareness and taking necessary action as at when due.
Okay, so sorry, I just want to really jump on that. It's good to say self-awareness, but I think also when we go with self-awareness, we should also look at enforcement. It's one thing for me to be aware of a situation, of what is my due, of what my worth is. How do I enforce it?
I agree.
Because I'm aware that I've been dealt a bad hand. I'm aware that I know what my worth is, and this is not my worth. So how do I enforce it when the society that is supposed to, based on the rules that govern a society, a same society, the rules cannot be enforced? So I'm only aware of my suffering. I'm aware of what is limiting me, or I'm aware of my situation. I'm aware of what I need to have and what I don't have.
Sholakwe, I agree with you, right? And that is why I said I chipped in a little bit, but I don't want to, expatiate on it. When I went back to the government of military, regional, and stuff like that, right? When we are talking about enforcement, it's government to enforce. But when we are aware, we don't even start, we have a democratic system, and it's not something that will just happen under a miracle. It's a process, right? Are we electing from the, ward level, the necessary people to nominate who will represent us to do the right system? Because if there is no system, it's difficult to enforce. Our system entirely is corrupt, right? So we need to start changing the mindsets from the grassroots, from the interaction, not the high type of, living. We live in an estate now. I don't even know my neighbor. You understand? And when you have to, within your ward, you have to interact. Change. Don't look like this person is less. Today we see artisans as being less. But the reality is we can't do without them.
Absolutely.
Sure. So this aspect, I need to punch on it. I understand that our psyche has been really battered. We went through a long period of military
ideology.
And so we've been ruled
in fear.
With fear. So it has its own consequences. But I think at some point we need to put a stop and say, here, just like you have said, if somebody has been beating, then that person wants to go to one corner but at some point, so we cannot continue to celebrate this mediocrity. There has to be, just like as you mentioned, consequences of actions. That is what has really been an issue. Because, anybody elected who has not performed knows that there is no consequences. Because he is surely going to still get re-elected the next time he comes out again. So at some point, we have to know when to say, no, we cannot take it no more. We cannot continue to celebrate these people. We've seen situations in this country where politicians embezzled money. They are on trial, and their own kinsmen will come out and say, it's our own, leave him, at least he's doing fine for us.
So when you're even talking about on that, sorry for cutting in, on that, when you're talking about enforcement, there's also plead bargain. I still 100 billion. You know what? I'll give you 80 billion. Free me. So that means if you want to steal big. That's enforcement, and they will enforce. and they will pardon you, you are pardoned. So enforcement, that's why I talk more of self-awareness, doing the right thing. Even if you are in government and stuff like that, everywhere you have to just,
No, I mean, I'm not saying that self-awareness is not important.
I understand.
But I'm just saying that they go hand in hand. Because even if I am aware, even if I'm ready to, even if the goat is going to charge back, it needs to have someone who's going to charge. And it needs to know that it's with this force that I will use to knock this person down. Right? So that is now going to enforce his might and strength and boom, for action. So I'm aware that this guy, if I continue like this, there's nowhere else to go.
So let me now give you another example just to join what he said. I was in a particular junction in Lagos here, right? And this guy, kick against indiscipline or what have you, they are trying to, all those hawkers, to chase them away. But this lady, immediately they saw them, they were running eta and scatter. You are still running after them. This old woman fell. She stood up, fell like 3 times. And people were pleading to, okay, please leave this woman. She has at least feared you. And the next thing, the guy was like nothing. They were like gathering. You know what people did? Awareness. They bombarded them. And they ensured that they freed the lady. Even as much that the lady was doing something that is banned in those areas, but they were at least trying to say, give this person a warning. That's self-awareness of say, if we say no, I'm just talking about we coming together to change things. Even a constitutional authority, by the time we come together and say no, we are going against these bad acts, it's achievable. That's the point.
It is. So
it's just the readiness and awareness to say, we are not just, I recall when I was in school, I fought the management. You know why? Because our due that we pay. So management staff are the one paying. They're the one swallowing it. And we begin to fight it. And fellow students are the one fighting us back. But immediately they get to know, they say, oh, so this is how worse it is. If they knew, and they would have come together and do the right thing. So self-awareness is also very important. When people are self-aware, they can come together in unity and say stop to something that is not right. That's the advocate. The end always seems to come too soon on the advocates. However, the advocate continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. On Twitter and Instagram, at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrican.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. the growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Nwaji Gomero and I'm joined by my amazing co-anchors. Hi Chinelo. Hi Dami. It's been a while, Dami. I haven't seen you in the studio in a while.
Well, yeah. But now I'm here.
I know. Happy to have you back.
What's with all of us wearing black, by the way?
She has inflected us with the whole black
Excuse me, by the way, my best color happens to be black.
Black as well.
Black is reality, so
But
it's okay.
Black is good.
It's a very
fantastic.
beautiful color.
Apparently, all the ladies on we show love black. That's a good thing. Yeah. How you doing, AJ?
I'm good. How are you? How's your day?
It was good.
Dami, how's yours?
My day was good. I mean, I worked from home today, so I think what brought me outside is this studio, so yeah.
People that work from home, God when?
God, like, seriously. Unfortunate. But it's okay. That's how life is.
How are we supposed to cope in Nigeria if we don't work from home some days? Let's not lie to each other.
My dear, then for the rest of us who have been working let me put it like this, working on site for years.
Well.
This is me, not even with that much experience in terms of...
I count myself lucky then.
Yeah. Anyway, here's what we found as today's quotes. It's got me thinking, what extraordinary opportunities are our friends from Lebanon and China seeing in Nigeria that perhaps some of us haven't noticed? This is a quote by Uchenna Uzo. Well, as it pertains to our topics, ladies, what do you think? So, extraordinary opportunities in Nigeria that Lebanon, the Lebanese and the Chinese have been in Nigeria for God knows how many years. So what are we seeing? What are we not seeing? What are they seeing that we're not seeing?
Is it that we're not seeing anything or that we're not encouraged to see anything? I think this is our conversation.
When we get to, we have a lot to say about it.
My main question for tonight that we're going to be discussing will be, how is it that international businesses and companies seem to thrive in Nigeria and we haven't gotten there? How do they do it? Anyway, we recently came across the thoughts of Professor Uchenna Uzo,
who shared some interesting statistics on the number of Nigerians leaving the country for Canada this year alone. While Lebanese and Chinese communities celebrate a milestone in the country with over 75,000 and 40,000 individuals who have decided to call Nigeria home. It's Our Ladies' Night, and Chinelo Dami and myself are here to discuss the topic, are there real opportunities for Nigerians to thrive in Nigeria? And when we open our phone lines, we would love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break and see what we found in the news. Welcome back. You're still watching Waves. National Waffle Day is celebrated August 24th in the United States. It commemorates the anniversary of the patenting of the first waffle iron in the United States by Cornelius Swarthout of Troy, New York. On the 24th, 1869, the first waffle was made in Belgium in the 13th century. They were made by pouring batter into mold with a gilded pattern on the bottom. The waffles were cooked over a fire. Over time, the waffles spread out into other parts of Europe and eventually to the United States. Waffle Day. Happy Waffle Day. Happy National Waffle Day.
Happy National Waffle Day. I think the person that created waffle is actually a genius. Why?
They should stop all those akara waffles and all those.
That one is Nigerians that are just trying to be extra.
Vanilla waffle. I don't understand it when I start to see pink waffle, green waffle.
The latest one I saw is akara waffle. I'm like, this is creativity if you ask me.
Well, maybe for children, because you need to make their food.
Yeah, you know,
very
for children, for some of them, it has to look good to taste good. If it doesn't look good, they're not eating it.
But I love waffles in ice cream, eating it like that with whipped cream. I don't know.
And to believe that waffles started, I think, you know, some of these things for us in Nigeria, waffles started with like toast.
Yeah,
that's what we used to think was waffles. Toast bread. They now put honey on it, or you put butter on it, and you put something, and then you cut it up. But now is Waffles Day, and I wish all of you happy National Waffles Day. Have a waffle today.
At this time of the night.
Oh my goodness.
What did you find in the news?
Okay. My guy, Nyesom Wiki, is about to give them hot in FCT. I love it actually. When I saw he was made the Minister of State, I'm like, this guy is about to bring in some serious discipline into the FCT. Because the truth is, the FCT is slowly becoming like Lagos.
Yeah.
Again, you know, all that nonsense, mannerism, people driving anyhow. You know, they have these very wide roads, and then you just see people doing all sorts, you know. And he is there now to bring the sanity back. Unfortunately, I don't live in Abuja. Maybe this is it. This is the time to move to the
So this is him what?
So there was a collapsed building, I think yesterday, and he said now he has ordered the arrest of the landlord of the building. Let me just take the story very quickly, and this was by Daily Post, and it was said that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory has ordered the arrest of the landlord of the collapsed two-story building. He reports Daily Post also reported that the FCT police announced on Thursday in a statement that there were 2 people that died, while 20 others have been evacuated to the hospitals as the rescue operation continues. I mean, it's not today we started hearing about collapsed buildings.
Yeah.
And you know why I love this? Usually in Lagos, I'm sorry to say, but what we would usually hear is, we commiserate with the families of the lost lives and blah, 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 blah. But this is a man of action, in as much as we're all saying some is this, is that. He has now said that this man, the owner of this building, will be brought to law because there are certain approvals that this person probably did not get.
Yeah.
Meaning that.
So some investigation will be done at least to find out. Yes. Because a lot of people over time, and they avoid all these supposed guidelines that help them to make sure like the building and the construction is done properly.
Yeah. So that's it.
Wow. Dami.
Okay, so what I found in the news was, so Ketensha said, stop putting young lives at risk. She called for the scrap of NYSC. I don't know, I think that I low-key agree. I don't know, maybe in this recent time and age, I'm not particularly sure the purpose of NYSC anymore. I feel like it has lost its initial purpose.
Value.
Yeah, because I know that one of the reasons why NYSC was encouraged is because we have people come from different parts of Nigeria. You know, some people that have even gone to study abroad, you know, they come back to the country, mix up with different people, and like, we're having this conversation backstage, and my dear sister here said, she said, do you know how NYSC has impacted people's lives?
My life changed because of NYSC, honestly. I met the person that helped to literally change the trajectory of my life during my NYSC.
Well, congratulations.
But you're one
out of how many people? Look, the major reason why she was even calling for this grade.
I'm not disputing the fact that NYSC hasn't helped a lot of people. It has. You know, for a lot of people who you either didn't go to boarding house, so you didn't know how to take care of yourself and your environment,
how to mingle,
So there are different things you can pick up. A lot of people, they had like pageants and all that in camp. Then for some other people, it was when maybe they first had their first exercise, because you used to have like
some people made
their parades. Some people met their spouses.
You know, we have to put
and
that.
all that.
But then again, the main reason why she, urged the government to actually scrap this NYSC is because of the insecurity in the country right now. I don't think any parents would love their children to go and willingly serve in the north when they are not going by air. Going by road is not so safe right now. That's the major reason why she asked for the scrap of NYSC.
On that note, I agree.
Because there is if they're not kidnapping you,
they're always in the forefront.
Right? I mean, there's one thing or the other. So until Nigeria is safe enough, actually, and can be accountable.
Will we ever be safe enough?
My dear sister, how do I want to answer that question now?
So that's another side of it. Will it ever be safe enough for us to say, okay, let's put back NYSC?
So there was a way forward.
Off the table is off the table.
Because I don't even see the use at this point.
Well, that's you. Some people still see. Some people think that's some people that stipend that is given to them.
There
are different reasons why people stick to it.
AJ, I saw one tweet and girl was like, you see this whole NYSC thing? It can be 2 or 3 mail max. I don't know why we're doing NYSC. It can come in as an email because the entire scheme.
I think it's more about the experience, to be honest.
The experience has been dented because the truth is, if you go to some NYSC camp, you will not want to be there. So imagine when you're supposed to have an experience and then you go there and you are
have an
suffering.
Experience all the same.
Well, true, Sha. The experience can be either good or bad.
Nobody ever said you were going to get 5-star luxury.
Gen Z, they don't want to suffer.
We're not even asking for 5-star luxury or anything, but at least the basics.
What are the basics? There's no water.
There's no water.
Oh, trust me.
There's no water. The beds.
Sorry, I said in Lagos we had the water.
See, you can't compare someone.
I'm not even going to say where I served, but we also had issues with water. But yeah, these things happen.
Okay.
You know.
I comment my reason.
I agree, Sha, that they should scrap NYSC. That 1 year of our lives, you can.
So on that note, I'm indecisive because I still see some of the good that it brings for certain people. So if you have a generation if you have 1,000 people and is able to help 500 people to become better in their lives, whatever area of life, whether social skills, personal hygiene, what have you, if it helps them, then that's good. Now, the other side about the insecurity. Now, that insecurity affects every area of our lives. It's not just NYSC. So even if they're not on the NYSC,
But now that they say NYSC people they are going to be putting them at war fronts. So what should we do about that?
The soldiers and go and fight Boko Haram.
What should we do about that?
Okay.
I'm going to serve my country and they say they want to put me in the war front. What should I do?
Well, I'm sure we'll have that as a topic one day. because I'd love to hear about that, because I'm wondering how man o' war and walking up the hill equates to
real war front. No.
But it's okay. Thank God I have served years ago.
Do you get?
And I would not be nominated.
Glory
for
to
such.
Jesus.
So my news is quite, I'm going to just run to it. So students of the River State University had to stage a protest over rampant robbery attacks in their hostels. They staged a protest because a few of them were attacked the night before. Their valuables were carted away, and as well there were alleged rape of some female students. So if that video can be put up, you would see how much chaos this has caused, and a lot of uncertainty for some of the female students, because it goes back to what we were just talking about, the insecurity. And I said it, that the insecurity is happening everywhere. It's not just at the NYSC camps. This is a university. I am almost so certain that part of the culprits of this, part of the people who will, if they are eventually caught, you'll find out that they're students. They're your classmates, they're your colleagues, they're there, they know, they hear. Because that's the thing about social media. When you're on the phone and you're having conversations, oh, Baba is giving me 500,000. A lot of people are listening to that conversation. That's why you have to always be careful, because that's the thing. Because why would someone, there was even a part of this, this is just the video of the protest, but there was even a part of it, when you look, because there were several pictures, when you look at some of the pictures, they dug a hole through the wall and everything. These are all informations that is within the school. It's not anywhere else. The culprits are within the school system. And it always goes back to tell you, or to show you the kind of mindset we have coming up, the younger generation. It's we thought our generation was a make money fast,
this one is
make money quick.
swiftly.
This one is make money.
Make money now.
No.
As in now.com. That's what it is. Because when you hear some of the things that they voice and they say, you are just looking at them like, you are foul.
Very, very.
Like you're I don't know if you can be redeemed with this line of thinking. And well, anyway,
this is
thoughts for another day. So we'll go on a short break. See you after the break. You're welcome back. Nigeria is a land of many opportunities with bustling population of over 200 million people. Now, whether Nigeria is a profitable place to live depends on your definition of profitability and your willingness to take risks. The country has a large and growing population, a young workforce, and a wealth of natural resources. However, it also has a high level of corruption, insecurity, and poor infrastructure. There are many successful Nigerians who have built businesses, created jobs, and made a difference in their communities. However, there are also many Nigerians who are leaving the country and who are struggling to make ends meet. The country faces a number of challenges, including corruption, insecurity, and poverty. Nonetheless, our Lebanese and Chinese friends have seen opportunities to flourish in Nigeria, and now they call it home. So tonight, we are asking the question, are there real opportunities in Nigeria to thrive, for Nigerians to thrive in Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081 803 84663. I'll take that again, 081 803 84663. So, guys, what do we say about this? Are there real, first of all, yes or no? Are there real opportunities
in
Nigeria?
I think there are.
Chinelo, yes or no? This is yes or no. First. Yes or no? First. Yes or no?
I wish there was a word in between.
No.
Yes, I know, right? But yeah, there are real opportunities. Not a lot, but there are real opportunities actually.
When you say when you say real opportunities, there are a lot. Not a lot.
Not a lot.
Not a
Yeah,
lot.
not a lot of opportunities.
So, what do you mean by not a lot?
Okay, so first, let me say this. I remember Dan was asking a question backstage, and I said, when we come on air, I'll answer that question. First, see, Nigeria is one of the most populous countries, if not the most populous country in Africa.
It is.
Right?
Yes, it is.
Based on statistics. Number two, Nigeria has over 70%, maybe about 72% of people under 35.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And we know what that means.
Youngest population.
Youngest population in Africa.
We know what that means. If you have people under 70%, that is...
You have a workforce.
That's
true.
Get?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that already tells you that, look, there is a massive business opportunity right there, because there are people that are going to buy, there are people that are going to sell, there are people that are going to work. Right? So this is what I mean by there are real opportunities.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when I say that there are not a lot of real opportunities, what I'm then talking about is, okay, when you were talking about the Lebanese and the Chinese guys, right? And then I remember I was saying something about how are we favoring the people in the white skin other than people in the black skin and things like that. If you look around the commercial areas, you find out that most of the restaurants, most of the supermarkets are run by these guys. Mm-hmm. You barely ever find. Do you know? In fact, I found out something very recently. Do you know that even the Nigerian-owned supermarkets and restaurants are literally paying the Lebanese guys
to manage
and run for them.
Definitely.
So what exactly is the reason behind this?
Okay. Sorry to cut you off, Dami, but do you know that if you walk into a restaurant today, I think it's a mindset which has now also affected the government. If you walk into a restaurant today and you see a Lebanese guy as the manager or as the whatever, the front, the how do I put it now, the face of the restaurant representative, people tend to, calm down and listen, and they are more receptive and open to the person other than when it is a Nigerian. So let us start from there. We are our own problem. First things first. Now, this also has now translated to the governments. So let me not say all, but most of you see CCECC. What I remember as a child, I used to ask my mom, what is this CCECC? She said it's China Civil Engineering Company. And I'm like, why? So are you telling every day there are people graduating as engineers, civil engineers? So why is it that most of the major constructions that are done in our country is by the Chinese? So clearly, there is something that we probably don't know yet. I don't know if it's that there's some trade by barter.
But then how many construction companies owned by Nigerians do we actually have in Nigeria? Mm-hmm. Because you cannot possibly want people to employ a certain, you can't expect, for instance, I think Dangote Refinery, there was something about it one time when people were like, they employed
Indians.
Yeah, they did. But then again, how many people in Nigeria have actually worked in a refinery before that they can be employed? And that's a good point. Do you see the problem? Yeah. Are we even employing people?
So it's more about experience. And the thing about it, dragging it back, is one of the reasons would be, I'll answer your question, would be because they are better managers.
No, NJ, I'm not disputing that.
Their business sense.
I think it brings us back to the educational system of Nigeria again. I don't think that it equips its citizens enough to actually have certain types of experience to function in certain types of capacity.
But when people say this experience, I have a problem with this experience thing people are talking about. How do you gather experience?
Fine, you gather experience by actually working.
You start from somewhere.
But then again, are there even people to do the work enough to gain the experience?
There are people, what are you saying? Go and bring in all those Igbo boys from Onitsha.
But do we really need the Igbo boys, or we actually need the people that know what they are supposed to do?
I mean, you're still not. So now we're saying we don't have people, and I'm telling you that we have people. Okay, you've then brought up another point that these people, how do they know what to do? They will learn. That is how. You cannot just keep sitting down and saying that you don't have the experience. You don't have the experience. How do you start? It's not from one day. You start before you gather 0, 1, 2, 3 years experience, 5 years, 10 years experience.
With time.
That's how it works. But we are not even willing. Now, that's even talking about manpower now, right? Okay, now let's talk about infrastructure.
No, infrastructure is bad.
That's another problem.
That's one of the things that is even killing businesses in
That's
Nigeria.
another
If we're going
Imagine
to go that
you want
direction.
to start a water manufacturing company, for example. I'm not even talking about regulatory bodies. I've not gone to policies.
Yeah.
I'm still just talking about now
starting.
Infrastructure.
Yeah.
Maybe I decide to start maybe manufacturing bread, a bakery, or chicken pie, or something like that. Do you know what the cost of power will do to me? Now, okay, I start maybe somehow I'm able to get grants. That's by local, because the truth is that these grants exist, but we are not very aware of them, and they're not particularly. They're not even open to the public. Yeah, they're not open to the public. It's usually by chance that you get to even hear about them. Yeah. Okay, somehow, somewhere you even get this money, then you start to pay for power. Then NAFDAC will come knocking on your door. You have to get NAFDAC number, NAFDAC license and approval. You do that. Tax, you come, you pay that one. Then you now have to employ people to pay. So they're like a whole lot of things. These other white guys, on the other hand, have access to foreign exchange. And we know what it is. The rate of foreign exchange to Naira.
To Naira, yes. So
it's sort of easier for them to pump in a certain amount of money to do these businesses. So
that is one angle.
Okay.
That is one angle.
I mean,
because trust me, Chinelo, there are a lot of angles to this. If we start here on all the angles, we won't end this conversation. But like I said earlier when we started, there's a conversation that I need us to have. And that is a conversation about how international companies are thriving in Nigeria. And then we'll look at a few of the opportunities we think are currently that people can actually look into, because we can't, as much as we say that there are no opportunities, there are, because there are companies thriving. So we have to be able to direct our audience to where those opportunities are and how they can key into it. Well, we'll take a short break at this point, and then we'll see you shortly. If you're just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we are discussing the topic, are there real opportunities for Nigerians to thrive in Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. Our phone lines are now open. Please call us on 070-2500 7749. I'll take that again, 070-2500 7749. So, back to our conversation. How do international businesses thrive in Nigeria? What are they doing that we are not looking into? What are the opportunities, if any? What are the opportunities that they're giving? Maybe there's some kickback or something. I'm trying to understand. Are they giving, is there something that they're paying that other businesses need to pay so that we are treated the same way, or do we have to bleach our skin? Is it all about the skin? And I don't think it's all about the skin.
I don't think so. I think, you know, when a foreign business, I say foreign now because it could be a Nigerian trying to establish a business overseas. When a foreign business is trying to establish in a country, I feel, you know, the government of that country sees it as pumping into the economy of that country, because whether you like it or not, you're going to pay tax. So I don't know how many Nigerian businesses pay tax in Nigeria. So a foreign company coming into Nigeria will definitely pay tax, and that's going to do something to the economy of Nigeria.
Yeah.
So I think we can look at it from that angle. And like you also said, they are very, they have access to FX, you know. So because if you bring, for instance, dollars into Nigeria, by the time you change it, it's going to be a lot more than when it just remains in dollars. So it enables them have excess access to funds to actually do business. That's what I think. If there are some other benefits that are being gotten from this, I would also like to learn at this point. But I'm going to come from the angle of opportunities, if there are really opportunities in Nigeria. I like to believe that Nigeria is a fertile ground and is very marketable. It's just quite unfortunate that it feels like our government and economy is working against us.
Yeah.
But then it doesn't take away the fact that there are real opportunities in Nigeria. One opportunity I like to say is agriculture. I have always said agriculture. I have always been a fan of agriculture because even Nigeria as a country is depending on agriculture. So, I don't see why anybody does not see that that's actually a business idea.
Yeah.
Do you get? There are, you can say renewable power. I get that there are certain types of business that are very capital intensive,
yeah.
And not anybody can just go into this business. But it doesn't take away the fact that it is actually a business opportunity that can thrive in Nigeria because we don't even have constant power supply in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So imagine if you go into renewable energy. You have a target market clearly, and then you're going to make your money from there. Mm-hmm. So there are Nigerian government as a whole can even buy into tourism rather, because I believe that there are places in Nigeria and even culture in Nigeria that foreigners can come into the country to learn about, and it's going to fetch a lot of money into Nigeria economy. Yeah, but then again, since Nigerian government is not willing to, maybe go that route.
Can we hold that thought? We have a caller on the line. We have Pastor Oladipo from Igomu. Pastor Oladipo, are you on the line?
Yes.
Oh, good evening.
Can I go ahead now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello? Can I go ahead now?
Yes, Pastor Oladipo, please go ahead.
Good evening, ladies.
Good evening. Hello, good evening.
I greet all of you. Now, my take is this.
Okay.
There are great opportunities in Nigeria, but there is only one bottleneck. And that bottleneck is what Nelo talked about. It's just that she didn't go deep into it. Our mentality and our mindset. Do you know that in our football team or sport as a whole, nobody will give you chance if you are not carrying a different skin? Are you getting me? Even when we have local coaches that can do well, once anything that involves any other color, we tend to jump at it. So my take this evening is that let's change our orientation, let's change our mindset. There are great opportunities in this nation, and we'll go far with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. So, yes.
I feel like we're not addressing the issue, Sha. I don't think it's about skin color. Are there opportunities in Nigeria? Yes.
Yes,
we
there
have
are
a problem with actually grabbing this opportunity and thriving in it. Yes.
Yes. Because there's the we part of it. Yeah?
But I don't think it's about color, Sha.
No, well, it's an opinion.
For Nigerians, for Nigerians, yes, there are opportunities for Nigerians. So, but then, we were just sort of identifying what the stumbling blocks are
to those opportunities,
and
to
you see,
you
this thing
thriving.
About mentality and mindset is a very real thing.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example, right? Now, where I work, I've realized that a lot of people, because, we have different races, let me put it like that. And do you know that in most cases, even the black people, we just have that thing at the back of our heads that the other people that have other things are superior. Thank you.
Yeah, I get that.
For example, my team lead is a Nigerian. I have someone else who is superior to me, of course, but she has a different skin color. But you know that most of the guys on the team respect and regard her more than my team lead.
Well, absolutely. I get that.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Today, we literally had to address that, saying that, no, look, this person is actually the team lead. She actually answers to this other person as her line manager. So you might as well want to fix that in your head. But why did that happen? Because of skin. So Already.
So I'm gonna give an example of that, a live example. One of my previous places of work, I had a marketing manager who was working out of the UK, and I was leading the team, sales and marketing team in Nigeria. So she's the regional marketing manager because we had an office in Kenya. So it's a case of she manages the marketing, but in my opinion, because it's sales and marketing, she has to, the normal thing is for her to report to me so that we can work together, since I headed the team in Nigeria, and Nigeria is our head office. But because of, like you said, skin color and a few other things. Okay, I'll come back to that.
Okay.
So we have Dexter from Lekki on the line. Hi, Dexter.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Please, let's hear your comment. Let's hear your comment. Please go ahead.
Okay. So what I'd like to comment on is the influx of Lebanese people into Nigeria. And I would concentrate more on Lebanese because I have an experience. I work with some of them.
Sorry, Dexter. Please, could you speak up a bit so that we can hear you clearly?
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, way better. Thank you.
Yeah. So I said I'll focus on the Lebanese people influxing into the country. And this is just my personal opinion.
Okay.
Right? I mean, it's just like you guys said, it's surprising that we have more Lebanese investment in Nigeria, even while the Western and Caucasian people are leaving the country and taking their investment out of Nigeria. And what I think is actually because Lebanon is not very different in terms of the economic climate. In fact, I think it's worse in the sense that, first of all, we have the same Consumer Index, 24. And then their currency is even worse than Nigeria's currency. As of January 23 this year, the currency went from 500 Lebanese to 15,000 Lebanese, so 15,000 Lebanese pounds to $1. So by extension, the country is not even viable for you, right? And I believe they are just a part of Egypt. And then we have the advantage in countries where they know this country. So they can navigate what climate. So when they bring their investment, they're not saying as, oh, just another person, just another corrupt person. They're saying this country that have come to invest in. So now, while they are corrupting their country, they're taking out whatever interest they have because they can invest it there. They've got to come and invest it here. The U.S. economy is still okay. We have a policy that if you really try to do what you have to do to make headway, the fact that we can make headway because we have some people or some powers that be that just frustrate your head. But if you don't they don't have the same experience with this product. With those people can be in terms that they are white. So they get to do things white. In fact, the outrageous in Nigeria is laced with corruption. I mean, I don't say too much. In the terms of how the people to work in Nigeria and to even like, for example, what they have on their payroll, what to pay, particular strategy. I know this I'm not too much. So I believe the reason they come to this is because it's easier for them to know where they're coming from. I don't know much about the Chinese.
Okay.
Any smart investor willing to come and invest in anything because the economic climate is like that. But for someone that already has a harsh economic climate, or even harsher than what Nigeria is very attractive. Yeah, keep doing it.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
And yeah, I think like I'll probably do stuff. I believe it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dexter.
I mean, I didn't catch everything
I
he
didn't
said,
catch
but I think
everything, but
I could pick out some things.
Some
He
of
was
the
talking
things
about the economy from where these people are coming
from.
I think they have either I said they have a better economy, something along that line.
Lebanon
and
does not
then,
have a better
No,
economy
he's,
than Nigeria.
what
he's trying
I
to
heard
say
is
in
that,
currency.
Like, it's not
not
very
as
different
bad.
from what we have here.
Okay, well, yeah, possibly.
Not very different. Okay, I
From
thought you
what we
said
have
it's
here.
better.
Not very
because
different from what we have
until
here.
recently, the naira was literally at par with the Lebanese
currency.
What's this thing called? So I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I understand that, right? But you see, this is part of what we're saying. We don't like to give ourselves a chance in this country.
The thing is that these people, I think we fail to understand that these people have more access to fund than we Nigerians actually have access to fund. Yes, because even if you're about to start a business now, you're going to go and take a business loan, the interest rate will choke you.
See, there are a lot, like I said at the beginning, I feel like there are a lot of things. There are a list of things. If we actually sit down here, we'll be listing out too many things that.
So we should prefer solutions. That's
I believe that that's one of the major reasons why the foreigners are thriving in business more than if Nigerians are actually doing business in Nigeria, because first they have more access to funds, and then again, I don't know. I feel So at some point I heard that the devaluation of naira was actually very intentional. I'm not particularly sure why now, but then. Thinking about it again from a very layman perspective, if the naira is devalued, right, and then I have dollars dollar is a global currency, right? Yeah. I have dollars, and I'm looking for maybe a country to actually invest in. And like I was saying earlier to you, the things that actually sell, or rather that you get quick returns on, are very everyday things. That's why you see that most of all these businesses that are owned by all these Lebanese and Indians, they are supermarkets. Because do you understand what I'm saying? Because those things you can get quick returns. They are not trying to go for specific products and what's it called now, a customized product, because those ones might take a while, because you need to really appeal to your target audience. Those ones might actually take a while to get returns, and at the end of the day, you don't want to be in a country doing business and you're not adding to the economy of that country. You will be sent out.
You know what? Let me cite an example. Let's look at clothes. For example,
fashion.
Yeah. Do you know that it's very expensive, and I say that without mincing any words, to patronize a locally, a Nigerian RTW brand?
No, let's not even go there, please.
A Nigerian what?
RTW, that they call RTW.
It's not even RTW, that takes 5 to 7 working days.
That we call RTW.
Let's not even go there.
You are hearing things like 35,000 naira.
70K. Why?
Yellow top. 16,000.
Why?
I'm sorry, guys, but I'm not going to go into that conversation. No, because like I say,
it's not even right now.
There are things that would affect for any business to get to that point where they are charging that much. Exactly. They are paying, like earlier we spoke about it. Dami, you mentioned it. Yeah. You mentioned about the issues with light, issues that affect businesses. So you have issues with light. Now a lot of businesses are dealing with petrol and fuel, diesel, everything is increasing.
And even those that are manufacturing outside.
For a business that wants to thrive in Nigeria, how are they going to thrive? If they make, like, they might as well go to Aba to go and print it now in mass production. So, but guess what? You are getting this RTW kind of businesses are made to measure, made to fit. Tailor-made.
NJ. If I tell you tomorrow now, that NJ, I now do a business, so I now make clothes from Umahia. And now I'm doing mass production, and my tops now are 4K or 335. But you will see it on 200 people low. Will you buy it?
No.
Okay. That answers the
question. I'm sorry, but
see, we can't do anything to help that situation.
We can't do anything to help that situation. Sorry, guys. We have Abimbola on the call from Lekki. Hi, Abimbola. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Please share your comments.
Okay, so I want to start with the Chinese. Okay, so first of all, a lot of the Chinese businesses are government sponsored in most cases. And it's not just about Nigeria. If you go to most of the developing African countries, the Chinese are strongly represented there. As a matter of fact, a lot of African countries are indebted to the Chinese government. In fact, if you look at it critically well, we should be afraid of a second colonization if the African governments, if they are not careful. Now, the Chinese, the Lebanese guys are very skilled when it comes to managing businesses. Now, not just Nigeria, if you go to a lot of African countries, you see the Lebanese guys and the major business they run in most of these places are actually supermarkets. So they are very skilled when it comes to running supermarket, when it comes to running hotels, anything that has to do with hospitality business. The Lebanese guys, let's give it to them. They are very experienced and they know what to do. However, in Nigeria, there are too many opportunities. But you see, because a lot of these guys come into Nigeria with a lot of equity, which most Nigerians do not have access to, except for the big players. You know, so that's some of the issues we have here. But in a case where the Nigerian government is able to make good policies that will favor indigenous businesses, you would see a lot of businesses beginning to come up in Nigeria. Nigerians are too smart not to have businesses run in this country. So if we have policies, if the government creates an enabling environment for businesses in Nigeria, you will be surprised at how Nigerians will begin to fly. So there are too many opportunities here. But a lot of Nigerians are handicapped because the policies favor a few and not just everyone. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abimbola.
Thank you.
And I love what Abimbola said about strong, you know, bringing up that top phrase there, and he just dropped it in there, strong government backing.
Yeah.
So which means that most of the time when, you know, there's a contract out or they need to put out a contract for something, maybe like road construction or something like that, sometimes there's someone at the other end. Like there's someone within the system and they now go and, you know, this whole back end thing, go and co-opt someone, say, okay, I want you to come and bid for this business, but I'll take some profit.
But then do we have Nigerians in that industry or in that particular space?
Are you saying that there are no Nigerian civil engineering companies
that actually have the same capacity?
If you empower them, why not?
Well, so that brings us back to the government.
See, understand? That's what I'm. That's the end conversation. That is the end conversation.
But then again, are they really? See, I mean, I can say for some other industry, but for the construction industry,
Damilola,
I don't know.
There are actually. See, I don't think there's particularly any industry that you cannot find Nigerians that are good.
True.
I honestly don't think
because I feel like
talk about healthcare.
Knowing even Nigerians and the way they are, we're very resilient people.
We're
everywhere you
strong.
I'm so sure that you'll find someone living comfortably Nigerian, living comfortably.
Have you thought about it? Why is it that we have our same Nigerians, right? That's
thriving when they leave the country.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know you were heading to that.
That's where. No, of course, I have to go there.
I mean, so just like you said, I'm going to continue from where Chinelo stopped. Chinelo was mentioning a few of the opportunities that are currently, or areas that, you know, I said it that we're going to look at areas. Let's look at tech. Tech just started. See how many Nigerians, if I tell you how many Nigerians are out of this country on if I can say tech visas, if you understand what I mean, on tech visas, like every day, right now, if you see someone who is good with even if you see a solutions architect in Nigeria,
See,
they have to be paid. Where he is, it's just that he has either not woken up to the power that he has and what he can, or he's that kind of person who is closed-minded and just wants to live in Nigeria.
Or he's doing remote work.
Maybe he's working dollars and living and enjoying here in Nigeria.
In another currency.
So I think everything actually boils down to the government. So the government is not even helping its people. So I think that the reason why the government is seemingly, that it looks like they're seemingly helping the foreigners thrive in Nigeria in terms of business is just because they want them to pour into the economy of the
and also they're going to get, they always get something
of course,
on the
they're
side.
Going to pay tax.
If I'm being,
they are going to pay tax.
I was not talking about that.
No, they will pay tax. It's Nigerian companies that can be doing like that.
No,
international companies, they will pay tax.
It's not even just about
they will pay tax.
More. There is definitely more than
I would like to know. I would like to know the more.
I feel like there are a lot of industries that Nigerians can thrive in.
True.
You know, we mentioned fashion, we mentioned tech, there's beauty, even beauty, natural beauty. A lot of beauty products are out there now. A lot of people are doing natural beauty products. And it's
not
really
organic. No, let's just
I'm not there.
I'm not part of this.
Yeah. Like
not organic.
NJ and Dami left the room. So, and even Nigerians have carpentry work. You know, this has also been opened in Canada.
Welders and carpenters,
we do a lot of home and office furniture and equipment and stuff.
And Nigerians would rather import from Turkey than to actually
I'm telling you, Nigeria. Then there's even computing, just computer work. Like, because we're very good and we're very skilled in a whole lot of things. See, Nigerians thrive when they leave this country. I don't know why. So for the longest time, I just thought that it's almost like, when they say, let's go traditional, when they say somebody swore for your grandfather. So there's a hedge of
one of our
I don't know what
about
to use it.
Enabling environment. I think that's
the way. So that's why I would say, that's why I went from the traditional. We're very traditional in Nigeria. So I would say, if for the longest time you almost think that there's this covering on Nigeria that there's nothing profitable that can happen. The moment you step out of that circle,
good can come
a lot of people go out of the country and oh wow, you see some of them and you're like, what happened? In 1 year, their life is transformed. One second. We have another caller on the phone. We have Kennedy from Port Harcourt. Hi, Kennedy. Good evening. Kennedy, are you there?
Good evening, my sisters on ways.
Hello, Kennedy.
Hello, Kennedy. Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can join you. Kindly make your
comment.
Can you hear me
now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Good evening. I'm calling you. Yes. So I was listening to you with this topic of if there are opportunities in Nigeria. Of course, there are opportunities for Nigerians in Nigeria. Yeah. There are more opportunities than even you ladies can think of. We are a country where you people mentioned a lot of them. There are no power. There are no good infrastructures. Yeah. There are security issues and all that. Those are opportunities actually. Yeah. When you're from a country where most of those things does not, like most infrastructures are not readily.
I think we lost
Oh wow! And I was actually enjoying that. He was, and I was just jotting that down because he made a very valid point that Nigerians. I think I'll continue from where he was. So one point that I got from Kennedy is that Nigerians should see opportunities from even the current problems that we have. So Nigerians will thrive if we see our problems and create solutions. Because when you create solutions, you first of all, you counter that problem, and two, you make money off it.
I think another point I want to come from is this. Okay, we keep saying that Nigerian businesses are not thriving. One of the reasons why I think that businesses in Nigeria might not be thriving is because of the consumers, because, there's a business, and I'm sure that we're trying to meet certain needs and demands, right? But are Nigerians really trusted people? Because we talk about mindsets. The truth is that an average Nigerian will trust a white person, not necessarily because of their skin color, but because they have proven to be trusted over time than a Nigerian business. But that's the truth, because you are buying something on Instagram, for instance, and you will find out that what you see is not what you get. So how am I then
supposed
supposed to?
Everywhere now. It happens abroad too now. You order from Alibaba and you order one thing and get another thing.
Where exactly when we're talking about artisans, but okay, let's even leave the online business. Let's
Where
talk about
exactly
regular...
are you placing that order from? Because if you order from Alibaba in the UK, you will ship it back. And then they'll bring it, and then they'll send you the right size. That's what we're saying. Different. So we're in Nigeria where we can't ship.
That we are particularly trusted people in Nigeria. Let's even look at the artisans. You will pay a carpenter to come and do something for you. He's something else. See, we do. Now, do you want me to give the furniture of my house to that person to do for me? I don't think so.
So we have a lot of this is what I ordered as against this is what I got.
So I would rather go and buy it in Turkey because I am sure that I am going to get value for my money.
So you see. Now,
so
let's look at
we need to come back to our own selves as the problem as well.
No, see, I agree with you 100. I agree with you. But guess what? If we start, these people have associations. Right now, it's not strong. We can't hold them accountable because there are no, how do I put it now? There's nobody or there's no...
There are no agencies or authorities that
they are accountable to. Thank you. So now imagine that you have a National Welders Association or National Carpenters Association.
Is it effective?
Like
or a regulatory body?
That's what I'm saying now. That this now brings us back. See, if people see that this thing is serious, do you think that the banking system was like this?
Now you see that we have our problems at the end of the day.
No, we've always
known.
And that's the reason why we have conversations about it, because we're trying to... For me, I feel like the reason why we have conversations like this is not just because we're trying to reiterate our problems.
Yeah.
We're trying to get some people who haven't heard of these problems or who don't even know that these problems exist, because there are people like that, to learn certain ways of moving forward in different directions. Because I feel like as a country, we can't continue to do the same thing
over and
over again, expecting a different result. So why we keep talking about this thing and we share our opinions, our different opinions, because we all have different opinions, is so that people can catch on something that will change their life. That's the whole idea. Is to catch on something so that the change can start from somewhere. Because if we don't discuss it, how do we even know that we have a problem?
But you know, it's very difficult to actually birth change when you're standing alone.
Do you believe?
I believe in change.
Do you believe? First of all,
you need the changer.
Do you believe that it's possible to even change? Because it just feels like you are part of the problem. Because it feels like you have a mindset of this thing cannot change.
Funny enough, no. But then again, we just need
maybe
to stay realistic.
Some people.
Come on.
She's representing the people.
So we have to be
maybe I'm playing the devil's advocate in this point. I don't know.
I feel like we have to be a bit more optimistic if we're going to see any sign of change. And the thing about it, we're Christians, yeah? If I can speak freely. So even as a Christian, they said there's a lot of power in the tongue.
True.
So if we as Christians, and you know, the funny thing is always that we have a lot of churches everywhere, but most of the times, our major problem in Nigeria is that we don't even believe in the things we pray for and we ask for. We ask the government to give us all these good road, good this. You drive well.
I don't even
so if it, no, not you. But if you don't drive well, how is the road going to remain good? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a part that we need to play as people. So even from and that's the mindset. It goes back to the mindset that Chinelo was talking about. If we do not set our mindset right, we will always be in this place of, we're going to be good. It may not be good. We're going to be good. It may not be good. And guess what? Even that is confusing for God.
Because stay one place.
No, let's just think about it. If you want this, say you want this. And so half of the time, I feel like half of the time, sorry, I'm going spiritual, but it's sometimes it's a good way to explain it.
Yeah.
Half of the time, I feel like, it's like your problem is, your solution to your problem is on his way to you. And then you open your mouth and you prophesy, and you say, I don't even think this thing is going to work. Why am I even wasting my time?
Yeah.
I don't believe in this thing. You see that thing you said can start, so your solution starts coming back.
Yeah.
And then you pray again and it starts coming. So that's why even the Christian race is a journey. Because half of the time we're the cause of our own problems.
True.
Guy is just sitting down there waiting to bless you. You are the one holding it back. Because each time you say something, and they've told you that you have power, but you do not even believe that you have that power.
Yeah.
Even as Nigerians, we say we have power, but we do not believe in our power. It was until this last election, before Nigerians started to believe in the power of the youth or in the power of the population, irrespective of what the results were. Do you understand? So I understand, and I'm coming from the point, I think however we're going to go about it would be from the point of we have to have the right mindset in order for us to even move forward. Yeah? For us, for any change to happen, we have to want the change to happen and believe that the change can even happen.
And the government needs to do better. So.
Oh no, definitely we know that the government needs to do better. Government owes everybody. It's our right as citizens, and that's what births loyalty for country. You go to the US, the reason why a basic US citizen would say God bless America and always would stand by God bless America is because America produces, at least gives them food, clothing, shelter. They don't have to think about it.
They don't have to pray about it.
And they don't even have to pray about it. It's not a prayer topic because it's not a spiritual attack. It's something that the government is supposed to give to you. So if the government is not doing that, then how do you do yours?
People in the government, they are the one backing all these foreign people up to come and be collecting contract from me Nigerians. Sha, looking.
I'm just going to let me take your last word. So, Chinelo, what do you have to say? What are your last words?
We've said it all already. I don't think there's anything more to say, right? The government needs to do better, provide an enabling environment, provide the right tools, give us good regulatory bodies and policies, and
stop changing policies every now and then. And the exchange rate should stay in one place. It should stop going up and down. That won't save the effect.
So it's a bit tricky, but well, we've had a great conversation today, and I'm sure if we were given another hour, we'll keep at it, because the thing about this conversation is that it has different angles to it. Do we have a comment?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Please take the comment.
All right, good evening, ladies. Most of them in their country travel hundreds of kilometers, and all they see are stretch of farmlands. They come here, all they see are stretch of bush and forests, and they wonder why we are not using the fertile lands to make money. Well, this person is Benson.
Chinelo, do you have a comment?
No, I don't.
Okay, I have a comment here. Good evening, my adorable sisters. The problem with most Nigerians about businesses is that they are scared to lose their money, not knowing that most of the time, from one's failure, the experience for you to do better, especially if you are resilient. We prefer to do business with quick money. This can be seen, especially among some of our youths today. They prefer to be Okada riders than to learn work that can't even take them any further in their education. This is from Mrs. Adeniji from Aja. So before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Ways Show Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you've missed today's quote, here it is again. It's got me thinking, what extraordinary opportunities are our friends from Lebanon and China seeing in Nigeria that perhaps some of us haven't noticed? This is a comment from Uchenna Uzo. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screens. Good night.
Bye.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Colbert. Welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. Hello, hello.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
In der Regel brauchen die Schafe
The sheep
nachher
need
einen
about a
Hektar Fläche,
hectare,
den die
a
bekommen.
hectare a day, that is.
Dann brauchen die auch jeden Tag einen Hektar Fläche.
A hectare every day?
Ja, 10.000
Yes, a hectare for 700
Quadratmeter,
sheep.
700 Schafe.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich drin machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste war.
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so das
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst,
You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it.
Aber
But we'll manage.
wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Schon ein bisschen Gewicht und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt. Verbindungslinie.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Aufsetzen.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss mal an.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Great shot, really.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
es ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not
immer
everybody
dann
can
halt
get
so
a
einen
lamb
Lamm
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist
That's
so. Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist auch
it
wieder das,
special.
da haben wir den
And it's what makes it
Nachhaltigkeitsaspekt
sustainable.
einfach mit drin. Die Leute
People approach the whole thing in a different
denken
way,
einfach anders über das
especially with an
Fleisch,
animal like
wenn
this.
sie's essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung, ganz abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes!
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst als erstes.
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious Flight Academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lukas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first, or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you?
Erika!
What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes. I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different.
Ganz anders sein.
Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I don't have one yet because I'm yet to be rich. So when I'm rich now, I will have one. But like this, I can just go. I do freestyle, go to wherever I like. But for now, I don't have any favorite. Now my own mind, I tell you, I know the life for you. It's not like you're on TV. I'm trying to form. I'm just studying my mind. So I don't have any favorite destination for now.
In Nigeria, there are a couple of places in Abuja, a couple of amusement parks in Abuja. I usually, Wonderland. Couple of nice spots.
Since I stay in Lagos, so my first destination is like Landmark Beach. This is one of the most favorite of mine. And then this landmark destinations, landmark park. I mean, it's pretty good. It's unique, you know. It's well designed, and I think it's quite well known in international for international occasions. And I think many people will know it later on. Yes.
Landmark is cool. I like Landmark. Everybody loves the sun, like beach sun and everything. The surroundings is very alright.
And the girls?
No, I don't know about the girls. I'm not a girls guy.
So what do you like, guys?
No, I like girls, but I'm not like, nah, I don't do everybody that much.
Yeah, Lekki Conventional Center. It's chill now. I like their overhead rope shit. Yeah, that's why. It's why it's cool.
Obodo Katuran.
And why is that?
I've seen pictures and I've heard a lot about it. I think I'll go all through the cable car,
Where I like Whispering Palms at Badagry. I like the place. It's serene. They have cool things. I like the place.
So far, I would say the landmark has been pretty good. We just got some cabanas, so my whole family will be here. So it's a nice atmosphere, peaceful, not a lot of crowds. So that's why we like it over here.
I'll say in Lagbo Resorts here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Hello and welcome. On this episode on One-on-One today, I'm speaking with a professional with over 18 years experience. His name is Azeez Arida. Now, those who have worked with him say he possesses strong leadership qualities and management skills. He has worked in about 12 industries, including general management, corporate finance, portfolio management, investment banking, private equity, and financial advisory. He's the former CEO of IHS Rwanda, one of the top 10 largest companies in Rwanda with an estimate of 50 million annual revenue. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Amida.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. My first question to you is, you've done all of these things. What are you up to now?
Well, right now, I left IHS in September, so I decided to take time to write a book and I consult for a lot of companies now, about 3, 4, on structuring themselves for growth and helping them position themselves for funding and the rest. Then also spending some time setting up my foundation to, give back to society as we go. Yeah, so that's more like.
So now that you're in control of your own time, are you busier than when you worked for companies?
Yes. Right now, I can't remember the last time I slept before 3 a.m. I still get my 6 hours daily, but I sleep almost 3 a.m. daily now because you're in control and you just feel like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this, and then you're juggling. Before it was like one company you're working for. Now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Yeah. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now investors, companies are looking for, there are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis, and it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in a business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It will be difficult.
Okay, well, if you say so. Now let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies would do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say, I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there, they can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from every other person is actually that bird's eye view, that, okay, even if I'm making a mistake, I still see the impact on everything. And then you just start filling in pieces. So you can't really say that there is no challenge of leadership anywhere. Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well, no. We all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding. So this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you... So like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Okay. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this, this, this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to ingrain it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, so ingrain it just before they move up?
Well, yeah, it's possible. But the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. Most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amida, let's come to our own country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like Nigeria. So it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools in learning, there's some. They're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has the... I don't even really like to look at degrees because I always say that degrees is not character at the end of the
day. I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've... Leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that says, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy, I can tell you. When I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much, the pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how do you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games, I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important because you could really go hard on everything and then next you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff or taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe, I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you talked about. So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that, I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams.
Oh, wow.
I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? Not just growing them because they're not working. So they can now worry about me because I demand performance. So if it's only me you're worried about, then I can take away the rest. Then at least it's fine. Then I can easily say it's balanced in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It's his view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. I won't say imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up. Okay. So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Azeez Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, oh, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. You know, I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and it goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you follow-up questions to that. Like, how do you ensure? Because, you know, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, you know, your results at the end of the day, because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh wow, how did you do that?
It would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to like
explain.
Okay,
to her.
you know what? Just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get you get angry and you're like, oh wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're like, you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay, she comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh wow!
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class will just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things, because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like people just resigning, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the Great Resign, but the point I know is that people would always see things from two different angles. So there is the guys who see a different opportunity to go to. They would resign. They will go, because human beings are rational. So it is impossible to see a high return and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had. I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to work daily. But if it's the other way, if I'm stressed every time I come to work, and I know that I'm probably going to lose my life or something else if I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing, but as of the time that decision is being made, that's the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard. Because culture, you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something okay, in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visual. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So, yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now. Yeah. We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. It's been, I could spend more time with my daughter, I could spend more time with my wife, and at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family, you could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day. And I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he would produce more for the company. So, yeah.
Okay. So for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more, you make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's to be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to okay, you know what, maybe this person is here or there.
our time is fast spent, but I cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there like any...
That's like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash. We like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say in Rwanda, anger is your last resort a lot of times. You need to is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel it's work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently.
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kinyarwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kinyarwanda. But as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say let's do it.
Let's go.
So it's one of the areas I found very. But yeah, I learned a bit of Kinyarwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities, leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been. It's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Azeez Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a problem.
I think I'll ask you behind the scenes. Thank you very much for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Femona Ajefe.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good morning.
The headlines are buzzing this morning.
And the global scene has never been more unpredictable.
So much to talk about.
I am Maureen.
And I am Nyamgo. Join us every morning for the breakfast.
Right here on Plus TV Africa.
President Tinubu yesterday assigned portfolios to all 45 minister designates whose nominations were recently confirmed by the Senate ahead of the inauguration on Monday. The assignment of appointees to their respective ministries marked a departure from the past when portfolios were given to ministers on the day of inauguration. The Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation confirmed on Monday that it would be the swearing-in date for ministers, while the date for the ministerial retreat was yet to be fixed. In a list released by the top presidency official to newsmen at State House in Abuja, former governor of Ebonyi State, Senator David Umahi, was assigned to the Works Ministry as Minister of Works. Festus Keyamo was given Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development. Former governor of Osun State, Adegboyega Oyetola, was given Minister of Transportation, and Wale Edun was assigned to the Finance Ministry as Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. Joining us tonight to discuss this is Ufoma Ibamuno. He is the head of news at Wazobia Info here in Lagos. Also joining us is Oseaneli. He's the chieftain of the People's Democratic Party. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us, and good evening.
Glad to be here. Good evening.
Good evening. It's good to be here.
Great. I'll start with you, Ufoma, because obviously you're a news guy, and when the list of names came out, even before they were assigned portfolios, a lot of people had several reactions as to the names that made it to the list. Now, a few names, as we noticed, have obviously not made the list finally, the likes of El Rufai and some other people who the Senate was yet to ratify. But now we have seen these names and, of course, the offices that they will be holding once they have been sworn in. What do you think of these people? Because we've heard people make all kinds of, statements about who should handle what and who's a square peg in a round hole. But let's start with the key positions. What are your thoughts?
To be very honest with you, I don't know. To be honest, the ministerial list, I wasn't surprised. First of all. Not also totally surprised with the portfolios that were assigned to the respective persons. And there are a couple of people we already knew, what they were going to handle. Ali Pati, for example, it was almost obvious that he was going to be the Minister of Health. Bosun Tijani, was almost obvious that he was going to handle digital economy. At least those two were almost like a given. I was a bit surprised with Dele Alake. I thought he was shooing for information minister. I was a bit surprised to see him in solid minerals development. I was taken aback a bit when I saw the former Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike as the Minister for the Federal Capital Territory. I thought he would have been Minister of Works. He's quite famous, for projects, he put up in Rivers State. In fact, nicknamed himself Mr. Project, So I thought possibly he would be the Minister of Works. But all in all, I think for me, barring a couple of names here and there, it's just a regular chronism, so to speak, same politicians, just changing a few names here and there, same of the same. You have an Atiku Badaru who, goodness me, some would say in a sane society, in sane climes, he should be somewhere in jail as we speak. But the man has gone from being a senator, to a governor, and now he's a minister. But we all know his antecedents and how himself and the late minister of, the late head of state, Sani Abacha, siphoned lots of monies from the country. But again, like I said, I think it's just same of the same, barring a few names here and there.
So let me come to you. Obviously, a member of the opposition, the People's Democratic Party, you have a lot to say, obviously, about some of these names that have made the list. There are those who, in fact, I have had conversations over months after the president was sworn in about the kinds of people who would make this list. And many had, spoken to the fact that, all because of who the president was when he was a governor of Lagos State. He worked with technocrats, very interesting minds, and people who had the best ideas. But looking at this list, can you really say that of the president and the people who he's picked for these offices?
I think he has laid that myth to rest. Going into the campaign, that was one of the things that they didn't let us get away from. That one of the president's abilities was, the ability to identify and headhunt the best of the best. And so there was, regardless of what you felt about him personally, you always felt that there would be some redemption in the cabinet that he put together. And I think when people saw the initial list, there was a lot of disappointment, I think, across the nation and even across party lines, because I would have expected to see a lot more technocrats. Off the top of my head, I can only think of maybe 5, at best 6 candidates in an original list of 48. So not only do we have the largest ministerial list ever, but the president somehow managed to pick the worst of us. And not only that, when he then decided to give them portfolios, he puts, you couldn't have put rounder pegs in squarer holes. Why, for instance? Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just listening.
I'm saying, so why, for instance, would you have a Festus Keyamo as Minister of Aviation? Why would you have Badaru and Matawale as Ministers of Defense and Ministers of State of Defense, given that one of the problems Nigeria is facing is insecurity? I saw the appointment of Betta Edu as humanitarian minister. Nigeria is one of the poorest nations in the world. We have the largest poor population in the world. And then you give a medical doctor who basically denied COVID existed and stood in the way of the NCDC of testing while she was Commissioner of Health in her state. So it does worry me. I don't want to say it's all doom and gloom, because there were some standouts. For me as a PDP member, Ufoma has spoken about Wike's antecedents in Port Harcourt in Rivers State. I expect him to perform even better as a pseudo-governor of FCT, because that's what the minister of FCT is. He sort of exercises some sort of executive power. So I think he will do really well. I know he will go up against a lot of entrenched interests. He's the first Southern minister in the FCT we're having for at least 46 or 47 years. And so he will have to battle those interests when he gets into office. But I think he's more than capable. I have to mention... Go ahead.
I'm so sorry to talk over you. Do you think that the reason that maybe the president was very tactful about putting Wike there, because again, if we go back to the likes of El Rufai being the FCT minister and, how daring he was back then under the Obasanjo administration, could this also be one of the reasons why Mr. President had to put a Wike there, knowing that he's one who, if for the want of a better way to describe him, is fearless?
I think that must in part be the reason why. If you wanted to pick an individual who would go in like a bull in a china shop and, transform the FCT, it would be Governor Wike. I think a lot of FCT individuals who have built, without planning, are having sleepless nights now, because you sort of expect that we will go back to strict fidelity and observance of the Abuja Master Plan. Another standout is Ambassador Tuga. He was ambassador to Germany. He's a true diplomat, a true gentleman. If we had this cabinet in place, I don't think the missteps we saw Nigeria take with ECOWAS and Niger would have happened. I think our response would have been a little bit more considered. Fagbemi as Attorney General was an obvious one. He is a very accomplished lawyer. And so I don't expect to see the types of abuses we saw with someone like Malami, from Fagbemi. I think he has a reputation to observe. He sort of was a civil society activist on the side. So I don't expect to see, and I'm caveating this being aware of what's happening with Emefiele and Bawa, but I don't expect to see the Nigerian state crack down so hard and take away the rights of the average Nigerians. Bosun Tijani, I don't know how they managed to convince him to serve in this government, but he really was a steal. He really has brought, I think, enthusiasm from the tech community and support for this government because of that singular appointment. Ufoma spoke about Pate. He's a brilliant guy. Wale Edun as well as coordinating minister. I expect to see him sort of achieve what Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala did because he does have the ability to do so. But then, I spoke about Bosun, and I said you could see the goodwill he brought from that community, and he will grow that digital economy. And politicians are not irrational creatures. Everything we do has to have a reason. When I look at this cabinet, I don't see a cabinet put together to solve Nigeria's pressing economic security problems. I see an election cabinet. I see a cabinet of politicians that sort of are on an election or a campaign footing. You have governors, APC, former chairmen and women leader and spokespeople and former senators. That's what comprises the majority of the cabinet. And so
you're saying that this is more of a reward cabinet. This is more like you work for me and this is what I'm giving you in return.
Either a reward cabinet or it's a cabinet that might have been put together in preparation for a rerun or a run. But this is not a cabinet put together to solve Nigeria's pressing problems.
Interesting. Let me come back to you, Foma. I know that aside from you being the head of news for a radio station, you also are a sportsman. Let's talk about your constituency.
My ex-constituency.
You continuously are a sportsman. But let's talk about the guy who made it. For Cross-Riverians, this is not necessarily a great feat, being that Senator Wanino has, been in the Senate for a while. He's pushed for several interesting bills. He's a very, smart and intelligent guy. But sports, many thought that he should have said no. But I don't know. Does it mean that maybe the sports ministry always gets the misses, or I don't know exactly? Because can we really say that this is a win for the Ministry of Sports, knowing that we've had the likes of Dalong and what's the other guy's name? Very interesting guys so far. What do you think about this?
Sunday Diary.
Sunday Diary, yes.
To be very honest with you, I think I saw a joke on Twitter. Someone said, whenever it's time for these appointments, they divide everything. And then it's the last person, the remaining person that doesn't get something that they hand over to sports. I thought Dalong was a disaster. Sunday Diary came with, he might not have been a sports person, but he is someone who was quite intelligent and, someone you thought could do better. But I thought Sunday Diary was also another disaster. I'm not so excited, to be honest, with I hope I'm proven wrong, with John Eno's appointment. In fact, I think it was him on Twitter a few minutes ago, about 30 minutes ago, when I checked it out. He said farmer and entrepreneur appointed sports minister. He put that himself. It just shows you the irony, so to speak. And the funny thing is that Nigerian sports, sadly, is one of the few things that sort of unites the country. It's that one thing where when it's going on, nobody remembers that Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, or that Ose is from Edo and I'm Delta, even though we are both from the same old Bendel state, but now we are fighting each other, so to speak. Nobody remembers all of that. But somehow we seem to not always get it right. Like I said, Dalong was a disaster. It was just causing confusion in almost all the sports federations. Sunday Dare came and even compounded the issues. So this will more like take him. It will more like take him a while, to want to get to understand the nitty-gritty of how technical sports can be, what needs to be done, all the infightings in the different sports federations. Honestly, like I think it was the Punch newspaper earlier today, John Who? I think that was a headline that they had.
I love that. I love that headline, John Who, because really,
I don't know.
Again, we go back to the issue. We go back to the issue of square pegs in round holes. Now, I want to go to something that's very important to us all, which is really biting. Now, we're worried that we found ourselves in a fix here as a country because of one statement that was made by the president that subsidy is gone. Let's talk about the Petroleum Ministry. Now, we know that the Minister of State for Petroleum is Heineken Lopovere. Now, we also know, as journalists and of course as politicians, as Nigerians, following up on this man, he has so many cases to answer, corruption cases, looting, unaccountability, etc., etc. And this might be detailed for a couple of people who've also made this list. But many are applauding that, oh, great, we now have somebody from the Niger Delta who's sitting as Minister of State in the Petroleum Department. But nobody has really talked about who the Petroleum Minister is going to be. Okay.
Well, the Petroleum Minister is the president.
Interesting. So is the president picking up from his predecessor, as he said, because his predecessor was the Petroleum Minister?
I think that's what's happening here. We don't need to be told officially before we know. He's sort of divided that ministry into two. So there's the petroleum resources and then there's gas, and there are two ministers of state. What's it again? Minister of, okay, my English failed me there. But you get what I mean. Two junior ministers, that's the better word for me. So the senior minister, obviously, going by the trend, of what his predecessor did, is he himself the president. But if we want to talk about the issues of corruption allegations, hanging over Lopovere's neck, then there are 1,001, figuratively now, persons on that cabinet who have almost exactly the same kind of issue. The former governor of, I think, Zamfara State, we all know some of the allegations hanging over his neck. But he has been confirmed as a minister. There are quite a number of others too, who have all of those issues. But like you said, it's a very critical sector that we honestly need to. I don't know how we're going to do it, but it needs to be sorted out. The whole subsidy issue, the whole talk about whether or not subsidies are going to come back, but then there was a flat denial. Yesterday's announcement from NNPC of a $3 billion loan from a bank. So many questions that needs to be asked. One of the explanations they gave to us was that it's going to be a fraction of, how did the NNPC put in that statement? A fraction of I'm trying to remember the exact words they used. But what is the fraction? Is it 5%? Is it 10%? Is it 60%? We absolutely have no idea. Too many questions, in that ministry. The spokesperson of the president talked about how, even if we have all the refineries working, it's not going to really reduce the price of petrol. Is it? Why have we over the years continuously imported petrol into the country when we've spent millions of dollars to do turnaround maintenances on our refineries, and then almost everybody is hoping on Dangote's refinery, who, let's not also forget, we were told when it was inaugurated in May, that it was going to start this late last month or this month. We're in the middle of August, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen in December. I think Adi regularly in that interview said it would be December. I saw another report that it would be 2024. We are just confused. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Also, let me come to you still on the issue of the petroleum industry, because Ufoma has said if we're going by allegations and corruption cases, then of course we might have to strike everyone off this list. But again, because of this, the urgency that is tied to this, oil and gas sector, should we not see some person, and I'm not saying that we need an angel from heaven, but someone who we think, or that seemingly would be showing that they would be able to deal with the corruption in that system, including Mr. President?
So, like Ufoma said, I think it's a good thing that they have separated gas from petroleum. I think it sort of like suggests this government will drive the gas agenda as an alternative source of energy for the nation. So that's good. But then when you appoint as your Minister of State, Mr. Ekpo, whose previous appointment was Director General of Akwa Ibom Democratic Forum, it doesn't show that you are serious or you want to do anything but pay lip service or, like you said, settle political favors. Considering how critical energy is and energy security is to us, and what we are dealing with now as Nigerians with the fuel subsidy, how do you put, someone who has an NGO in Akwa Ibom, and no oil and gas experience as your Minister of State for a sector as critical as gas? Even more worrying for me as a former militant from the Niger Delta. My ministry. What happened to my Niger Delta ministry? Where did it go to? It's not.
Well, I have a quick answer for you, because I think the IPAC national chairman, Yagabi Stani, said something, and I'd like to quote him. He said that the sector, which is the Niger Delta sector, has been made to look as if people that should be appointed to that ministry should come from the Niger Delta. And he says it's a wrong signal. In other words, it's not even that important.
No, but the problem, and we've been here before, in when Buhari came into power, if you recall, he suspended the amnesty program. He was totally against it. And we saw militants shut down all production in the Niger Delta, and it cost us millions of dollars at a time when we needed it most. If you remember, we were just dipping, the economy was slowing down at that time in 2015. And so how do you come in and everybody is agitating, and you are actually showing, you might not be speaking it, but you are showing that you are continuing Buhari's principle of 97% and 5%. The Southeast, for instance, only have 5 ministers, 4 senior ministers, 1 minister of state. And the president is signaling that, this is because of the results I didn't get from the Southeast. And so if that is your position as president, why are you taking away a ministry as critical to your energy security as the Niger Delta ministry? At the time where you actually need to be ramping up oil production, you are bringing doubt and uncertainty into that entire region. It makes no sense to me. I don't know why they did it. I think they'll reverse course, but we'll see. I forgot to mention something. There's a dark horse minister, Dangawa. I think he's Minister of Housing. He's a seasoned architect, and he was the past MD of the Federal Mortgage Bank. One of the things we're suffering in Nigeria is a housing deficit. And I think this is the first time we're having someone who understands mortgage financing, who has a professional background in that Ministry of Housing. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, I'm hoping that they can somehow make it easier for you and me to get mortgages to buy houses.
Just to add, Marianne, I'm not sure I totally agree with Ose on the Niger Delta ministry.
Niger Delta. Okay.
Yes,
are you from the Niger Delta? Are you?
Yeah, I know I most likely might get attacked, from my quote unquote people. But honestly, I feel that the Niger Delta ministry is just a duplication of duties. That's what I think. You already have the NDDC. Why, honestly, do you need a ministry for the Niger Delta? That's me. I honestly don't think we need it. I would say strengthen the agency you have already. Whatever that ministry can do, I honestly think can be done by any other ministry. Can be put. You could even put it under the new one that was created, Marine and Blue Economy.
I wish we had more time, because I wanted to also talk about the duplication of these ministries. And for one, we would think that because of where we are as a country financially and economically, we would be shrinking some of these ministries, departments, and agencies. But we're seeing more and more of these ones being introduced. Again, how are we going to be funding these ministries? Are we going to be seeing our budgets ballooning over time? Because I'm trying to wrap my head around it. In closing, guys.
So
I'll go first.
Is the irony of it all for me?
So
okay, go ahead.
You are absolutely correct. I started by saying this is the largest cabinet we've ever had, at a time where we actually need to be cutting costs and shrinking government. Again, to my mind, politicians will do what's in their best interest. I think Tinubu comes in with a minority mandate. He needs to build elite consensus. So I can understand the political thinking behind giving out all these ministries. I can understand that.
Okay, quickly. In 30 seconds.
It's like I said, it's the irony for me. On one hand, subsidy is gone. Nigerians are going through hard times. You're asking Nigerians to, endure the hardship, because it will get better very soon. On the other hand, the politicians will continue to take 70 billion allowance. There's more ministries, there's more appointments, and the cost of governance is still expanding. I honestly don't get it and will never get it. But like Osei said, there is also a political angle to it. Almost everybody, if you are in his shoes, will do exactly the same.
Well, I want to say thank you. Seneni is the People's Democratic Party chieftain, and Ufoma Gbamina is the head of news at Wazobia Info here in Lagos. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking about calls and concerns in the reduction of pump price. Many are saying it should not be increased. Others are saying reduce it. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back to Silk Plus Politics. Now, the Senior Special Assistant to the President, Bola Tinubu, on Public Affairs, Ajurin Galale, has said more refineries in Nigeria will not reduce petrol pump prices. The presidential spokesperson asked Nigerians to disregard the myth that the more refineries in Nigeria would translate to cheaper fuel price. Now, Ajuri also recall that the federal government had said that Port Harcourt refinery will be revitalized in December this year. Joining us to discuss this is Fineface Dunamnene, and joining us later will be Nick Agule. Both of them are experts in the oil and gas sector. Fineface is the national facilitator project with artisanal crude oil refiners and modular refineries in the Niger Delta. So good to have you join us, Fineface.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Good evening, everyone. Nice to be here
Yes.
once again.
Pancrase, every time I have you here on the show is obviously to talk about the situation that we're facing in our oil and gas sector. And it seems to be an unending crisis. In fact, it's deepening as the days go by, I beg your pardon. Now, we all saw that press briefing by Ajurin Galali, where he emphatically said, he's not saying that we should not, revive the refineries, but he's saying it's not going to change anything. And so the average person is saying, so why are we clamoring for the refineries to be revived?
I think my brother, Ajuru Ngelale, the presidential spokesman, is not correct. He is not an expert in the field. But even if you are not an expert in the field, you should be able to know that if you have allowed the fuel pump price to be dictated by the forces of demand and supply, that the moment supply exceeds demand, the price is going to drop. And the moment demand exceeds, supply, the price is going to drop. And when supply exceeds demand, the price is going to be moving in that direction. So if he says that the more refineries will not lead to reduction in the fuel pump price, then it's not correct at all. I believe that some persons within the presidential fold would have corrected him by now. Because what are we talking about here? Why is the fuel pump price high? It is high because the demand product has exceeded what is being supplied. It is high because the product is being imported and USD is being used at higher rates to import this. It is high because we do not have sufficient. If we are producing in this country, the 4 refineries are on board, Kaduna, Warri, and the 2 Port Harcourt. Then the Dangote refinery comes on stream. The various private modular refineries already ongoing, being constructed, some completed across the Niger Delta, they come on stream. And you have modular refineries provided for youths who are involved in artisanal crude oil refining. And again, we are also proposing the one we call the Presidential Artisanal Crude Oil Refining Development Initiative, PACODI, that legalizes artisanal refineries. If all these, industries are producing, you will have as much PMS, as much AGO, as much DPK in the country, as much as you have bottled water. It's going to be as common as that. So the moment you have this product flushing everywhere, you will see that competition will be introduced. And that competition is going to lead to the process of the price of the product crashing. It will crash to the extent that we may go back to even having this product sold below 350 naira per liter. So it is very clear. Even the blind can even see and the deaf can even hear that when you say that we are producing from every corner of the country, that this is going to drop. Remember, even the Dangote refinery promised to produce the quantity that the country will use and even have about 250, barrels or thereabouts. Yeah, for export. So if we have all these things on board, it's going to crash the price of the product. Remember that now, as we speak, there is the glamour and new information across the country that the price may increase again from what we currently have. What is the reason why this is being given? The reason is because the Naira-dollar relationship are not very cordial. They are buying dollar at a higher rate. For that reason, it's also going to reflect on the cost of the product. So you can imagine that this production was being done in the country. People are buying crude oil in Naira. People are selling the refined products in Naira. Nobody has to go for dollar. You will see that the value of the currency will also appreciate. And we are going to have a product for everybody to use at a cheaper rate.
It's interesting. Again, I'm going back to Ajuri's press conference or media parley. I'm thinking to myself, why exactly would a presidential spokesperson come up with that particular line without doing his homework? Again, if you say that he's wrong, could this also be a tactic to dissuade our minds, just in case the refineries are not up and working when they should be, or as at the time that the government has promised us? Now, Dangote Refinery had told us July, at least the end of July. We're in the middle of August. Nothing's yet to come of it. Is this a game of ping pong for the government and, of course, us?
To a very large extent, I think he misrepresented the government of his principal. He misrepresented the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu by saying that the coming on stream of the refineries will not reduce price. because already he has also used his own mouth to say that there is not going to be any increase in the fuel pump price again from what we currently have. And that is not also correct, that there is not going to be increase, because the moment we exhaust what we have currently imported into the country, there is the tendency that we are going to import more product. And if you are going back to the market to buy the product and bring it into the country, and by the time you get to the market, because of the dollar exchange rate you have used to, what you have used to buy the dollar, and you have bought at a higher price to back to the country, you have to recover how much you have added. That means that government cannot even be able to control how much the price is going to be the moment the marketers go back to import this product into the market. But if he is telling us that Mr. President is not also going to ensure that allow fuel pump price to increase again, then in a way, I would say that the government is in-house discussing and planning to introduce subsidy from the back door. They are trying to introduce fuel subsidy from the back door. Because now, if currently we have the dollar exchanging about 710 naira, for instance, to a dollar, and marketers have told you that if they go back to the market with the current price, and it's going to increase to about 750 naira or 720 naira per liter of fuel, maybe government is trying to look at that difference that is on it. You know, our current pump price now is 617 naira, and when they go back to the market and maybe like 20 naira comes on board again, then government may secretly through the back door pay that 20 naira for every Nigerian, so that the impact is not already felt. Because since Mr. President came into office and he made that statement on his inaugural day that fuel subsidy is gone, a lot of things have happened that if not that Nigerians are docile, a lot of Nigerians are kind of averse to actions of protest. The country would have been shut down today, and it would have been difficult for him to even be able to rule the country, because already we know what happened in 2012 during the fuel subsidy removal or even increments in fuel pump price, whereby we have the Occupy Nigeria. So I think that the presidential spokesman didn't do his homework very, very well, because even someone that is not knowledgeable in the oil and gas sector will let him know that if we have more production locally being produced, that the price is going to drop. Even as we have the official price today pegged at 617 naira per liter, you still go to some filling stations, you could buy 685 naira, 500. You can buy 585 naira. You can buy 591 naira. You can buy 590 naira. So the price is not still stable. The reason why you have this instability in price, despite the official price at 617 naira, is because there is competition and people want to sell. I am currently carrying out a research on the impact of fuel subsidy on people's consumption style, their lifestyle, and what is happening in Rivers State and parts of Niger Delta. So I understand how filling station fuel attendants and managers have told me that we normally sell between 4,000 and 5,000 liters of fuel per day. But since subsidy was removed and the price skyrocketed, that we are now struggling to sell between 800 liters and 1,200 liters per day. Consumption has dropped. If you check on the streets of Abuja today, the streets of Lagos, a lot of people have parked their vehicles. They can no longer run it. You can see traffic is reducing on the road. People are selling. Others are converting their vehicle into boats, and other transport means, so that they now begin to pay transport. If you even look around you every morning, you will see people trekking in what I can call a trekathon. Maybe they are trying to get some certification from Guinness Book of Records as a result of a reduction in the fuel, reduction in the consumption rate because of the high price. So if we have production going on from these various areas, 4 refineries are on, modular refineries are running, artisanal refineries are being legalized and they are refining, and you have modular refineries for artisanal refiners in parts of the Niger Delta and parts of Nigeria, you are going to see a drastic drop in the fuel pump price of the PMFs to the extent that we are going to buy it below 350 naira. And DPK, which is not available today, is also going to be available. The only source of DPK to the average household in Nigeria today is the artisanal refinery sources that is currently being bombarded by men of the Operation Delta Safe, with the Nigerian Air Force and fighter jet they are using to bomb that. So it's clear that if we produce more, the price is going to drop.
Sideways, we always hear presidents, from President Jonathan to former President Buhari and now President Tinubu, talking about a tiny group of elites who are, somewhat in charge of this subsidy. They made it look like the moment we take out subsidy, all our problems will be gone. But then, of course, it is the beginning of all our problems. So again, it makes me really wonder. Looking again at the fact that there's a Heineken Lukbobri and then, of course, the other guy running the oil and gas sector. Do we really ever see, or will we ever see, an end to the corruption in the oil and gas sector? Accountability on one hand, and of course, fighting down this group or this cabal.
The corruption in the oil sector, unfortunately, is not going to end. We can only be able to reduce it. And the percentage of reduction, at the best we can go, we only go about 20% reduction. Because Nigeria is a country that its major foreign exchange earner is the crude oil, it's oil. And as a result of that, every focus is on the products, crude oil. You can also see how instead of the Central Bank of Nigeria trying to bring up policy that will bring about the stronger Naira, and the NNPCL is coming forward to say we are exchanging crude for $3 billion to stabilize our Naira. That is a foreign CBN policy, not a private, private companies and policy. But then the point here remains that the corruption in the oil and gas sector is going to be there. We can only reduce it at best, just like we have been able to collectively reduce acts of crude oil thefts in parts of the Niger Delta today through the Tantita, private security contracts, Operation Delta Safe, NSCDC, Nigerian Army, and all effort being on ground. We have been able to reduce artisanal refinery to an extent, but it's still going to continue. So the tiny few that are making so much money from this subsidy have only so far been able to, cut down on the amount they make because subsidy had been removed. If you also watch, you will see that they are now announcing that we are consuming less than 45 million, liters of PMS per day. Unlike before, when there was subsidy that they tell us that we consume over 60 million per day. So you can see. But
how is also certain that that figure that we're being given is authentic? Because over the years, we've not been able to tell how much we consume a day in this country.
The reason why we were unable to tell how many, the quantity we consume per day in the country before was because subsidy was involved. And they have to lie to collect the money from government. But now everything is natural. The forces of demand and supply is now there. The market forces is operating. The independent marketers, major marketers, and all of them are importing and they are selling according to how much they bought it and how much they have added as their gain. So you can now see a kind of quote unquote kind of level playing ground in terms of what people are really buying and what people are actually selling. That is why you are seeing a relative good, figure that can be worked with today. If subsidy is reintroduced today, you will see that they will tell us again that people are now consuming higher. I know quite well that the increments and the hike in the fuel pump price has also reduced the consumption rates of the petroleum PMS, which also contributes to the drop in the number of liters we consume per day. But then the point remains that in as much as the forces of demand is in operation, we are likely going to see how much and what we get. If we really also want to know how many liters we consume per day in this country, there could be a policy that will make the various filling stations to have a computerized system where each time they bring product into their filling station, they key in the quantity of product they have brought in, and at the end of the day, what they have sold out also reflects. And there could be a system with the NNPC or the Ministry of Petroleum Resources where you have a list of all the marketers, all the filling stations, the quantity they have, what they have sold, what is remaining, will be reflecting on a system. It's a possible thing to do, to have that network so that you can actually see what we had yesterday, what has been sold, what is remaining, and what we need going forward. That is not something that is a rocket science that they cannot do, but it's because we have not really introduced technology into our oil and gas sector. It gives us the problem of trying to really be able to know what we are consuming because we are not producing. So I think if we can be able to put some of these measures together, it will help us to know where we are and where we are going to as a country.
Well, I want to thank you for coming on the show, but it would be really interesting if we can have this conversation again, because we really need to look at the corruption in the oil and gas sector. I mean, with the cases of Professor Pandey and several other issues, the NNPC has been christened and rechristened over and over again. We still aren't seeing them doing their job as a private company, but they still are operating as if they're the ones who are setting the market prices, etc., etc. So many questions that need to be answered. But Fineface, I want to say thank you for coming. Fineface Dunamene is the national facilitator project with artisanal crude oil refiners for modular refiners in the Niger Delta. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's an opportunity. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for watching the show tonight. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Don't forget, you can also follow our conversations, previous episodes on YouTube, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. My name is Mary Anako. Enjoy the rest of our programs.
Here's the show you've been waiting for, the Gang Reality TV show. The season 3 is about to begin, and guess what? It's the Ballers Vibes edition, the show you do not want to miss. On this edition, we guarantee you 100% vibes with 21 housemates for 30 days on your TV screen. The winner goes on with an SUV, an all-expense paid trip, a feature in a movie, and of course, prize. It's the Gang Reality TV show, people, where the best baller wins it all.
Necessity is the mother of all invention. And there is nowhere more filled with invention than the tech space. From the dawn of human existence, our innovative spirit has always directly correlated with our needs, which often have a social component. As they say, your ideas belong to you, but your inventions belong to everyone. Certainly, there is a question of whether innovators owe the world a duty to make it a better place. In today's world, the most ubiquitous piece of technology is the mobile phone. The history of mobile phones dates back to 1908, when a US patent was issued in Kentucky for a wireless telephone. Yet, it took till 1940 for engineers working at AT&T to develop cells for mobile phone base stations. This led to an early form of mobile phones, which were really just two-way radios. On the 3rd of April, 1973, Motorola was the first company to mass-produce the first handheld mobile phone, and more manufacturers subsequently got in on the act. By August 2001, mobile phones were introduced in Nigeria, and since then have become available to both the old and the young. It has influenced the way we socialize, listen to music, and has turned every amateur into a pro photographer. Today, most mobile phones rely on 3G or 4G technology, with 5G on the immediate horizon. The evolution of the technology to smartphones has raised the bar of personal computing. To help us understand what mobile phones represent to our society today, we spoke to a telecoms expert and an entrepreneur who gave us their impressions and opinions on the tech.
I'm a telecoms expert. I've had trainings in information technologies for my bachelor's and postgraduate studies. Presently, I work with one of the biggest operators in the continent, Africa.
I'm a dentist. I'm also a fabric and fashion entrepreneur.
Mobile phone has bridged the gap for communications and connectivity between people, regardless of their distance, can communicate and interact. As it were before, we would have to send letters that would take days and possibly weeks or months, or you would have to travel long distances to connect with loved ones and friends.
My husband most times is not home, he's not around. Imagine if we didn't have mobile phones, communication would have been an issue. With my mobile phone, I can reach out to him, video call, normal calls, we communicate, even my kids.
Conducting business with international and even local partners has never been easier, with mobile banking now commonplace and video conferencing available on the go.
E-commerce or banking. If you need to pay for a service, you don't have to go to your bank, withdraw the money from the teller and go and pay. We have cashless systems where you could use your phone from your app, pay for your services.
So I can imagine what I would have done with my business without mobile phones. I get most of my customers online using my phone. They make payments. Almost all my transactions are via my mobile phone. Nobody wants to go to the bank to carry out any transactions, so most of it happens on the phone. Local transactions, international transactions. With phones, I post pictures. I reach out to my suppliers anywhere and everywhere in the world with my phone. And I get my products using my phone. Especially because I don't have a physical store. I don't have a shop. So my business is online. So it makes it mobile. So I can run my business from anywhere. Sometimes I'm out of the country and I'm still running my business just because I have my phone.
Smartphones offer us greater computing power than the computers NASA used in 1969 to launch the Apollo 11 space shuttle to the moon. These operated with floppy disks, offering kilobytes or megabytes of storage at the most. Today, the storage capacity of smartphones can reach as high as 128 gigabytes.
If I don't have to go to the bank and then carry out transactions with my mobile app, it's a plus. If I don't have to go to the grocery store and request for grocery from the comfort of my home with my mobile phone, it's a plus. But if we begin to use the mobile phone in a wrong way, then it becomes harmful.
The greater social awareness afforded by mobile phones has made us more self-conscious, with a constant need to own the latest version as a symbol of social status. Our obsession with documenting our lives through pictures and videos has turned us into an attention-seeking people, and even voyeurs consuming other people's lives for entertainment.
Because we have put our information, we put our lives, because you have social media services where you can post your pictures, you can post your location at any time. You can post about your family, your children, your events, wedding ceremonies, graduation ceremonies, and all of that. So you become vulnerable even to strangers. People you don't know have access to your information. Some people even put their location. You enable your GPS location and it states, okay, I'm taking this picture from Lagos. So they know this person is in Lagos this day, this week. So their informations, hitherto we think it's just fun. I'm just letting the world know where I am, but your privacy is being eroded and you are giving out too much information to people, strangers you don't know. And it's very, very alarming that people don't even understand the harm they cause themselves. You put your home address, you put details of your work or details of your family online, and you just expose them to attacks from strangers, to unnecessary scrutiny.
Yet, with such potential dangers of mobile phone usage, not everyone is concerned.
Funny enough, no. I don't know why, for some reasons. Maybe because I'm careful with the things I put on my phone. Of course, you won't put too personal stuffs on the phone, very personal things. You won't put them on your phone.
In today's world, mobile phones can be a valuable educational tool, and parents are faced with personal considerations over when to allow their children own one.
I'll probably say secondary school. For example, if you had to pick up the child or drop off the child somewhere, the child might need a mobile phone for you to reach the child. I remember we started having phones when we were in secondary school, when phones came out.
The efficiency that comes with being able to access information. Prior to now, for students, if you are doing a research, you might need to go to the library and book for a particular textbook, and it takes you a while before it gets your turn for you to have access to that textbook. But from the comfort of your home or from your classroom, wherever, you could turn up your phone and search for an ebook, and that ebook becomes instrumental for you to carry out your assignments or carry out your research, as the case may be.
However, there is also a cost to young people and their education. The distraction it offers makes concentration on schoolwork and other things harder for them.
The negative effect mobile phones will have on young people is their overdependency on the information they get from mobile phones. Some people get distracted by some content that they see or lured into vices that becomes harmful to them.
The greater dependence on mobile phones has created less need for a personal computer. And this trend portends a future where personal computers become a relic of the past.
Your personal computer? I can't remember the last time I opened my laptop.
The way we're going, yes, because your mobile phone is more or less like a computer. You can draft your letters, you can check your emails, you can attend meetings, you can edit your documents with your phone. So in the long run, your mobile phone should be able to do all the functions you are able to do with your computers.
For as much good as mobile phones offer us, there's just as much bad. There's a question of whether we are socially evolved enough to keep up with the evolution of our technology. The irony of a device created to make us feel more connected is that more people are feeling more isolated than ever. And the worry for our society is if we can find that elusive balance. We must always ask ourselves if our dependence on technology, as symbolized by how we use our mobile phones, is a good thing for our social health.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a person, I don't want to say a young man. I believe when you say a young man, you are just saying know your space too. But is a man I met about 15 years ago. It was a chance encounter. He's a very serious entrepreneur. He has a lot of energy, and if he loves anywhere, he loves the country, Nigeria. Alfred Okoro, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
You're looking all sharp, sharp, sharp. Well, welcome. I asked you to come on this conversation set because whenever we sit down to talk, the passion I see in you about development, about Nigeria, about getting things right, I feel should be shared with more people than just in our small talk session. So let's meet who Alfred Okoro is.
Wow, okay. That's a summary, right?
Yeah.
My name is Alfred Okoro, and was born and raised here, and luckily migrated to the States at 18, did my college, and came back in 2005 to start a business going into the broadcast media. Fast forward to that, which is when we met, and moved back in 2016 when I got married. And since then, still have this itch that I can't scratch that is bringing me back.
There's still that itch. The
Yes.
itch is called Nigeria.
Yes.
Why Nigeria?
It's home. I don't know how else to explain it. To me, Nigeria is home, regardless of where you go. And I feel that when you consider a place home, everything else is temporary.
So, being in diaspora is temporary. Your home is Nigeria, wherever you go. Okay, but as someone who has tasted both sides now and you're back in the States, yet you still want to come to Nigeria, don't people ask you, what do they do you?
Every day, my mom does, my wife does, and my kids are not grown up enough to ask me, but I'm sure they will someday. But the fact remains that this country is filled with possibilities. It's just mismanaged.
Mismanaged in what sense?
No direction. And by no direction, I simply mean that the whole entity, I'm not sure we know what Nigeria is. I think it's just being called a name, Nigeria. We're divided, a nation divided. That's my perspective of it. And from that angle, I look at possibilities. There is nothing that is not here. Absolutely not. The Nigerians here seem frustrated. Everybody wants to leave. And the moment they cross these waters, they excel. Both Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, South, everybody in Nigeria. We've been ranked the most successful ethnic group in the United States. Why is it that we excel there, but not at home? It can only lead to the direction.
But what do you think can be done to fix that misdirection or lack of direction? What?
Well, for me, just like when you speak with everybody, everybody identifies problem. It's easy to identify a problem. A little kid today can identify the problem with Nigeria. I just don't think we have gotten to the point where we're fed up to say, you know what, let us make this place a home. Let us call it a home, not just a place that we find ourselves in.
You know, something that has been curious about you is that all the while that I've known you, I've never heard you say something like, let's go our separate ways.
No, I do not believe that. I completely believe we are better together. The beauty of this country is the diversity.
Can you throw more light on that?
Absolutely. If you ask the normal person, the greatest country in the world, it's called the United States. Who's an American? There's the Indian, there's the Chinese, there's the Asian, there's the African, there's everybody. Our diversity makes us the better. I believe so. I will be one of those to tell you I do not believe this country was designed to succeed. But so what? This is the card we're dealt, and we have to play that card.
But then, even if it was not designed to succeed, can't those who found themselves in there with the benefit of education and vision make it succeed?
Well, education is not knowledge. I feel that we so far are individualistic, and that still comes to nobody has defined this entity called home.
By we, do you mean all of us as Nigerians or particular ethnic groupings?
Every single one of us. I do not believe we call this place home. And I say that because where in Nigeria would you say is world standard, despite all the resources? You look at the South with all the oil there, it's like a dump, unfortunately polluted. You look at the North with the massive land up there, what are we producing out of it? You look at the Southwest with the waters, what are we doing with the marine technology? So for me, I always use the we so as not to isolate everybody else. And I strongly believe that the problem with Nigeria is psychological. I think what we just need is a psychological reorientation. We have the ability, we have the knowledge, we have the talent. We're just not being harnessed and directed properly.
I always share with people the thought that what we need is a psychic orientation in Nigeria. And I'm glad you said so too, but I want you to throw light on how that can happen.
The orientation being that I think Nigeria has had leaders by the true definition of it. My problem with those leaders is that they happen to be regional leaders, not national leaders. And that makes a whole difference. If you have 3 major ethnic groups, no disrespect to the other minor ethnic groups, but if we were to just work with 3 for the sake of our conversation, an Igbo leader is more concerned about the Southeast. A Yoruba leader is more concerned about the Southwest. An Hausa leader is concerned about the North. Is that what it's supposed to be? If you preach what Nigeria, it shouldn't matter where it is. Any kid from the South, not interested in marine or anything with petrol, go and find where it is. You should be able to move. And for me, psychological, I believe this state of origin word is counterproductive. I feel, first of all, if I ever get the opportunity to advise anybody or to talk to anybody, we should make a state of residence. It doesn't matter where you're from.
Hold that thought. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with Alfred Okoro on Which Way, Nigeria. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Alfred Okoro is my guest. Now, Alfred, you were saying something about changing the state of origin to state of residence, right?
Yes.
But that brings something to my mind. There is the National Youth Service Corps. There's a compulsory 1-year service that every graduate of a higher institution must undertake. What do you think of it?
The mindset behind it is great. The implementation, I believe, is flawed. Because what would you say that a corporate today gets out of that 1 year of service? What really is the objective? You have corporates that are posted to places where they don't have accommodation. You have corporates that are placed in places that have absolutely zero help from the system. You have people pay to be posted to a different place. I mean, it happens everywhere. I just believe the implementation of the system is flawed. And by the state of residence, I don't think that a Yoruba or an Igbo boy born in Kaduna, it doesn't make you less of an Igbo and a Yoruba boy, but you are from Kaduna. Why? I believe you protect where you call home, your organizational behavior. I was born and raised in Enugu State, but my parents are from Imo. Where do you think I actually know?
Enugu now.
But I can't do anything in Enugu State. I have to go to Imo State.
Are you kidding?
No, but isn't that the law?
Is that the law now?
Lagos is a little different because I understand that in Lagos, it doesn't matter. You've had senators or anything, but that's not practicable in any state outside of this. Legally, you can do something, but you are not from there, this indigenization concept. And I feel that makes people grow where they have no passion for. Let's look at that in law enforcement. You take a northern policeman, let's say a policeman from Kaduna, post him to Ogun State. His family is in Kaduna. He's the only one in Ogun State. There's a shooting somewhere, very violent shooting. What real interest does he have to interfere? What does he have to lose? Now, hold that thought. If his kids and his family are residents of that state and there's a problem, what do you think he would do? It doesn't matter his tribe. It doesn't matter his region. That's his home. So you can't post people where they have no affinity, no family association. And that's because of this indigenization concept, I believe. You have Igbo kids, I would say, grow up in the north. They don't call themselves northerners, but they're more northerners than Igbo. Where is their productivity coming from? For me, I simply believe that if we are able to do so, then you can see Igbos, you can see Yorubas that are in the north say, this is where I'm from. They participate locally, they participate nationally, but in that interest of their organizational behavior, not necessarily this geographical land called Southwest.
But sometime in the past, in our history, we've had people who were not from particular ethnic groupings residing there and even running for public office and being voted for successfully.
It's not illegal, but is it practicable?
But what went wrong? It seems we don't trust ourselves.
Possibly.
Or we're suspicious of each other.
Well, to me, on my own capacity, I believe that's that vacuum of leadership. Because based on my experience, when you say this vacuum of leadership, it's not that somebody is not occupying that seat. But when you have someone unqualified in a position that has nothing to offer, they feed on your fears. When you have an unqualified leader as the governor of a state, they will tell the locals that the foreigners are taking their jobs. Now, without those foreigners, would those jobs exist in the first place? What kind of jobs are we talking about? So it boils down to leadership at the end of the day, regardless. I think every other issue we're identifying as symptoms of a problem. If you, I like using local examples. If you have a stream that is polluted, it's like water fountain falling down and it's polluted. Where do you start treating the water?
From the top.
You have to start from the top. Regardless of what you do on the bottom, the dirty water still comes down. We have to go all the way upstream. Is it going to be overnight? Absolutely not. But it has to be a buy-in from all stakeholders. Without that, I think we're just rubbing Band-Aid on the issues.
Now, you see, I want to dwell a bit more on the role of the youth in nation building. Historically, those who emerged our leaders were young people at some point, some of them even getting elected to the House of Representatives or even the Senate at 23, 25 and all that. And we even had a head of state who who got married in office and he was in his early 30s. Today, the people in that age grouping seem to be so disillusioned that what we keep hearing most of the time is about them, some of them, not all of them, but the ones that are very popular are those who engage in internet fraud, popularly or called Yahoo and all that, or who just want to get rich quickly. Do you think if the National Youth Service program were overhauled, there could be something in it for the youth to assist them in looking forward to a very good future of service?
The question you hit on, the way I would tackle it is I look at things differently. One key thing is I try to look at things, it's easy to look at things from a first and second person perspective. But to push it a notch, also try to look at it from the third and the fourth person perspectives where you don't see the people that would benefit from your actions. To me, I see the fraudster as a very intelligent person that is misdirected. It's not easy to scam people out of their money. Now imagine that same fraudster in a lab somewhere working on some research. It's misdirection.
Yeah.
The youth of this country, which I believe I'm still a part of, is lack of direction. that bothers us. Now, I can blame us for not taking charge. I'm not saying we are lack of blame. But it translates from the fact that we've sold our souls to cash. In Igbo, there's a proverb, it might lose meaning in translation, which says, if you tell a kid what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor.
Say it first in Igbo.
Okay, what it just means, if you tell a poor person what it takes to be successful, he will rather be poor. The problem with that is people look at success as money. That's a literal translation. But it's a proverb, which means it's not supposed to be a literal translation. Now, if you flip it, that word success could be anything. It could be being a great father. It could be being a mentor, being a teacher that graduates all your students of your class and make sure that they advance. It could be anything. It could be a businessman that takes care of people. It could be an orphanage that gets kids placed. That's success. But what is success to the average person today? How much money is in your bank account? I'm not taking away the merits of economics, but the point is that we have translated success as cash. And if you translate it as cash and I don't have a job, I'm going to do whatever means necessary to get cash because that's what we've translated success to be. And at the end of the day, it boils down to direction, misdirection, I would say, lack of leadership. Growing up, the adage used to be, walk before you run. Technology makes it, you don't necessarily need to walk, you can run. Communication has been hastened, but are we really following? I don't think we are. Look at internet penetration in the country. I wouldn't say it's where it is currently. I believe investment in technology, absolutely. I don't think we are where we are technologically to be able to do anything else. But technology should play a role, and that's where the youths are involved. Mass communication is easy now. You can literally reach masses with a tweet. It matters. But also, it comes with its own problems. Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news destroys more than bullets because it poisons minds.
Yeah.
So as much as I'm very pro-technology, I believe in technology that is checked also. That's where I am. Everything that has a positive also has a negative. We have to be in the in-between.
Still talking technology, you know, I know that, for instance, in our space, the media space, a lot has happened. You have more people who watch stuff online than like 10 years ago.
Yes.
Or like even than 3 years ago. But you find that most people still need to subscribe to pay before they can use certain apps and all that. Is it just because it's here in Nigeria and the cost of data and all that?
I wouldn't really say it's because it's Nigeria. I think it's an economic model. If I build a platform, it's all purely economics. I wouldn't fault someone if they make something free or if they make something to pay. I think if you make yours to pay, it creates me an opportunity to have one that is for free. So for me, I don't think that is our problem. I just don't think that our governments, I'm not specific to any
level.
I'm not saying general, I actually prefer to call him general. I don't think his government is at fault in terms of technology penetration or anything like that. What I just think, we don't have a roadmap to be inclusive. What is our rural technology plan? You go to some places, there's no cell reception. But other countries now are making sure that everybody's online to be able to be reached for whatever reason it is. Where we're going with technology, honestly, I don't even think that's the first step. I think we just don't have a roadmap. And personally, I religiously believe for us to get anything right, we have to go back to the drawing board to define this entity called Nigeria, because it's not working.
We'll continue with that definition very soon. We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
So welcome back to the program. Alfred is still my guest. Yes, Alfred. You
pleasure.
said something about a roadmap. What kind of roadmap do you want to develop?
For me, my objective is I would like to create a roadmap where an opportunity that will help us define this entity. For me, having met a lot of people in this country, having been to a lot of places in this country, and I've taken pride of going to about 34 states in this country by road.
By road?
Yes. And the beauty about that is you see how beautiful this country can be. My love for this country has no relationship with being north or south. I just look at it from a potential perspective. And it's sad when you see talent being wasted. I feel privileged on my own to have been able to be sent to the kind of school that I was sent to by my parents, to have the privilege to go to a different country. But how do we implement that back home?
But that's your trip.
Yes.
To 34 states.
Yes.
By road.
Mm-hmm.
Give me like 2 takeaways.
This country is beautiful.
This country is what?
It's beautiful.
That's one.
Yes. The potential of it, the potential is massive. But it also shows me that what unites us is way bigger than what divides us.
That's deep.
Our similarities are way more than our divisions. Our divisions are probably language, religion.
Yeah.
How does that stop us from integrating? But the unification possibilities that we have in this country are huge, humongous.
In about, say, 50 years, if that were possible, how would you forecast Nigeria would be?
First of all, now I want to go back to working before we run.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because just like Wi-Fi technology, somewhere at the back, there is a cable. I don't think we can progress the way the system is set up. I do not believe so. Because if you look at a typical Nigerian, you see eyes filled with hopelessness, and that is a problem. If you bring a typical Nigerian that's probably not from what we'd call the middle class or the upper class and whatnot, what is their hope? What are they looking forward to? When you identify the word Nigeria to them, what does it mean? To me, it's hopelessness, and that is the drive.
But how do we address this?
We have to sell hope back.
Sell hope back?
Yes.
How?
By redefining Nigeria. I'm not saying it's... Number one is, if it was easy, it would be a cakewalk. It would be a child's play. I'm not saying that what we desire to get, that what we desire to want to do is, it's not supposed to be easy. But I see a Nigeria where if a Yoruba boy is good in solar technology, we should ship him out to the northwest. No, northeast. If an Igbo boy is good in agriculture, we send him out to the northwest. If an outside kid happens to be one of the best petrochemical engineers that graduated, he has no business in the north. He should be in the south-south. Vice versa. There are so many. The beauty of this country is its diversity. Southwest doesn't have everything. Southeast doesn't have everything. The north doesn't have everything. So we have to break down those barriers to make everyone feel at home, that this is home. So that we're in the southwest, so that a Yoruba kid could wake up and go to Kaduna and meet their residency laws and be a Yoruba person from Kaduna. His interest is now in Kaduna. I don't see how that affects his tribe. But for us to progress, for him to be able to do that, which is what I believe will progress us. Now, this is not something that you say, this is a magic one, let's do this and Nigeria will be better. No, do I expect resistance? Absolutely. But I just hope that my generation will realize that our parents failed us.
That's unfair.
That's our reality. But more challenging that we don't fail our kids.
I want to challenge you.
Please go ahead.
Your generation cannot say that your parents' generation failed you.
They're the leaders.
But they gave you education. They sent
What
you
kind
to
of
school.
education?
They exposed you.
I've met mass comm students that have never touched the camera. I've met computer engineers that have never had a laptop. I have met pharmacists that probably, no, I haven't met pharmacists, but I'm mostly in my technological space. But I have met graduates that only studied what the school offered them.
They didn't have a practical side to it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I have met someone that desired to, one of my sisters desired to be a pharmacist, but the school she never got a school that offered her that. Actually, now it's automatic for me that if you tell me you studied something of biological sciences, I believe you wanted to be a doctor. That you just couldn't get medicine. That education is flawed. The education we have here is a certificate. It's not practical.
So that's not just about the parents, because some of your group are already in the educational system.
Well,
so maybe that takes us back to your leadership failure mantra.
Science teaches us. I read a book by Marcus Aurelius that said, every complex problem, simplify it. When I study Nigeria from my own lens, from my capabilities, which I want to believe is different from a whole lot of people, if I were to simplify it, it narrows down to leadership. What is the job of a leader? To give direction. Why is this road bad? The road being bad is not the problem, it's why is it actually bad? If we narrow it down, whose job is it to do? If you narrow it all the way down, you could do with budgeting, you could do with enforcement, you could do with a whole lot of things. But for me, the leadership vacuum happens to be our whole problem. And I pray and hope that my generation would understand that the only way out of this is to play inclusive politics. But not just playing inclusive politics, the objective should be first, let's redefine this entity called Nigeria in our own terms, where we will all believe that it's home.
Okay, so inclusive politics. Let's talk politics a bit.
Please.
But I will relate it to something about development. Growing up, I know that sports was used as a tool.
Yes.
To harness the boundless energies of youngsters. And there was something you could predict. Oh, this guy, send him to go and learn swimming. This one, train him in track and field and all that. And then, of course, football. How is our sports field like now, as a young person?
We're a sports-loving nation, football-loving nation.
What does that mean?
I want to believe that we are all into the European Premier League,
Yes,
English Premier League. Whenever they're playing, we know everything. What is ours? What teams do we have? What is you hear about our female soccer stars come back and they're not paid. You hear about our athletes go to perform to come back and they're not being paid. What is the motivation to represent this country? That is on the professional side. What is the growth plan? We don't have stadiums. When I was in primary school between 1991 and 1996, there's always inter-house sports. Every year there is an inter-house sports. You look forward to it. We compete with each other. How relevant is that now in harnessing the capabilities of the youth? We're soccer-loving nations. How many mini soccer pitches would you say you have? I'm sure you travel, you go to the UK, which is also a soccer-loving nation. You drive within neighborhoods. How many soccer pitches would you see? It doesn't have to be massive, but you see people practicing. Growing up in the States, we're more basketball and American football. You see basketball rims in virtually every county. You don't need anybody else to just go and practice. I believe sports on its own, even the income it will generate for this government, for the system, But let's not even focus on the income. Let's focus on the human capacity development. But we're not doing anything about it. What are the ministries doing to say, let's find the future stars of tomorrow and harness them? You look at, unfortunately, because of COVID, nobody is really looking at Olympics 2021. But I remember in 1996 in the Olympics, you can identify more than 20 Nigerian names, born in Nigeria, not born abroad, born in Nigeria, that naturalized on different countries, just so that they will have the opportunity to participate. Why should that be the case? We are pushing away doctors. We're pushing away lawyers. We're pushing away professors. And in the same space, other people are coming in. Who are those people? Do they see this place more as a home than we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But I genuinely believe that running away isn't the solution. But I can share their pain. I can share the pain of a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old that's probably the oldest in their family with no job, with a supposed degree and no job. What is he or she supposed to do? The parent might be retired without a pension. Is someone being penalized? You see a government official or a pension commissioner or whatever loot the pension. I'm particular about the pension because that is the livelihood of families. What happens to him or her? What is this down effect of those? What is the downstream effect of ruining the pension system?
That's the kind of thing that will lead me to ask you about the impact of discipline. That's personal and corporate discipline. In our society, everything seems to have fallen apart.
You can relate it to, I honestly can't even say it's one thing. I genuinely believe we have sold our souls to the concept of cash. Cash is king. Whatever you have to do to make money. I have zero problem with economics. I have zero problem with the pursuit of your happiness. I actually religiously believe that. And if I get the opportunity, what I want to sell people is more strength in your pursuit of happiness, whatever your happiness might be. I can't make you to do good things, but I can punish you for doing bad. The limits to where we have decayed as a nation, I can't put a hand to where it is. But I can say it started from the erosion of the local governments.
Okay, but then what about the home? What about the home? Discipline starts in the home.
Yes, discipline starts in the home. And let's say, for example, a mother is supposed to discipline a child. Fair enough. Is the mother at home? Where is she? What if she's working? What system do we have? I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I do genuinely believe that, yes, family plays a huge part in a child's upbringing. But for me to judge a parent, I have to know where you're coming from.
In trying to know where they're coming from,
yes,
you must also try to understand, what the basic thresholds are for us as a society. What's acceptable in our society today?
Everything is. Everything goes.
Then we're not going anywhere.
That's the decay we have. Let's use driving, for example.
Yes.
How do drivers here behave?
What's the punishment?
There's no price to pay. But the same person, would they do that in front of the cantonment gate? The same driver that would come here, double park, block the road, no care about the backup of traffic or whatever, run a red light, would they do the same in front of the cantonment gates where the military are? Price and punishment.
Well, so then it's
there's no price to pay for anything goes in Nigeria today.
I believe that even the individual should be able to say, this is beneath me, I'm not going to do it.
But then you're taking away the concept of being human. As human beings, we will do whatever we'll get away with. If not, there wouldn't be laws. The law is there to enforce what we desire as a society.
So now, imagine a young person, well, a person, let's not say is young or old, a person who wants to be involved in politics but who has no personal scruples and all that. What kind of politician is that going to be?
That's a tough one.
Yes, it is.
Because it's intrinsic. My motivation didn't come from anybody. My motivation came when I realized that I mustn't be the king. I mustn't be the number one. Because speaking with my colleagues, speaking with a bunch of friends, speaking with people I believe that are opportuned, the bigger problem that we have, I don't know if it's a black problem, but the biggest problem we have, nobody wants to be willing to pay the ultimate price. Nobody wants to do anything they will not enjoy the benefits of it. Nobody wants to start anything that they will not live to enjoy, which is a big problem because life has a weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
I could start something, and Martin Luther King, did he see the civil rights he fought for?
No, he didn't.
It actually got propelled after his death. So do you think his wife was happy about that? I bet you not. She wants her husband, probably. I don't know her, but I want to assume that she wants her husband. For me, like I said, the itch that is itching me is a selfish interest. Very selfish. It just happens to be that this is home. I'm not doing it because I love anybody else. I'm not doing it because I love the people. I'm doing it because I want my home to be better.
You want your home to be better. You want your people to
And
be better.
if you're an occupant of my home, you'll benefit.
Okay, so now let's localize it. You're from Imo. You schooled in Enugu, more or less grew up in Enugu. But what you would like to do, your circumstances will prevent you from being able to do it in Enugu. That's the truth?
Like I said, it's, for me, let me just say something. I hope it doesn't take us away.
Yeah, we're
I think
still
a few years back, Abia State was created from Imo. But the Abia State governor told the Imo State teachers or something to go home. I had a problem with that. These are people that have lived there all their lives. But that's the issue that we're talking about. Enugu State and Anambra, this indigenization concept of somebody telling you you're not from here. How can you tell someone that have lived in a place all their lives that they're not from there? There are Igbo people in Lagos that are more Igbo than some Yoruba people that probably have never lived in Lagos. My wife was born and brought up in Lagos. She speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. You would actually think she's more Yoruba until you probably hear her name and last name and whatnot. To me, my Nigeria, and I'm internalizing it because it might not be someone else's, and I believe there should be diversity of opinions. There should be diversity of minds. We should not all agree. In my Nigeria, she's a Lagosian.
Yes, she is.
Lagos is a little different.
No, but she's a Lagosian.
Okay.
She is a Lagosian.
And yeah, an Igbo person from Lagos.
Yes.
That's my Nigeria.
That's who
the
she
way
is.
I want to say it. Well, I'm not sure that's how it is applicable in the whole country, though.
No, well, you said Lagos. That's how it is in Lagos.
No,
I can say
Lagos
that.
is one
and
out
you have
of 30.
experienced it.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is that if it happened that in Imo, no, not Imo now, in Enugu, where you grew up,
yes,
right, you can't come out to run for, say, Senate.
The local sentiment.
Yes. Say,
is
no,
that
he's
you're
not one of us.
No.
How do we prevent that? That's people saying that.
And that's when
That's
words,
not government now. That's people.
Yes, sir. That's when words matter. That's when psychological matter. That's when orientation matters. Because when you look at a document, it says states of origin. You didn't ask me where I reside. That state of origin could be lack of our documentation processes because they're trying to verify a whole lot of things, but it has a gravid effect. Because if all we know is a state of residence, then you should never bring up Imo. You can ask me
Or
place
even
of
state
birth.
of birth.
Yes.
Yes.
If we focus on that, that's the thing about time. It might not be my generation. But my grandchildren, when they grow up, they'll look at their friends and, where were you born? Then we can have that mindset that it doesn't matter where somebody's from. The America we look up to. George Bush is from Texas. His younger brother is from Florida. Obama was born in Hawaii. He was the senator from Chicago. I forgot where Hillary Clinton was born, but she's the senator from New York. It doesn't matter because these states define their residency laws. And the moment you meet those residency laws, you're a resident. That's where you're from. That you were born in America, you're an American citizen, not a state resident. You have to actually reside in the states and meet their residency laws to be a resident of that state. I moved from Boston to Georgia. I'm no longer a Boston resident. I have zero business with Boston anymore. Now I'm a resident of Georgia. Whatever I want to do, if I want to run US local politics, I can only run it in Georgia now. Even though I've lived there less than a year, because I met their residency laws. So it's the downtrodden, it's a psychological effect of words. It matters. If you keep asking me state of origin, the word origin means something. You didn't ask me place of birth. You didn't even ask me if I've gone there. What does it matter? Ask me where I'm born. Ask me where I reside. If you don't have my father's documentation, how is that my problem? But I genuinely believe that word, state of origin and state of, I believe that word, state of origin, should be scrapped.
Okay.
It has a negative
The concept
effect.
of state of origin should be scrapped.
I genuinely believe that.
Okay, well, before it is scrapped, I know that your state of origin is Imo.
Yes.
It's Imo.
Yes.
Now, so your parents are from Imo, so you have some very deep affinities with Imo.
Absolutely.
All right, so looking at Imo State today,
yes,
what role do you think not what role, Imo State today,
yes,
what are its potentials?
I have taught the states, even for economic possibilities, when I was running my company here. Just like every other state in the country, in this country, which I believe is blessed, it's blessed with youth. And no nation can run without youth. It's just direction of energy. Where are you directing that energy towards?
So there's youth.
Youth is the power, is the will. The Chinese population and all that, if they get into their 60s now, that becomes a liability. It's that youth from, I would say, for lack of a better word, 16 to maybe 45 or something, that productive youth. The state is blessed with youth. Abundance, natural resources and whatnot. They're just not being harnessed. Now, I don't want to say is this administration or that administration. As a collective, we don't have the kind of leadership we desire or we deserve.
That's generally and then particularly in Imo State. Now, what do you think the youth can do in this particular case of Imo State?
Well, if I isolate it, I think it's going to be rolled out and everything because it's the same. But if we trace back a little bit to the End SARS movement, what I got out of that movement is the power of organization. Now, I'm not talking about the end results or what started it, but the power when people come together. What I believe was wrong with it was the direction of the movement. Okay, how, strategy, bullet points, a figurehead. You can't run anything without a figurehead. But let it be a sample, a test sample of how things come up. What I love about what happened is the potential. When people come together, what can happen? And whatever can happen to Imo State can happen to Enugu, can happen to Ogun, Ondo, everywhere. Nigeria is blessed with youth. I'm not 100 on the numbers, but I think about 40 to 60% of the Nigerian population are youths. If we grade it from the 18 to 45 or something, are youths.
Yeah.
Productive youths.
Yeah.
Are we taking advantage of what is our unemployment population? it's skyrocketing now. So for me, I want to say it's unfortunate because you can't say I want to build road when someone is hungry. You can't say I want to do this, build hospital, when someone is not even eating. I think we have a microeconomic problem, and that we have leaderships that don't understand the importance of small-term wins.
Okay. So what kind of small-term wins would you suggest in the case of Imo?
A hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetical, yes.
A hypothetical, if I were to run Imo State, number one would be, how do I put food on the table of citizens? It could be a welfare. It could be, give me your documentation. We have NIN now, we have BVNs now, where I find out the people that are not, the population that are not working, maybe the first week, 2 weeks, mini handout just to be able to be sure that people have something to eat. You create a skill acquisition program whereby after 3 months for this to continue, you must go somewhere to get a skill. When you come out of that, I have to also be prepared to be able to offer you something. It could be a credit to start whatever it is you're good at.
Yeah.
But it is very hard to talk to a hungry person. And when people are hungry, you could, and I think that's why stomach infrastructure politics works. And I think that's why our politicians today take advantage of it. When people are hungry, they can do anything to eat. Short-term solution will be putting food on the table. Now, that's the end result. How we go about that. We don't have social programs. Who takes care of the disabled? If someone is genuinely disabled doesn't mean when you have, it could be psychological. It could be emotional, it could be a mental problem. You're disabled. Who takes care of those people? Are they not citizens?
Yes, they are.
What plans do we have for them? Is it when we see them roaming on the streets and then naked trying to eat out of the gutter that we think they have, we call this a mad person? No. It could be a psychological problem that probably just needs health care.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll take another break now. We'll be back. So welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Alfred Okoro as my guest. So Alfred, we're talking politics now.
Yes, sir.
Politics, young people are not participating.
No.
Why?
We have political parties not based on ideology. I'm speaking from my
go ahead.
experience,
I mean,
and I want to
qualified.
believe a lot of people share the same sentiment. What really is the difference between APC and PDP?
Title.
Half of the governors from PDP have migrated to APC. What is their ideology? I do not believe we have ideology-based politics. Now, the problem, because I haven't played in that politics, could be completely different, but it doesn't exist. You can't say that PDP is conservative and that APC is liberal. You cannot say that, even though I believe that a party should both have a liberal and conservative arms of it, depending on the geographical region, whereby one party, even let's use APC for example, the northern part of the country are more conservative than the southern part. So I would expect APC members in the north to be more conservative than APC members in the south. But people do not participate because they do not believe in the message. I was here in 2015 when Baba's election. I am not going to lie, I have never been around in a time where people were filled with hope. Maybe it turned out to just be a marketing gimmick. It's not just about me directly, but where is those promises? And for me personally, I voted for General Buhari. Yeah, maybe I think what we have is President Buhari, but what I voted for was the general that was going to instill discipline in us, that was going to bring us this military structure of this. I'm not sure that has, I'm sure there are so many things that I do not know that is transpiring, but I don't think we are getting the short end of it.
Well, quite to be fair to the government, they're building some infrastructure, fixing some interstate and federal
One
roads.
credit I would give this government is on macroeconomics. I'm not an economist, so my words might be a little different, but I think I flew into Abuja and I was impressed with the airport. apart from that, this government, the huge credit I will give to them is from 1999, this is the only government that continued the previous administration's projects, that never abandoned them. Even if they didn't come up with brand new ones on their own, there are no ghost projects. That was very common in our politics,
Oh, yes.
whereby this governor starts this road. Oh, because it's not me that started it, I don't want to give credit to this, I'm not going to. And you see that on the social media scheme, whereby the PDP sympathizers, when a railroad is completed or something, they're like, but he didn't start it. So what? To me, personally, I give them kudos on the macro level. But I'm not sure they get a pass on the micro level, and which is food on the table of everyday Nigerians. And I believe the general that people were clamoring for was the man of the people. I'm sure, like I said, it's not a criticism, but if we are to assess, I think on the micro level, I think we got the short end of the stick, if we were to look at it from that perspective.
So let's flip back to the youth now.
Yes.
Why, how do we get them interested?
Think we need to resell the youth on this entity called Nigeria, because I do not genuinely feel that they believe in this project.
Well, you still fall within that category, youth. So how would you sell the entity Nigeria to your fellow compatriots?
By selling them authenticity, by selling them genuineness, and by sensitization. Because it's easy to fall apart when you don't believe people, and we don't believe our politicians. Where someone, please allow me to backtrack a little bit. During the COVID,
yes,
there was a lockdown, and there was the riots, and people busted into a factory. The word became a social media meme, palliatives. How can we justify that? Food that was destined for the populace was being hoarded by politicians. How can I justify that? We're talking about food. Forget the money. We are talking about food.
Yes.
And people are supposed to quarantine. So let's use the people that are working in hospitals, in hotels. So that means no money.
Yes.
Let's call the transporters. That means no money. Maybe the people the bankers, maybe banks are big enough or structured enough that they could still be paying their staff. But let's talk about the undocumented, the people that feed off of the everyday income. How are they supposed to abide by that lockdown in place? I'm not arguing the lockdown because of the epidemic. There is supposed to be a lockdown. But how are they supposed to survive? So then the word on the street came that there were this food, but some politicians stocked it. How can you justify that? Yeah, maybe not everybody wants to stick their neck out, which I can understand. The role is not for everybody.
So now, let's fast track.
Okay.
Sell Nigeria.
This is home. Nowhere like home. And all it's going to take is for us to get together. All it's going to take is for us to believe in the project. And if we believe in the Nigeria project, we define our Nigeria, not my Nigeria. Maybe my is not the word, because the word I want to use is my Nigeria, internalizing it for your own personal, not someone else's, your Nigeria. What is it you desire Nigeria to be? How do you create that? We need to resell this project, this entity. I genuinely believe that what else would they believe? There is nowhere else to go. This is home. It's just that home is not habitable.
Let me ask you this final question.
Yes, sir.
Is there hope for Nigeria?
Absolutely.
Show me.
We just need to get the right hands. And I'm sorry, even though it's your right question, I think people don't understand what the word change means. People got caught up with the change mantra, saying, we voted for change, we didn't get it. No. Change is a continuum. That we changed and didn't get it doesn't mean that we stop. If a female goes to a hair salon and gets a bad hairdresser, does she stop making her hair?
No.
She tries another hairdresser. Why is it that when we change a politician and they're bad, we give up? We change them. One of the reasons why I loved APC winning was that concept of change. It's not about the results. But if we can get the mindset that we can change people when they underperform, in the long term, it's going to be great for us. I believe in this country. It's not about anything else, but it's not a me thing. And I understand somebody that's not getting psyched up about the project. It's fine. That creates work. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's not meant to be easy.
So you're saying they should believe in change?
We should believe in the word change, not who spoke it. We should believe that change means that we have to keep trying until we get it right.
And we do that every election?
Every election, we have to participate. We must participate. I do not think that the parties currently existing are ideology-based, but we can change it from the outside. You can only change it from the inside.
Thank you very much, Alfred, for your time.
It's a pleasure.
I've had timeless conversations with Alfred Okoro. Next time, we'll bring you another interesting talk session. Bye-bye.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used
Hello and welcome to the breakfast this morning. As our first topic, states' huge debts, low revenue continue to raise concerns as both local and external debts hit trillions of naira. Are the states within reasonable debt to GDP ratio? Did they borrow for consumption or production? We shall be discussing these and more as our first hot topic this morning on the breakfast. And from there, we'll move to the second hot topic, where we discuss the naira appreciation and depreciation. It seems that the appreciation witnessed last week seemed to be short-lived as the currency resumed a fresh crisis this week. It traded around between 890 naira to the dollar to 910 from 820 naira to the dollar we saw last week. That will be our second hot topic. Do stay with us. I'm sure you want to find out what our analysts have to say and what they know about these developments. I am Maureen Menonwezigwe, and it's so good to have you join us this Friday on The Breakfast. Let's go to our top trending. And our top trending this morning: rescue operations ongoing at Abuja building collapse site. A three-story building in the Garki area of Abuja collapsed following a heavy downpour that began at about 11:30 p.m. on Wednesday night. The Director General of the Federal Emergency Management Authority, Dr. Abbas Idris, on Thursday morning said 37 persons were rescued alive and that rescue efforts were ongoing in collaboration with other rescue agencies. According to him, the 37 rescued persons had all been taken to various medical facilities in Abuja, while 2 others were fatally injured. Meanwhile, the FEMA search and rescue team is awaiting excavators to intensify the search to ensure that no victim is left in the rubble of the collapsed building. A combined team of the FCT Emergency Management Agency, the Federal Road Safety Corps, FCT Police Command, and the VIO are on the ground to carry out the rescue efforts. And as expected, the new FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, has spoken and has ordered the arrest of the landlord of the collapsed 2-story plaza in Abuja. The Federal Capital Territory Minister made that known immediately that building collapsed, insisting that he should be arrested. All right. Wike, during an on-the-spot assessment of the collapsed building on Thursday, ordered that the occupants of the facility be resettled. He questioned the delay in the FCTA's effort to resettle the occupants and promised immediate action to see that the indigents of these places are resettled. And according to the minister, the government's insistence on a building plan isn't to create hardship for anyone, but rather ensure that people are protected. In his words, cities are planned to forestall such tragedies, and he would ask that the owner of the property be identified and arrested. He further declared that the government would take over the area and make sure that no further development is carried out there. Wike applauded the ongoing rescue effort, saying it was unfortunate that the country woke to the very disturbing news of the building collapse. He thanked the agencies, particularly NEMA and FEMA, that have supported the rescue of 37 lives, and said it was unfortunate that 2 lives were lost. He expressed sympathy with those who lost their lives and promised that the government will pick up the bills of all those in the hospital and support the rescue efforts to ensure that they get to the last level and rescue everyone still trapped in the rubble. Well, rescue efforts are still ongoing as an unconfirmed number of persons have been reported dead, while several others are receiving treatment. That incident there in Abuja, the Garki area of Abuja, very tragic there. But what led to it, though? What led to it? Violation of regulations and the use of substandard buildings cannot be ruled out. Cannot be ruled out, and we must see to it that these kind of things stop. I mean, Lagos, we got used to hearing of it in Lagos. Building collapse here, building collapse there, building collapse there. And now to hear of it in Abuja is something we hope is nipped in the bud. We don't want to hear such gory stories of lives lost and properties wasted, especially lives being lost to the carelessness and recklessness of developers is something we must avoid at all costs. Well, this is The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and it is so good to have you there with us. Do stay with us. We'll take a break now and come with Off the Press.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria is a beautiful country filled with cultural resources and a preserved tradition. It is famously known as the Giant of Africa, whose cultural heritage is woven from the natural beauty in her land, threads of history, and the hospitality of her people. From rainforests in the south to savanna woodlands in the center and a semi-desert region in the north, Nigeria is adorned with long stretches of exotic beaches, lush mountains, magnificent waterfalls, and a unique wildlife, boasting of enchanting tourist attractions ready to be enjoyed. Here are some tourist destinations you should add to your bucket list. Coconut Beach. Coconut Beach is located in the coastal town of Badagry, west of Lagos State, Nigeria. No place tells the story of tourism fused with history like Badagry, which is situated about 20 miles close to the border of the Benin Republic. Coconut Beach has breathtaking and beautiful ocean views, a perfect place for relaxation, with the beach being set away from the noise of suburbia. It is surrounded by thousands of coconut trees, where it got its name from, beautiful holiday resorts, vacation huts, fresh air, and an open sky, portraying an ideal rural destination for lovers of fun and holiday makers. The Obudu Mountain Resorts. Above the sea level on the Oshia ridge of the famous Sankwala Mountain sits majestically the Obudu Mountain Resort. It is located in the highlands and deep tropical forests of Cross River State, with a temperate climate and just 45 miles from the border of Cameroon. The ranch boasts of numerous pleasant mountain area and countryside views, with tourist attractions like the water park, cable car, ranch cattle and horses, waterfall, and the ancient Anape village. The Obudu Mountain Resort is a mix of adventure, beautiful scenery, and idyllic tranquility. The Yankari Game Reserve. In Bauchi State is the Yankari Game Reserve and former National Park, one of West Africa's eco-destinations. It is home to several natural warm water springs and the biggest wildlife retreat. The reserve is filled with a number of activities that would help you connect with nature. Marvel at the largest herd of elephants in the country, embark on a guided safari tour, and explore the tropical forest. You'll also find beautifully constructed huts alongside some uncaged animals such as monkeys and baboons living in their natural habitat. The Yankari Game Reserve is an area of great natural beauty that provides recreational pleasure. The Ogbunike Caves. Located in a valley blanketed by tropical rainforest in Anambra State, are a collection of caves knitted with historical and spiritual significance. The Ogbunike Caves are associated with living traditions said to be preserved by the people for many centuries. Descending into the valley where the caves are located is a walkway made up of about 317 steps, and visitors must remove their shoes before entering the caves based on tradition. The caves are beautifully surrounded by streams of water flowing out from one of the tunnels into River Nkisa. Seen as a trove for tourists, the Ogbunike Caves make an ideal destination. The Owu Waterfalls. Described as a wonder in the wilderness is the Owu Waterfalls, located in Kwara State. Cascading from a height of about 120 meters to a pool of ice-cold water, the Owu Waterfalls is one of the highest and most fascinating waterfalls to watch in West Africa. It is a beautiful scenery which can only be appreciated when explored. Experience a fine mix of awesome attractions at the Owu Waterfalls, making it a memorable haven for your next vacation. The Osun Osogbo Grove. Situated on the outskirts of Osogbo, the capital of Osun State is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, a large cultural landscape of undistributed forest dedicated to Osun, the Yoruba goddess of fertility, love, water, and beauty. The grove, which spans about 75 hectares of land, is a tourist destination that has sacred shrines, sanctuaries, sculptures, and artworks. The forest contains about 400 different species of plants that are used for medicinal purposes. Classified as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, this sacred forest attracts a large number of tourists, and it is definitely worth visiting. Nigeria is a beautiful land waiting to be explored, and you are encouraged to visit and enjoy these wonderful tourist destinations.
Cars have become a very important part of our everyday modern lives, mainly for transportation and for a few, a display of wealth, a show of luxury. Cars are a way to keep history, a nostalgic reminder of our past lives, and this is what this classic car show, which recently held in Lagos, achieved. Car lovers from different parts of the country attended, and owners showed off their vintage cars. Some of the car owners tell us of how their love for vintage cars began.
This is a 1966 Mustang Shelby Cobra, and I've had it for about 7 years now. So it was handed over. So I had a family who had it for 50 plus years. So they wanted to sell it, so I got it from them. When you drive these cars, you have to be attentive to what you're doing. When you drive a car that you can put a cruise control, you tend to get reckless. Now you have to be very attentive because you have to be sure what you're doing. You have to be in control to drive the car versus I can push a button and the car drives by itself. So, but I've always been into them. I mean, I drive the newer ones, but I've always wanted something like this. I've always had them. I can work on them myself if I wanted to. Like change the oils, change the oil, change the plugs. I can do that because they're relatively easy to do.
That's cars from the day my father taught me how to drive. And in fact, that's one of the inspirations for my own car, which is a classic Mercedes 2.6 liter 190E. So, yeah. So that's really from driving, learning how to drive and spending time with my father on Father's Day. I think it's important as any woman, if a car breaks down, you must know your water levels, you must know the engine is overheating, you must know your tire pressures, you must know what kind of fuel you are having, the type of oil as well. So those things are quite important. I was able to listen to the engine, car, things like that.
I generally liked cars as a whole from when I was young, and I think there's something about classic cars that's just of a particular look, of a particular date, for me in particular, that is so attractive. Well, you know that we have a lot of people who have an interest in vintage cars, and this is why we have the club. So essentially, it is Nigeria, but look at the turnout today. And we have members that didn't come today with their cars. So there's quite a following. There are quite people passionate about classic cars.
The first car I ever drove was my dad's Volvo from the 70s, a P1800 Volvo, and I'm still hoping I can buy one day, but that's the first car I ever drove. And when I say drove, the car wouldn't start one morning. We're living in Europe. The car wouldn't start. So he had me sit in it. So he and my elder brother, who had more muscles, could push. And he just showed me how to work the legs to jump start it once we had some momentum. So I always tell people that's the first car I ever drove.
Apart from the classic car owners, we met a Nigerian car designer wwho built his own Nigerian brand car called Twim Custom Cars Nigeria.